All right, I think we're live right now. Just gonna take a look right here and say hello to everybody who might be joining in this moment, but also waiting for more people to join us. If you would like to, guys, there's the link in the chat room, in the Zoom room. Please do go ahead and share it. And if you're joining in on Facebook right now, hello and welcome. If you can help us out and share this to as many places as possible so we can get this information out far and wide. I'm going to officially start in just about a minute. And for who have just joined us, here is the link one more time to Facebook. Okay, let's take some deep centering breaths before the first words of the official beginning begin. All right, hello, welcome everybody to the first annual Portal to Ascension Cannabis Conference, online conference, but this is the first annual one. It'll definitely be going into live events in the near future, but I want to welcome you. My name is Neil. I'm the founder of Portal to Ascension. You are a part of a dream that has been manifested into physical reality that I've had for a few years now. And I'm here with my best friend, really, to bring forward this information to you. And a little bit about Portal to Ascension. Been around, it's a little synopsis, came on the scene around 2006 with an online Facebook group. In 2008, it became Portal to Ascension after a series of dreams I had about changing the name. After that, the website grew. We got lots of different people joining our group. The fan page grew. And I decided, why not start creating events on conscious topics and see if I can tap into the community joining online. And it actually worked. So after a few years in 2012, where I met Joan, I met her right before our big conferences in 2012, which were Cosmic Green in 2012 and Cosmic Green Fourth Density, which were events that were basically 3-day conferences on consciousness, extraterrestrials, spirituality. And that was the milestone event. And ever since then, we've been growing. For the last 6 to 7 years, we've had an online university where we cultivated interacted with hundreds of speakers, many different topics on anything really that we could think of that is designed to uplift and empower humanity, whether it's ancient civilizations, the truth of our ancient past, which is something we're going to go over today as well, because it actually almost always comes down to some element of uncovering our true ancient history, including today or this weekend. We might even talk about prohibition and the history of that. But what is our spiritual nature? Who are we? Where did we come from? Why don't we remember our past lives? Like, the exploration of that has led to an archive of 10,000 hours of footage on different presentations and information on all those topics. And part of my dream really was to get to a point where I could have and cultivate an online university for plant medicine, right? Psychedelics, definitely, because they've really helped me, get over depression and figure out things in my own life. But definitely cannabis, because it's been with me for a long time. I truly, truly love cannabis and just its purpose and the mission and the energy of it, the spirit, the communication with people in it, and how we can bond over it. I love cannabis so much. And now people are realizing that it's a cure-all. It's a miracle substance. It's a miracle plant. And people realized it before, but more are realizing it now, including mainstream medical professionals. So with that, we are going to go into this reality that who knows what is possible. So this track that we're now doing, and I'm curating with Joan, is going to be an ongoing thing that's going to eventually go into live events so that we can continue to inform the masses about this information, but also keep cannabis conscious, right, with the industry. So with that, I want to go ahead and bring on my wife and myself, really good friend, Joan of Angels, who helped me curate this entire event, connected with the speakers, put it all on with me as a co-producer, and I really appreciate her. So welcome, Joan. Thank you for being here.
I'm going to give a big clap. That was an amazing introduction, Neil. I really get the consciousness of cannabis. It is so exciting to bring it. I come from a world as a chiropractor, alternative healing. I'm very much into plant medicine and healing from the inside out. And what I love about cannabis, yes, it's a miracle plant that not only heals your body, but it also heals your soul. Mm-hmm. And all of those awakenings that you're discussing. And so we have a fantastic I think a diverse group of speakers from recreational to medical to spiritual to lifestyle to legalization to the stories of cannabis, and some of the old timers to really share this lifestyle of 420. So I'm so excited to do that. So
Me too. All right, let's get into it.
Let's get into it. Bringing on our first speaker, Michelle. And Michelle Rizzo is a dear friend of mine. I think I've introduced her to Neil too. She's one of the first people I met when I came to the Valley. She has an extensive background for such a young person in cannabis. She learned at a very, very young age, by the way. Her father was in a wheelchair, had injuries, and she actually taught him how to use cannabis to throw away that wheelchair. And I saw that wheelchair being thrown away. As a result of this, she became highly educated in cannabis, opening up her own hydroponic store, and now works for one of the top cannabis brands here in California as a superstar and an educator in cannabis. So I'm so happy you're here, Michelle. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for that amazing introduction, Joan. My name is Michelle Rizzo. As she said, I am in the cannabis space and have been for the past almost 4 years now, 3 years in the legal market. Started with a brand and am now with herbal distribution. Today I'm going to be talking to you guys about terpenes. So I guess I'll just jump right into it. So terpenes are a really fascinating part of the cannabis plant, in my opinion. They're one of my favorite things to talk to not only consumers of cannabis about, but also people who are attempting to heal themselves with cannabis. So I'm going to start by talking a little bit about our endocannabinoid system. The endocannabinoid system is an amazing system that lives within our limbic system in our bodies and our lymphatic system. And essentially what it does is it regulates CBD1, CBD2, THC, and the rest of the cannabinoids that cannabis can bring to the table. It synergistically allows the plant's cannabinoids to work with our bodies to be able to regulate where we really have been super unregulated in our cannabinoids intake. I believe that in a past time of America, we received cannabinoids, exocannabinoids from external sources more often than we do currently. And now we're getting rushed with all of these cannabinoids coming in from cannabis. And our endocannabinoid systems are obviously seeing so much rejuvenation now that we're able to get it recreationally in various states in America. So terpenes, the way that they work synergistically with the endocannabinoid system is that they actually offer therapeutic benefits to the endocannabinoid system. Terpenes can be found not only in cannabis, but they're found in botanical fruits, plants, all over the plant and mineral kingdom. Some that would be noted from plants would be like limonene, which can be found inside of oranges and citrus plants, as well as linalool, which would be found inside of lavender. Terpenine, which is going to be found in like burdock. There's all kinds of phenomenal plants that have terpenes and terpene values. The terpenes that are found inside of cannabis are really special because they kind of help to enhance the cannabinoids as well as enhance how the body is going to be processing the intake of cannabis. So for instance, anytime that I'm feeling a little low, I usually like to turn to a cannabis strain that's going to be high in limonene, or even one that's going to be high in being able to get me into a space where my mind can work a little bit faster. Limonene is definitely one of those ones that's going to get me right to that area. Botanically, terpenes can be used in cannabis products. Oftentimes, they're going to be found inside of like vape pens to enhance the flavor, to make it taste a little bit more orange, or to have it taste a little bit more gassy, or to be able to enhance the flavor and how that distillate is going to be able to hit your endocannabinoid system. Woo. So that's a lot of information about the introduction of terpenes right there. The way that cannabis is cultivated really has a lot to do with how terpenes are developed. So within the cannabis plant, there are trichomes that grow. As we all know, as cannabis consumers and cannabis lovers, the frostier that nug, the better the high. Why is that? It's because of terpenes. So those frost on those nugs actually create trichomes, and trichomes actually house not only terpenes but also fats and coloring and anthocyanins, all amazing compounds that work together to provide the body with the result that you're looking for from the cannabis that you're smoking. So in breeding and cultivating cannabis, I believe that sun grown is going to be the best for you because of the lumens that the sun has and how it interacts with the plant and how the plant is able to receive more love from the sun and grow to its fullest potential, especially regarding trichome cultivation. I don't want to knock indoor cultivation by any means because I have smoked some phenomenally grown indoor that has trichomes with terpenes that are just off the hook. I personally just prefer a little bit of sun kiss to my flower when I consume it. But it really allows for those trichomes to grow in a way that the sun is able to just like cover that bud with those trichomes. Trichomes are biologically created with the cannabis plant to be able to protect the plant, surprisingly. They're actually resin glands that grow on this little tiny bud to be able to protect it from the wind, to be able to protect it from the elements, and even protect it from harsh sun that might be coming in too much. So it's fascinating to me that terpenes are developed from a gland on the cannabis plant that is going to be protecting this plant. And it seems to help our bodies and protect our bodies as well. Okay, so I'm going to take a deep breath here because that was a lot. And I'm going to drink a little bit of water. Thank you guys for your comments while I'm speaking. I'm seeing that, and it's super awesome. If you have any questions while I'm going through, please feel free to let me know so I can target that at the end of my presentation. So moving right along, why is it important to find cannabis that has terpenes that are good for your body? And how do you do this, right? It's like this mythical unicorn out in the world, right? Where you're just like, how do I find this? Well, first of all, the Bureau of Cannabis Control in California requires all cultivators to have terpene testing. Okay, as a consumer, as a professional in this space, as a saleswoman in this space, why are we not using these terpene tests? I want to know, BCC, why are we not educating the consumer about these terpenes since we have all of this data about terpene tests that are legally required for us to be able to present our cannabis to the market in California? So some companies do list terpene content on their boxes, or they'll put little leaflets inside of dispensaries where you can learn about this. But for the most part, you're not going to find any information other than in the certificate of analysis is about terpenes. I'm a big proponent of education about terpenes, and there are also a lot of brands that are starting to get aligned with that as well. But most bud tenders are going to have a direct communication to the brands that are selling the flower to them to be able to learn about terpenes. So my best suggestion is that we literally flood the California market with questions about terpenes so that this can be more valuable to the bud tender than simply sharing THC percentage, which is how our demographic of purchasers in California, and I think maybe nationwide as well, shop for cannabis. I've been in and out of various cannabis dispensaries throughout the Coachella Valley, the Inland Empire, and the greater Southern California area for the last 2.5 years, and have been completely frustrated with the focus on THC percentage and what it's done to our market and what it's done to our consciousness of cannabis. Whew, there's my little rant about that. So we have the terpene tests. They are being done. So what you have to do is you have to rely on yourself to learn about these terpenes. I highly encourage putting a little Google search inside of your web browser and searching terpenes, understanding the flavors of terpenes, understanding what strains are what, and then going to a dispensary and asking for strains that smell like something. So for instance, I love pinene. Pinene is one of my absolute favorite terpenes ever. Thank you, Claudia, for asking that. It's TERPENE, terpene. Yeah, thank you, Joan. Yes, I love pinene. Okay, so my habits with my cannabis usage and my cannabis consumption tend to be for indica heavy. I've been using cannabis since I was a teenager for my lower back issues, and then into some of my mental health issues when I was in my 20s to help enhance my healing and my therapy sessions. And I found through using cannabis for both of those that I would have different results for what I was looking for based off what I was smoking. So sometimes I would have a real gassy strain and it would smell straight up like gasoline, and it would just really take care of my back pain, really take care of my body, really bring myself where I needed to be. But then on bad mental health days, which we all have, I would use those same strains and it would paralyze me. It would put me in a space where I would even garner panic because of how heavy it was on my body on low physical pain days. So I learned that smells that were like a winter wonderland were the best of both worlds for me, even though they were listed as a sativa. So pinene is one of those strains or one of those terpenes that are fantastic for me when I'm having low mental health days, and still having a little bit of inflammation in my body, because pinene goes in and actually helps to increase your level of happiness, increase your level of wonder, but it doesn't induce anxiety such as a sativa dominant terpene such as limonene would, where I would just suddenly go really fast in my mind. Instead, pinene also offers the body a reduction of inflammation alongside the excitement and wonder of the experience, and it's able to help me when I'm having a day where I'm a little sad or I'm a little down or I'm a little overwhelmed without the intensity of an indica heavy terpenes such as myrcene, which is what would be found in my typical gassy strain that I'm looking to purchase for my body pain. So it's really about figuring out how to utilize these terpenes and how to smell them so that you don't have to rely on anyone in the dispensary space to tell you what this is going to do for you. So my suggestion to getting to know and getting to understand how to use your nose in a cannabis dispensary is to ask for samples to smell. So for instance, I know we're in a COVID world right now. There aren't a lot of display samples on the shelf, but if you go into a shop and they do have samples available, ask to smell their indica selection or their sativa selection, and really take note of the different smells that you're smelling. Now, whatever you end up choosing, take note of how that smell feels when you use that strain. For instance, if you get a strain that smells a lot like oranges and lemons, and you go home and you smoke it and you find yourself having racing thoughts, lots of energy, and being able to get a lot of things done, then now you know that when you smell a strain that has that orange, lemon, citrus nose to it, that you're going to be able to get things done. On the other hand, if you go and you smell, I want to lean on gas, because gas is, it's going to be like the opposite of the lime and lemon and citrus world. If you smell something that's gassy and it's labeled in an indica, you know, you're going to be getting a myrcene rich strain. And that myrcene not only is going to be helping you to get your body to just relax, take like a you know, but you're also going to find that it locks in your mind and it calms your mind down. And then from that point, whenever you're in a space where you're having pain or you're having, you know, extreme body issues or flare ups, you know that you could use your nose to smell. Now, once you become more advanced with your nose, you'll start to smell maybe an orange mixed with some gas, or maybe you'll be smelling the difference between the gassiness of like a sour diesel ossamine versus an OG. Yes.
It's bubblegum blowout.
Okay.
Do I have to drink all of it?
No, you're gonna use it to clean your mouth, but I'll be right with you. Sorry about that. My son can't. Right no.
How many is this?
1 second, please.
That's Sheldon, everyone. He is a very bright, young, growing man, very inquisitive. This is fantastic. Filling in for Michelle for a second, but she started explaining to me about terpenes a few years ago. And I'm finding this so awesome, helpful. And I'm going to be re-listening to this because I had no idea what I'm smelling when I go into a shop. I didn't know any of this. So I don't know how you guys are feeling about it, but it seems to be really helpful. Thanks, Michelle.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That was my son. He's 6 years old and wanted to learn how to use mouthwash that he got from the dentist yesterday. So anyhow, on the market, there are also terpene vials if you really want to get serious about this. And I will include a link to Joan and Neil so you can explore this. And they're literally pure terpenes that you can smell without the cannabis influence to them. So they're just isolated terpenes that come in little vials, and you can give them smells and be able to get your nose to be a little bit more aligned with it. So that way you can go into the dispensaries and feel a little better about how you're shopping. I really think that this is the way to go, and this is the way that we need to start shopping as consumers. And like I said, we all as cultivators and license holders in this industry have to adhere to the BCC making us do terpene testing. So the information's there. The dispensaries have the information. The bud tenders have access to the COAs to learn how many terpenes are inside of each strain that they're receiving. So urge them to learn. If they don't know, learn alongside them. You know, I have my favorite bud tenders in all of my dispensaries that I rely on and count on to lead me not just to what the most fire or most high THC is, but what is going to actually help me and what is going to actually make my body respond in a positive way where I'm not going to have a negative reaction to cannabis. And oftentimes looking for those high THC strains, especially for someone who's new to the space, can really turn somebody off to the cannabis plant. We don't need to be smoking a 32% THC strain if we're just trying to relax, especially not if it's sativa. We're going to have a panic attack. So I think it's super crucial that we push for this change in our industry, that we push for this change through our purchasing, and we push through this change in the conversations that we have on a dispensary to consumer level, because otherwise it's going to continue getting ridiculous, and these THC percentages are going to continue to lift higher and higher. What have I found most supportive for body-centered activities? Okay, so for sure, terpinolene is one that I love for when I'm trying to get into my body, as well as the terpene that I've mentioned a lot, myrcene, helps me get there too. I personally enjoy also a bit of linalool, which is one that's more floral and smells a little bit more like herbal floral, I would describe it as. It's often found in lavender, and it really helps to calm the mind, calm the body. Mostly it's found like in purples and cushes. Myrcene would be found in OGs, or your heavier gassy OG indica strains. Pinene, which was that creative winter wonderland terpene that I mentioned earlier, which is a little psychedelic, but also offers anti-inflammation relief. You'll find that in strains like Jack Herrera, or even in my personal favorite, Snowcap. You can't find Snowcap on the market very often, but when my homies grow it, I'm like, where can I buy it from? Please let me know. And then limonene can be found more in like your orange strains, like for instance, I think like a super silver haze would be really high in limonene. Anything that you smell and you're just hit in the face with citrus, that's going to be your get up and go for sure. I also think it's worth noting that leaning on the herbalism side of things and understanding that, your understanding of herbs is gonna and foods and fruits is gonna really help you to also understand this plant. Some ways that I really started to learn and dig in were by using cannabis trackers. There's a really fantastic one called Relief that you can actually download from the App Store. It's RELEAF. And it's actually a cannabis usage tracker, where you can pop in all sorts of information, like where you bought this flower, who's it cultivated by, what brand did it come from, what's the THC percentage, and then what was your experience. It even breaks it down to how did you consume it? Did you use it in a vape? Did you use it in a joint? Did you hit the bong? Are you eating it? So you can really personalize and get to know your cannabis journey, because all of our endocannabinoid systems, sure, are synergistically tuned to the cannabinoids from the plant, but we all have our own deregulations that have come into our body since then. So what works for me won't work for Joan, but what Joan expresses she wants from something will work the same way for me. So for instance, if Joan is like, I really want something that's creative, I know I can let Joan know you need to go for a pinene rich strain. You're going to get what you need from that. I know if I hear from, Neil, Michelle, I'm having a lot of back pain. What do I need? Okay, you need terpinolene and you also need myrcene. Let's go. Let's get you some gassy flower. Excuse me, let me go ahead and wet my whistle again. So, the cannabis industry is a really young industry in California. We're 2.5 years old. In July, we're going to be 3. And we really are pioneers and revolutionaries in this space. I'm really looking forward to seeing how these required costly terpene tests get used in our recreational model, because it is so important that we have this information, not only for training purposes on the dispensary level, but for consumption education on the consumer level. And I love terpenes. I love talking about terpenes. I write for the CV Weekly, and I've released a lot of articles about terpenes. If you put my name in Google, Michelle Rizzio, CV Weekly, you can be able to get all of them in a list, and you can learn individually about all of these various different terpenes. And I'm always here to talk, so please, my email is msrizzio@gmail.com, and I'm totally available to making all of the friends in this space. Thank you guys so much for listening to me chat about terpenes for a little bit.
Michelle, okay, you are absolutely astounding. You were fantastic. And everyone, I want you to know that when Neil invited me to co-host this with him, the first speaker I grabbed was Michelle. She was the one, and now to have her launch this so big time. I mean, I went into the dispensary the other night, and it was funny. This came out and it said terpene pre-roll, terpene infused pre-roll. It didn't tell you what it was infused with, but it was like infused. I thought, oh my God, this is a good intro. This was fantastic. I look forward to hearing more from you. Definitely, Michelle, your career is just taking off. So take it, we'll have you hang around, check in on the chat room and see if there's any other questions. But
sure. Yeah. If you guys have any questions, please, I'm still here. I really appreciate all the love. It means a lot to me. I know it's a lot to put into 40 minutes, but I think I was able to make it bite-sized enough to start the process of thought.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
Fantastic job.
Thank you.
Whoa, that was amazing, Neil. Okay, so I was taking notes, and I'm going to have to go back and really re-listen.
Me too. I think I might need to get like a consultation or something on.
I know, okay, can we have a terpene smelling event? Oh my God, let's do a terpene smelling event here in Coachella Valley.
That'd be cool.
That's what I have to say. Okay, so I want to introduce our next speaker, and our next speaker is also a Coachella Valley cannabis expert, just so everyone knows that. And she has a new company called the Cannabis Express Tours. She has a whole history in hospitality and in taking care of people. And her Cannabis Express Tours is an exclusive educational and highly entertaining exploration of all the nooks and crannies here in Coachella Valley. So it's like the first thing that should be on your list when you come down here to experience cannabis hospitality. So she's also born a Root to Toot virtual cannabis tour and a show that's also with these same concepts. So I want everyone to meet Lynn Daniels. Hello, Lynn. Can you unmute yourself, honey? See.
Can you see me? Can you
Not
hear
yet,
me?
not yet. Turn your
I'm
video
so
on.
Savvy. Is it starting?
There
I
are.
am.
Oh my God, you're
Hi,
looking
everybody.
so beautiful.
Joan.
I'm so excited.
So are
Lynn,
you.
that you're here with
And
us.
Honey Bunny, thank you so much for doing this. Neil, nice to meet you. Listen, Michelle is going to be a hard act to follow. So you got to really bear with me on this. I'm a reality kind of person. I kind of go with the flow, but I wrote something. If I talk fast, it'll be 15 minutes. If I talk slow and elaborate or go off on tangents, which I normally do, it could be maybe as long as hers, but I don't think so. She's a source of information. My goodness, my head is booming from all those terpenes. And the limonene is one of my favorite words. At any rate, thank you for doing this. I think this is really special. I am going to look at my notes, just so you know, and I am going to put my glasses on now. So, I do own and operate the Cannabis Express Tours, which I'll open by telling you about. And then I'm going to transition into how we, as an educational platform, have come to conceptualize the etiquette of cannabis. And that's what I'm going to talk about. There's a very good chance I'll cover more, but because I've learned a lot and I like to talk a lot, but my friends say I'm incredibly interesting and I come highly recommended. Personally, I became aware of cannabis's ability to help when my mother began to experience negative side effects from her heart medication. And we found CBD helped my mother with alleviating some of these side effects. And that's when I really began to question my role in the cannabis movement. So later, when my dog tore her ACL, that was it for me. You know how we all love our animals. And the vet said it would take surgery and up to 6 months and an expense that we don't care, we'll pay anything for our animals. I said, there's got to be another way. I don't want to put her through this. I don't want to see her in agony. And, how can you do it? Let her have a good life. So I thought, I'm going to try the CBD on her ACL, on her knee, and see what happens. And I tried it, and within 2 weeks, she was literally back on the beach. And I'm not kidding. 2 weeks, no surgery. And she's been fine ever since. So my little thing is I became a believer, and that's really what it is. I'm back from the 70s. So in the 70s, in high school and college, we, burn your bra. It was the hippie stage, moccasins, low rise, hair parted in the middle. And it seems like it's all full circle and coming back right now, which I find interesting, but in a different level, which is what I'm going to get into more so. So then after this happened, my husband ended up having an arthritis problem, and he couldn't even hold a pen for 3 weeks. So I put CBD Miracle Rub on him, and he could write again. So that's it. That was where I thought, how can I do something in this world to show people it's not a negative connotation? And I started this back 3.5 years ago, right before I boomed in California, Michelle. So it really was a time to get into it. And it's obviously growing every single day, literally. And these experiences were really an epiphany for me, because that's how I started the Cannabis. And I thought, what am I going to do? A tour would be great to educate. And I'm learning as I go along. And I guess it took about 2 years to really perfect it. And it's still changing on a day-to-day basis, because California cannabis is changing on a day-to-day basis, and our whole country. So I call Coachella Valley the Silicon Valley of cannabis. I started that, just so you know. So these at Cannabis, a cannabis bus, we strive to impart on all of our guests the value of cannabis etiquette. And we do this through a unique educational experience, all aboard a luxurious, and you can see my little sign in the back, and comfortable ride that takes you from the root to the toot. Now in cannabis, there's an entire supply chain that goes behind the flower you smoke or the gummy you eat, which the industry refers to seed to sale, soil to oil, but we like to call it root to toot. And it takes you along this journey, and judging, and bear with me because I'm turning pages, and judging from this journey, we visit our Green Extreme team. And these are educators, and they're composed of scientists, chemists, healists, and cultivator. So it's clear that the root to toot is not just from the cannabis farm and what it looks like. It's about understanding the process, the history, and the medical competence of the plant. So our exclusive network of the Green Extreme team ensures that every tour has different locations with different experts in cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, research, and development. And I'm with you for the whole ride, or we have tour guides, but during this time we pass on our experiences. We really have fun, and we try and help with whatever stage you are in your cannabis journey. So we always say whatever happens in the cannabis stays in the cannabis. So we learn a lot about everybody. You leave a cannabis tour with higher appreciation and respect for cannabis. And by seeing and understanding cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and development, and then retail, Cannabis provides a unique experience that honors the value of cannabis etiquette. And our services don't stop on the Cannabis. We really pride ourselves in being an educational platform. So we developed an online root to toot tour, as Joan had mentioned, to accommodate COVID. We had to think out of the box, like everybody. We had to make lemonade out of lemons and limonene. And but now the tours are opening up again, thankfully, and tourism is opening up. So it's exciting. It's exciting again. And even though it's been all along in our industry, an essential business here in the Coachella Valley, it's still exciting to see that the hype is again happening. But since finding my company, I've come up with a lot of tips and tricks that I picked up along the way. And let's start right away with the name calling. Pot, grass, weed, dope, reefer, ganja, 420, blaze, Mary Jane, which by the way is the Americanized slang for the Mexican slang marijuana. The US government used the word marijuana to discredit the plant. They didn't even bother to learn how to spell it. It's the legislation called it marijuana with the H. I'm probably guessing because Google didn't exist in 1937. Who knows? But what we do know is that the government used the plant to achieve political racism with the author of Bill Henry Anslinger. And he called it a violence-inducing drug connecting to Black and Hispanic people. And he created a perfect package of terror to sell to the American media and public. And he blamed it all on jazz. Jazz, that evil music that was created by people under the influence and made Black people forget their place in society. And lastly, let's not forget the movie Reefer Madness and how the government tried to perpetuate the negative influence of marijuana. So fast forward to the Nixon era. John Ehrlichman, Nixon's counsel and assistant to the president for domestic affairs, said in an interview, quote, "The Nixon campaign had two enemies, the anti-left and Black people. We knew we couldn't make it illegal to be illegal to either be against the war or Black by getting the public to associate the hippies with marijuana and Blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily. We could disrupt those communities. We could attest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. It took a long time for cannabis to shake off the propaganda. And while some of the etiquette associated with cannabis remains the same, we're reclaiming its name, cannabis. So that's our number one rule of etiquette, call it cannabis. When we reclaim the name of the plant, we are ultimately showing respect for the power and ability for cannabis to help as opposed to divide our society. In this whole process of reclamation, I would also like to address the misconception of cannabis being a gateway drug. Research from the Center for Disease Control proves that most people who try cannabis do not go on to consume hard drugs. This idea of the gateway drug only perpetuates the false notions set forth by the war on drugs. Remember, cannabis cannot kill you. Alcohol can, however. Yet we label the former as a gateway drug and the latter as the socially accepted and legalized item from your grocery list. Instead, we need to start viewing cannabis for its healing potential as something that could be added to our healthy grocery list. And now that we've addressed cannabis etiquette with regards to how we should name and conceptualize the plant, let's talk about actually buying it. When traveling to a dispensary, it is always appropriate and encouraged to kindly ask for help. Bud tenders are trained to assist clients with finding the right strains for them. Essentially, they're like doctors for cannabis. Bud tenders will recommend which strains for you to try based off of your symptoms and personality. Where one strain may help one client, it may not be best for another. That said, when purchasing cannabis, it is important to educate yourself on the potential effects of various strains. And a bud tender is a great resource to help you with this. Once you have decided on your strain, it is important to tip your server. Think of any other industry service like food and drink, and you'll notice how we tip in order to recognize and appreciate the work of the server. The work of the bud tender should be viewed no differently. If a bud tender is spending a lot of time with you, educating you on various strains, you should reward them for their time. One more note on buying. I suggest do not buy your product online. You want to ensure that it is regulated by the metric system. And the metric system is a regulatory cannabis system that is trusted in more states than any other. Can you hold on? I need some water too. Thank you. So anyways, trusted in more states than other. And this metric system ensures the health and safety of products at licensed distributors. Now, once you have your product, wait until you're at a private residence to consume your cannabis products, unless of course your dispensary has a lounge. And although legal in California, it is still illegal to smoke in public. And if you're a novice consumer, waiting until you get home ensures that you're in a safe environment to enjoy your products. We recommend that, and it's a lot of things that we do on our tour, helping the novice, or even if you're there's a lot of little things that are good to know if we want to keep this on a straight and narrow and not so much in the gray area anymore. But before I get into the etiquette of smoking, I want to preface this by, I don't smoke cannabis, okay? I don't even vape, much less dab. It makes me cough. Even when I go into a cultivation facility, I find I'm very sensitive, but I do prefer medicating myself with edibles and miracle rubs. In fact, I'd like to pride myself as I think I'm very astute with edibles. I have, experience with them. It reminded me, like in the old days in the 70s, we used to do 5 milligrams would be of an edible, half of an edible is like a half of a lewd, if you remember those days, in a glass of wine. And that was always my favorite relaxation. But because I'm sensitive to smoking, and in the old days, of course I did back in the 70s, we smoked anything. We smoked seeds, like branches. We didn't care then. We didn't know like we know now. And this is what makes it so special. But I'd like to recommend personally, if you consume by smoking flower, then old rules still apply. There is an etiquette to smoking. Offer to share, don't bogart, and watch your ash. And when we share cannabis, we create a positive and communal energy around the plant. It's just like sharing your favorite food, music, or art. Cannabis has the ability to bridge people together. However, when offering to share, always respect people's choice to consume. While cannabis can be safely enjoyed by many people, it is not for everyone. I feel free to offer, but never coerce someone into consuming cannabis. Just as you wouldn't coerce someone into consuming cannabis, make sure you don't accidentally give it to them either. If you're offering edibles at a gathering, make sure to label them as such. And even better, if you label out the dosing of the THC in the product, and be sure you tell everyone to go slow. And that's very important because it does take time, as some of you know. Excuse me. While cannabis is legal in several states, the rise, cannabis is not allowed on the plane, even when traveling from state to state, legal state to state. If you are caught with your product at TSA, your product will most likely be confiscated and you may be referred to the local authorities. Okay. If you happen to live in a state where cannabis is illegal, you can support the movement by educating yourself and on the cannabis history and consumption, and by contacting lawmakers to push for the legalization of the plant, because it will help. So now that I've gone over the basic do's and don'ts of cannabis consumption, I want to bring this conversation full circle again by emphasizing how cannabis etiquette is more than just exercising morals. Cannabis etiquette outlines the beginning steps you take to push for the radical acceptance of cannabis. It's about educating yourself and others on safe consumption, health benefits, and social implications of cannabis rise. And now my question for you is, or are you using cannabis to promote health and well-being, or are you falsely promoting it as the weapon Anslinger and Nixon made it out to be? Well, if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer. I thank you all for listening to this. Again, Joan, Neil, thank you. If you want to follow us on Cannabis Express Tours, it's CANNABUS Express Tours. You can learn a little bit about on our website. You can book a tour. You can see some fun and crazy things that I do. I'm serious today, but some fun and crazy things. And again, we like to say that we are the 3 E's, exclusive, because you go places nobody gets to go. We're educational, but we're entertaining. So thank you.
So, Lynn, that was so fantastic. I have to say that, okay, so I've been around since the 70s too, and watched the evolution of cannabis over these years. From when the only way to get it was from a dealer, local dealer. You smoked whatever they had for you. I don't know about your experience, but it was like, this is what you got. I didn't even know. What was that?
The little seeds. We were smoking the seeds. We didn't know there were seeds inside. Remember? The little seeds and the branches, the trim. We would smoke the trim.
Right. We would smoke whatever they gave us. There was none of this, what kind of terpene is this? And is this the right weed for my back pain? So But also, I really appreciated how you talked about the evolution of sort of the culture of cannabis and how you're taking people out on that bus tour, taking them around. I love, and I've been on your bus tour, by the way. So everyone, you should know that it's a wonderful experience to meet new people.
No, you didn't come on you didn't come on my tour.
It wasn't your tour?
My full tour. You didn't come on my full tour. You only came on the promotion. Did you go to the summit with me?
So I did. I went on
You didn't go on the.
But Lynn is going to invite me on a tour because actually, so I will tell you the truth, the backstory. So when Neil and I started talking about the physical cannabis conference, the second thing I said to him besides yes was, oh my God, my friend Lynn is going to definitely want to do all the bus tours and the education, you know, that whole component of it. Mm-hmm. So you've been on my radar, girl, for a very long time. So.
Well, thank you, Joan. You're always on my radar, honey.
The only sad thing is that we cannot smoke on the bus, right? Can we? Because of California law.
Well, you do know that's a big thing that I didn't bring up. It's absolutely true. People look at the Cannabis as a smoking, toking party bus, and it's not. It is illegal to smoke anywhere in a car. I mean, you get caught, you get caught. But most importantly, just so you know, and I tell this on the tour, basically you can go on a wine tasting tour. You don't smell wine. Even though you have, in our limousine, you have a divider for the driver. The bottom line is that driver is going in and out. We go like 4 or 5 to 6 stops, depending on the day and the tour, because we have different tours. So if that driver's getting in and out and he smells the smoke, it's going to go into his system if he gets pulled over. So it is totally illegal to smoke in the bus. That is, people doing it, people do everything to get away with it until they can, right? Come on. So we try and stay on the straight and narrow. It teaches you a world of cannabis and following all compliances, because in this industry, and if you're going to make it in this industry, you have to follow the rules.
No, absolutely. But I do remember, I recall reading that in Colorado, you can be picked up at the airport, you know, by a driver and a smoke bus. So every state does have their own laws and regulations, but very happy that you're following.
Well, I'm talking about California.
Yes, we are talking about California.
Maybe you will one.
And do you
there's all kinds of sprayers like Notor Fresh? Do you know the sprayers? Notor Fresh, Cannabis, but Notor Fresh has this. If you're anywhere, you can spray it, and you don't smell it. So there's always ways.
Well, I'm not so sure you don't smell it. Those people.
Notor Fresh, I just plugged you.
Okay, we'll write it down.
How you doing? I just plugged you.
Nova Fresh, huh?
Notor Fresh.
I'm not sure if I spelled it right. You can correct me if I spelled it wrong.
So
I have a few questions though, Lynn, for you, because we have a couple more minutes. Do you get a lot of people who are new to cannabis? Okay, or people who love cannabis and so they have to take their mother on the bus? Like, I'm thinking you'd be perfect to introduce. Like Neil was talking yesterday about his father would never, ever do cannabis, but I'm wondering if he'd be a good participant. Like, is your tour for people who are non-believers? Like, to introduce them?
I can say that's a big question. So let me start by saying it is for everyone, as long as you're over 21. I've had all types. I was just saying on a tour yesterday that I had 3 21-year-olds sitting in my tour. They just turned 21. It was their 21st birthday present to themselves. They came out to visit. We have tourists. We have senior citizens. They were in it with a 90-year-old man who's never done it, who was curious. And then somebody from out of town that was really quiet in the beginning. And I warm everybody up to understand what their goals are on the tour. Funny enough, it's for everyone. Those 21-year-olds, 3 hours later, because it's a 3-hour tour, 3 hours later, I said to them, what happened on this tour that has never happened to you since you can remember? They didn't once look at their phone. So that being said, it's interesting world. People are learning a lot, whether they're novices or experts or whether they smoke every day. There's always something to learn in this industry. And I'm still learning. Every day we go on tours. We went on a tour yesterday. I was blown away at this one place that we had gone, right before COVID. And unbelievably even bigger and better, and more information that we're learning, and our experts are learning more. So it's an evolving industry constantly. So the tour is for anyone and everyone. You can learn, and once we adjust to what the dynamic is, we figure out where we're going to go. I have my ideas, of course, because some days you can only go somewhere, some days you can go another. They could be harvested, whatever the situation is. And our tours are much smaller now due to COVID, obviously. And we have all the restrictions, and we take your temperature, and, we ask, do you have the vaccine? I mean, there's more questions to ask now. Did you or did you not get the vaccine? Are you cool or not? And, people that have the vaccine don't wear their mask. And it's that whole dynamic still with COVID is an interesting thing. So in answer to your question, it's a big answer. Like I said, the tour is for any type of person because you're going to get something out of it. I hope that helped you. Hello?
It does. I love your tour. I'm looking forward to going on the tour. I'd like to do the real tour besides just a short tour.
I want to go too.
Yes, and Neil wants.
And by the way, anybody mentioned this conference, you mentioned this conference, I'll give you 50% off, and you get all kinds of goodies.
All right,
Wow.
let's do it.
And if you bring a friend, so, depending on how many, I mean, if there's I don't know how many people are watching this right now. How many people are on?
We're up to 40.
No? That's it? Up to 40 people are watching? Well, we'll have to do it within time period to make sure we get everybody on. But we do donate a portion of our back, the sales to different charities relating to this. Right now we're doing the one, I forgot what it's called. I was just at a cultivation facility. They're doing it as well about getting people out of jail right now for it was just for the cannabis situation. Some people are framed. Has anybody ever watched the show For Life about the true story about Aaron?
No,
Anybody?
I haven't. But what's the link to your cannabis tour?
I'm sorry?
What's the link to book a tour with you, hon?
CANNAB as in boy, US, Express, Cannabis Express Tours, EXPRESS tours.com.
And don't you have a little TV show now? I see you do all these videos.
It's called Root to Toot. And we take you, there's different segments. It's kind of like Cash Cab meet Ellen. So it's on the Cannabis. We talk about everything from cannabis. We have different speakers. We have different people promoting commercials, the brands. And it's going to be very new. Probably one of the first shows like this that I can't mention yet which network, but cable right now, because that's the only thing we can do. But we're very excited about this. Working really hard. That's what I did the last year to put this together. And we want to educate and we want to have fun doing it. And that's really what it's all about. And the cannabis my big little cannabis idea led me to a bigger avenue. And that's what I got out of COVID, is to go the bigger way and educate on a national level. And I would love to have that Terpene Michelle on. Terpene Michelle, I'm in love with her.
I'm going to be booking her. I'm her new agent.
I want to get her to speak. She's incredible. Yes. Yeah, new agent.
And I already
you on the show with her and everybody else that's interested.
Good. I want to be on your show too. And
that's
you are
given, Joan.
Your fun
that's
is
a given.
Show is so fun. You're like this New York old timer with just such a great attitude. Anyway, Lynn, you have a fantastic day. We are so honored to have you. We put your links over here. Check out any comments you want to make in the chat room with people. And
if anybody needs contacts, I'm your contact girl. I'm happy to consult. I mean, if you're new in the industry and you want to break in, if you want to learn more, college. Is Robin on? Because I know it's big with the education in schools right now. I'm looking forward to hearing her talk about this.
She closes out the event tomorrow afternoon with all of her introduction, how your skills transfer into cannabis. So we hope we're going to inspire all of you, or many of you, to get in the business with us. All right, Madam Lynn.
I kind of
looking forward to meeting you, Lynn.
Can you hear me? Because it just froze.
Oh, well, she just froze, so we can stop her video.
Yeah,
spare her. And spare her. Lynn, you are definitely a woman whose time has come. And now, let's see.
So yeah, I made her an attendee, but let's talk about the fact that we were going to do a live event in Desert
Yes.
Hot Springs, and Lynn was one of the first people that you brought up to me because we wanted to create that like tour like experience and add all these other features to it.
I know. And I was so excited because I feel like my journey with cannabis here in Coachella Valley has introduced me to the most amazing people. And it's quite exciting. To me, it's quite exciting. And then some of them are on the show tonight or the panel because there's such wisdom. I mean, Michelle, Lynn, and now we have another speaker. He is not from Coachella Valley, but he's part of the forerunners of cannabis. So I'm excited about today.
Yep. And we were going to, so originally I wanted to do this live, right? And as you know, and I wanted to do it I thought Long Beach, because Long Beach has a really good like cannabis population as well, right? A lot of people into there. So I tried Long Beach. I went and looked at a few hotels, but it wasn't the vibe that I was looking for. And then my second thought was, well, Desert Hot Springs is becoming like the cannabis capital of California now, especially because I just watched Mike Tyson's podcast where he's building the first ever cannabis resort in Desert Hot Springs.
Yes,
it's been on pause for a bit because he went and back and fought, right? He went to fight. So because of that, I wanted to do it over there, and we decided that we'd want to do it at the Miracle Hot Springs. And hopefully next year, this event will be live, and we'll have it at the Miracle Hot Springs, where it will be a destination event where people can, take a dip in the hot springs, stay there over the weekend, but also we can have tours, right? And even excursions to the lounge that you were talking about.
Oh my God, yes. We're going to not only take tours, Lynn will take everyone on these fantastic tours. We are going to have the villa set up for yoga and weed, meditation and cannabis. Sampling, tasting. I think the biggest things for consumers. So being in the industry is an amazing experience because you get to sample all sorts of things that I had never even heard of. I mean, I had no idea what a dab was, to be honest. I mean, it was kind of incredible, but the consumer doesn't get a chance to sample. So we will have tasting rooms with some of the, a tasting room. So you get to sample and experience some of the effects on you, and you'll be able to meet our speakers up close and personal. And the name of Desert Hot Springs has been changed by the LA Times to Desert Pot Springs. Okay. And it has changed the whole nature of the valley. We've become more year round. And so people are not just here for summer, for winters, but year round now because of the cannabis industry taking over and improving the economy and the way of life out here. So yes, we are at the forefront of cannabis out here.
Yeah.
Very exciting.
Definitely is. So that's our intention for moving forward. So just to set that intention right now is that this is the beginning of that. We want to continue building this event and have maybe break off workshops and then just leading into the live event where it's just going to be an epic experience next year.
Well, and this, just so you know, I'm already feeling an epic experience. I've, just to be able to have some of my favorite people who I knew just need to be presented to the world. So I'm so happy people's joined us. Look, I'm in. Okay, sign up now for the conference. Neil and I have just been so excited in taking this plant public. And, I'm a chiropractor. So, and I've been using plants forever. I believe in herbs, tinctures, medicine, natural healing from the inside out, and finding out what cannabis can do on that level has been extraordinary. So I'm actually honored as a chiropractor to be at the forefront of teaching people about it. Listen, in the 70s, no one thought about this is going to heal my seizures or my back pain. They were just counterculture. This is, I don't drink, but this is what I do.
Right.
And it was a culture,
Yeah. I'm seriously wowed, like monthly almost, about the new discoveries when it comes to CBD cannabis in general, right? And like when I was looking at, because my dad has Parkinson's, when I was looking at solutions to Parkinson's, something that they say there is no solution and that you can only slow it down, but you cannot reverse it or stop it, but slow it down, right? So based on your lifestyle. So I started doing some research, and the only thing I found that actually had any like tangible effect was people that were taking CBD. And I saw all types of YouTube videos of individuals having like Parkinson's, like spasms, like hardcore, taking CBD and just waiting there for 5 minutes, complete shaking gone, you know?
I saw those videos myself. And here's what I'm thinking. Lynn has quite a way with people. She could charm your dad onto that bus. Okay?
I wish, yeah. I mean,
No, if
she,
anyone could reach your dad, all right, because guys, Neil went on last night on our medical panel and talked about how this is a heartbreak for him. He's, specializing in teaching all of this stuff, and his dad is absolutely don't even talk about this to me. But if anyone could slip in there, it would be Lynn. She has that kind of nature. So I'm going to hold out that by the time we have our in-person conference, your dad has been blown away by the professionalism. Okay.
I'm open to that for sure. Yeah, I would love to see that shift.
All right, let's hold that concept, everyone. And meanwhile, this, going from the etiquette of cannabis, Lynn, to Normal Bean, who is probably anything but normal. He's been this is not an insult. This is Normal Bean, the Universal Love Family. He is the director of the Eugene Pot Club. Okay, he's an industry veteran, iconic festivals, TV personality, musician, producer, cannabis farmer, and I know he runs around doing all of these hemp festivals, Summer of Loves, and he's an independent promoter. He's definitely a personality, Eugene Cannabis Television. So this is our friend Normal. He's going to talk to us, and he has a panel. By the way, he has a fun presentation for us, introducing us to some of the old timers in cannabis and having an experience. So here, oh my goodness gracious me. Okay, welcome to the old time rock and roll cannabis.
Hey, Normal.
Hey, how you doing out there?
Doing good, man. Nice to see you.
Hello, Normal.
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me over the music?
Yes, I don't hear music.
Oh, there's music in the background. I can't hear you. Go ahead and turn the music down. How you doing out there?
All right. I think you're multitasking, right?
So we got a bunch of guests here. We're going to have a really good time, and we're excited to be on the Cannabis Conference. And how are you all doing this morning?
We are doing
good,
great,
man.
Normal.
Nice to connect with you and see you.
Right on. Nice to see you, Neil.
And who's that handsome dude behind you?
Well, I'm going to introduce who I've got here. This is Dank. He's the director of the Eugene Cannabis TV, and my comrade here and partner in crime, and director of the Hemp Fest, the Emerald Empire Hemp Fest that we've done for years and years, and
former director of the local channel,
and now it's a Eugene Pot Club. Yep. So we've got a couple little tasks on today's show. I'm going to show you how to roll a joint. We're going to talk about Jack here, and I'm going to tell you about the spirituality that's missing in today's pot culture. And so let me start that off like this. Okay. And I've got multiple cameras here because I'm streaming to the Eugene Pot Club over here and to the Cannabis Conference. And,
all right.
And we're crazy hippies here, so you just got to bear with us. That's part of the Love family. And welcome, because you're part of the Love family too. So let's talk about spirituality. Now, since cannabis, pot has gotten legal in some of these places, a lot of people have become numb to what is really on the underlying essence of the culture and its use of cannabis. Now, cannabis started many years ago, use in the temple and the Jews, it was Kanush Kabam. So it's had all kinds of religious parts. But us hippies, this is kind of how it goes here. We grow this pot with loving energy so it'll heal people. And there's actually a spirit that's part of this. Now, that spirit, it identifies to you, and it's symbiotic with you. So as being a pot grower, I know, as I would be, guerrilla farming all over the place back in the day, I would go into my pot field and the plants would kind of turn. They knew when the caretaker was there. And it was very, very unique experience going on. So when you're rolling up your pot, it really comes down to the energy you've got inside and how you're doing, because it's a healing and a really thing that nurtures your soul. and the plant kind of speaks with you. I found it's kind of like Buddha, who sat underneath the Bodhi tree for years and years and ate nothing but hemp seed, and then he got enlightened. Well, why was that? Well, I'm going to tell you right here. It's because of contemplation. It caused his mind to open, and he was simply able to think about things and understand one level to the next level. So as hippies, that's what we try to do when we're smoking reefer. It's not always just for entertainment. Sometimes it's for educational use. You're like, what? Educational use? Normal. What? Yes. Contemplation. It opens your mind. So let's get that spirituality back in the weed. Yes, it's cool to have it on every store and all around your neighborhood, but let's really get down to what it's really about. So here I have on this table here, you can kind of see it. I'm going to pull a little bit closer here. I think you can see that there. Let me jump in there. You tell me if you can't see it. All right. Okay, so I take regular weed, and since today we got blueberry muffins here, what we're eating. We've got blueberry muffin weed. That's what we're going to smoke today on the show. So I take a grinder, just a simple grinder, and I'll put the weed in there because you want to get it all chopped up and have it nice and fine, so it's consistent, a little bit easier, smoother. There's just a few tricks to rolling. Some people go, it's the percentage of the humidity in the weed. Well, that does affect it. And so depending on how you go about the roll there. So I'm going to show you a couple techniques that work every time. And after I've ground this up a bit, I pour it all out there, tap it real good, get it all out of there. So, it always sticks in there, but it works really good. You got to clean it out sometimes. You notice I've got it really consistent, fine, about like that. And I'm going to scrape it all together. I'm rolling on a music stand. Musician, So now I open this up, and I'm using raw 300. It's really simple. And if you can roll with these things, this type of doobie, you got it made. I've been known to set people down and have them roll the whole pack. So they learn how. Anyway, but today I'm showing you on the show all a little bit of demonstration. So I will fold it like that. And you've all seen that before. Okay, and then the secret to this is when you put this weed in here, you got to make sure you got enough. That's step one. But I'll dump it all in there. Okay. Now notice, I'm going to put it right up to the camera so you can see. See how it is right there? It's all in there. Now, it's in a jumble. Now, most people, and I'm going to step over here so you can see it really well. Now, most people, they just want to leave it level across the top. But that's really not what you do. You want to poke it down in the middle like it's two little boobies there, like a Mae West parachute. And what that does is those little camel humps or boobies, whatever you want to call them, it looks like this. Let me get it ready and I'll show you on camera. You see that right there? I think you can kind of see it. Now, when you squeeze it here in the middle, what it does is it causes those humps to spread out to the side and making your joint become really smooth and straight. And then you can see it like that. I just lick the top and the top only, trying not to get it on the bottom part of the paper. Now, I can just take that thing and spin it right on up. Sometimes I'll double lick it right there at the end. And you get this joint like this. Now, okay, so, but you're not done. Now, look, you take your finger and kind of push it right in there and then you can twist the end and that dresses it up for you. And you take this in, you push it all in and it dresses it up there. And then you have a finely rolled, hand-rolled doobie and you're ready to smoke. welcome to the party. It's blueberry muffins. So we're going to light this up, pass it around. And I've got a new guest just showed up. So I'm going to bring her around to the camera so you can see her. And we're going to meet her. And her name is Kelly Ritter. And we know her as a hemp mama.
Hey.
Hey, it's Kelly here.
To the show. Yeah.
Right on. Kelly, why don't you have a seat right there?
Thank you.
You can puff a little bit. And I'm going to move this out of the way. Here you go, Dan. Hold on to that joint. We'll need that there. And I'm going to move this table out of the way. There we go. I'm just going to jump that over there. And here I'm back. Boom, right, just like that. So are you having a good time? I thought so. All right.
Yes,
so
absolutely.
Joan, can we see you again?
Yes, you can. Absolutely. Keep on rolling. By the way, what are the effects of this blueberry muffin?
The effects of this blueberry
So
muffin.
we can all smell it with you.
This is, I need a lighter. Hand me the lighter. This is
I got one.
an indica hybrid. Now,
Right.
now here's I'm going to give you the lowdown on the hybrid.
Okay.
I've grown more weed than you can possibly imagine than anybody else in the country. I'm down in the high times back there in California, and we're looking at the grow, and the little guy from England who's over checking the plants. He goes, Normal, hey, you want some of the seeds from all the winners? So we dug in there, and I dug out all these different seeds that were all winners. Then I started hybridizing them and messing with them and getting different things. And I tell you what, we got some winners there. So, but what I learned about that is you got sativa on one hand, and then you got indica on the other hand. Back to this whole contemplation thing with Buddha. If you want to be, contemplate and have that type, you go indica. You want to have religious type experience. You want to kick back. You just want to chill out. You want to get locked to the couch, indica. Now, if you want to have your heart racing and do speedy pot and do a little dance and all that stuff, that is your sativa. And so that kind of is the whole skinny right there. It's up to you. You want to be speedy, or do you want to kind of hang out? Well, the hybrids, you never know just how it's going to act, whether it's going to act like the mother or the father. So you might be speedier, or it might be a combination of slight, speedy, and then you melt into the couch. Blueberry muffin, it's a lighthearted, really kind, very aromatic. Everybody up in Oregon is kind of caught on it right now. It's the local, the rage kind of right now. And you can dry hit it just like this. And the taste is wonderful. I bet you can smell it through the camera. Here you go. You smell that through the camera? Okay. I'm going to light it up here.
Now, I have an opinion, though, about hybrids. There's very few land races left. So your strictly indicas and your strictly sativas are about obliterated.
Yeah.
You're really breeding for cannabinoids and terpenes now.
That's correct. That's exactly correct.
So the old idea of there's a this or there's a that, now it's sort of, here, we've got other ideas about what's going to be great.
And I found out that you never know. One thing about pot is it always seems to degenerate. So the more that you kind of mix into it and it beefs it up a little bit, it helps it out. But it will always seem to throw back to the mother quite often, a couple generations down. So it's up to you. You just go out there and you find something that really kind of works for you, and you grow it.
I like indicas. I like an indica back. They're my favorite.
You can buy in the stores, but if you grow it your own, then you get time with the plant. And that's kind of what I'm talking about, the spirituality part of it. You nurture it. You know where it's been. You talk to it.
Every day.
You're giving it energy, and it gives you energy back. We know it heals people because of its psychoactive properties and because of its physical properties, but it also kind of heals you spiritually because of the vibe by tuning It allows you to take time for yourself and tune yourself into yourself.
Okay, we can't breathe without plants.
That's it.
The plants can't breathe without our CO2. So that off-gassing, that exchange is, yeah.
Now, I want to bring Dank to the center here and let him talk to you a little bit. Dank, tell us the news in the hemp world. What's going on the hemp world and marijuana on TV?
It really does taste like a blueberry.
Excuse me. You bet. Yes, I'm executive director of Eugene Cannabis TV. You can see that on YouTube. We're also on Comcast, 1088 and 29. But yes, the biggest thing probably right now going, I say, is the SB 758. I wanted to talk to Kelly about it, and we didn't get a chance to chat a little bit, but 758, Compassionate Oregon has put up a bill that is basically a fix-all for the Oregon medical marijuana program. And it covers a lot of territory. The thing's like 70 pages long or something, but it's a beautiful thing. And we had testimony. And I was at the online hearing. I was signed up to testify. They ran out of time, and I never got to testify. I don't know how many others are behind me, but the people did spoke well. Senator Brzezinski is the one that put it up for us, and he spoke very well. And I would look into the recording, and that was on Wednesday, on the 17th. So, and then hemp. Yes, hemp is Oregon is just quite a place to be because of the hemp now, because of the hemp into construction. It's expanding. We have our friend Kathy Gein will be on later talking about it, and she'll really explain it to you. So there's so much going on. But my biggest thing right now is medical marijuana. Medical marijuana patients is actually, I'm really, really upset on the way things have gone. I mean, great. We have legalization. Of course, I like to point out, always remember this, it's not legal. And keep that in mind, because when there's penalties involved, it's not free. It's just the bottom line, So I say it's not legalized until it has the same controls as tomatoes. That's real freedom, So always remember that. But I'm glad where we are. Well, I'm not saying it's good where we're at. No doubt about it. Fewer people are going to jail for pot now.
It's definitely the beginning, and it opens up the steps, and it's starting in the right direction. But in reality, is we need to realize that it's a natural right, and it needs to be decriminalized.
A great thing to remember is they talk about marijuana as being an entrance, what's it called?
Here's what I know.
It's an exit drug. It's not an entrance drug. It's an exit drug.
I have friends that are rocket scientists, from Boeing to doctors and many other things, and they all smoke weed. Now, what they tried to tell you and feed you that this made you dumb or kind of lazy, but in reality, most of the people I know who smoke weed like me are overachievers. And you say, wow, Normal, how can this be? It's the truth. See, a lot of disinformation was put out from years ago, and we don't need to get on that. You can look it up and find the history about the marijuana madness there. But it's unlike any other thing, and really shouldn't be called a drug. It's really a food of the gods. So I have another demonstration that I'm going to get Miss Kelly here with me. She showed me this really unique item that is now being used to trim pots. So we're going to demonstrate that for you. It's called a net. And let us set this up as we're going here. Bear with us here as I move this table thing over here. And we're going to drop it down. And then I'm going to put this tub up here. Let me move the rolling stuff.
Okay. I rolled joints too.
Hold on. Let's do the tub first. Okay, so we're going to put the tub here. And can you see this? Let me move it a little bit closer.
Trim bin.
It's a trim bin, but I've just got a tub. And I've got.
You got one? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so here, hold on. This right here, this is a net. And it's just, it rolls up in a little ball and you can put it in a bag like this. And it's real handy dandy little trick. So now you take this thing, grab that side, and you tuck it over here.
You're gonna have to
Actually, let's use this one. We're gonna use this one.
That's okay.
Okay. This is another one I had in the bag right there. I kind of got it already adjusted for this size. So we're gonna put it on here. And then goes over the top just like that. Now it's got this little push-pull drawstring, and I can just kind of tighten it up right here. Now, so notice it's now a screen over just a regular box.
Tumbleweed net trimmer.
Now,
a local trimmer had made these and patented them, and I was running trim crew, and it's five times faster for separating weed and doing your littles. So when you have your bee buds, this is the way to go.
So here we have some weed here.
That's hemp.
And it's actually hemp. Midwest hemp. Give us the background.
It's called Midwest.
Midwest.
Kelly, we want to see you, Miss Kelly. Move more into the screen. Normal, ask her to move into the screen so we see her beautifulness. Yes. Okay. This is amazing.
Okay, so now we're going to take, you can take a handful just like this. You see that right there, handful, and you can just drop it right on there.
And you want it dry, and you just roll it around, and all of those big leaves, right? Some of it's bouncing off, so you got to be careful.
You see that happening?
Make yourself a mess.
I'll move it up so you can see a little bit more.
But that helps you clean up your weed real quick. And if you're not doing a fine trim, if it's not a bud that you're needing to put in a shop, this is just a fast and down and dirty, easy way to go.
You just rub your hand over it, rub it good.
Rub it around. And then you're coming up with this beautiful handful.
You see it looks like this. And what you've done is you've rubbed it around with your hand on it, just like this. And all the leaf falls through the net. And it keeps it all into buds. Now you can take this and then you put it in your other little container, and you can take the sticks out of it later. I de-stem it, kind of clean it up, and you literally can do. I can sit down and do 2 pounds in like 30 minutes. If I'm really rocking this way.
So we've started a little company. We've been making them. We sold 20 to one shop, and then
you get all the residue like that. This part, the leaf and stuff,
an order for 1,000
underneath it.
So we're making them here, trying to
unique little ideas that kind of get you through and help you as a grower. And whether you're doing a commercial or whether you're just doing it at your house for your own pleasure, for your own well-being.
Gotta work smarter.
Let me move this out of the way here.
Not harder.
And we have a few other people that were talking. Genesis RSO, Sean Beeman, and I think he's online somewhere, but so he's not here. I don't see him, but I just want to point out RSO, and I want to tell you a story about RSO. When I got into the hemp world as an activist and not just a grower, I had met Dank here. And he says, Norm will come up and be our stage director and help put the shows together. And I'm like, sure, that's what I do. No problem. So I joined the team, Emerald Empire Hemp Fest. And I started working away in backstage. And I got to meet some really cool people. Because you see, back in the day, Emerald Empire Hemp Fest is kind of like home ground. It was ground zero. It was where it was at. Everything happened there, and it kind of reflected the Seattle, and it reflected down south. And so this was really the war. And at that show, I would have every year, I'd have Jack Hare on one side of me. I'd have Dank. Anybody who's anybody would show up at that show to be part of it. But let me tell you some specific. A guy came up to me, and his name was Larry Bonner. And I tell this story all over the country because Larry Bonner really taught me something about the cannabis movement. He was Michigan marijuana poster guy, had been road crew and working with Bob Seger and all kinds of other people. So I kind of met him multi-level here, and a very fascinating guy. Well, he went to the doctor, and the doctor says, Larry, you got the worst cancer I've ever seen. It's all through your body. You're not going to survive. Maybe you got a month, 2 months, maybe. Well, Larry was pretty shook up about it, but he didn't just give up. He kept coming to things, and he found his way to the Hemp Fest here, and he met Jack Hare. And Jack Hare says to him, he goes, I got this stuff. It's experimental here, and you should try it, Larry. And lo and behold, Larry tries it. And I'm going to explain what that stuff was here and show it to you here in just a second. Well, so we all have a big giant party, and his friends, and we call it Larry Bonner's last party. Well, 10 years later, we're still having Larry Bonner's last party because he's still alive. So I got this amazing testimony from that, and that stuff was RSO. That's what this is in this little capsule. We put it into this thing, and you'll take like just a grain like this, and I'm gonna just like that. So it's that size of a seed right there. See it on my finger there? That's RSO oil. And that is the magic that heals you. Now Sean can tell you really the most effective way is suppository, but there's just ingesting, a lot of different ways you can do it. Well, what it does is kind of like honey. It goes to the cancer, it surrounds the cancer cell, and then it starts eating the cancer. After a while, you don't have any cancer. So this is the secret that a lot of places didn't want you to know for years and years and years, and there's continual suppression. Now, I've been the MC on stage after stage after stage at Hemp Fest after Hemp Fest after Hemp Fest, and each state after state. And I can witness to you that I'm seeing doctors, patients, all come forward, and they've all been healed with this one tiny little substance, RSO oil, right there. And that's the message we get from Larry Bonner. Now, Larry has passed since then. Very tragic story, and it was because people didn't understand. He had fallen, and they put him in the hospital. Well, they started him with morphine and other stuff, and he didn't get RSO oil. And by the time I got back from tour, which was just a couple days later, I met him in the hospital, and he told me it was too late. He wasn't going to make it. But still, the message passed on to everyone. There we go. There's our chief right there. One's going to tell you all about RSO, Mr. Sean.
Hey, buddy.
Bean.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome to the show.
All right. Yeah. I was having a hard time figuring out how to join. I've been watching you for 20 minutes, but couldn't figure out how to get online. Thanks for the invite, my friend.
Welcome. Thanks for being here.
Hey, nice to see you.
Tell us about RSO, brother.
Oh, man, you were doing a great job. Like I said, I've been watching. I just couldn't figure out how to join. But no, you've been doing a great job. RSO is what I call the therapeutic side of cannabis. It's really more for quality of life change than a head change.
Exactly.
And I find it to be very miraculous. This stuff saved my life 10 years ago. I was diagnosed with Hep C in 2005, and in 2010, I was very late stage, grade 4, stage 3. They told me I had a year or two left, and I started taking oil, and a few months later, life was better.
Wow. Can you tell me what tell us about Genesis Farms?
Sure. Genesis Farms, we moved up here to Oregon in 2002 from California. My best friend, Duke Schmidt, started it in California in 96. We were the producers for California until 2002 when the feds decided to show up and shut us down and give my brother Duke a nice place to live in Kansas for 3.5 years. So I moved up here to Oregon. My wife and I came up here. I brought Genesis up here. Back then it was, you know, the medical days where it was just patients helping patients. And I really embraced that movement. As time has gone on, you know, flash forward 20 years, now we have, you know, legalization and commercialization and a lot of regulation. So I do have OLCC licenses too, but I'm still very passionate with my OHA personal garden and, you know, helping my friends out. You know, spreading the word of RSO. I do have Genesis Farms as a product line in the dispensaries. Genesis Farms is the most award-winning RSO product line in Oregon, and that's because I'm very passionate about it. It's my primary product to make. We do make, you know, other products. I do sell some of the flowers. I'm making some extracts, things like that. But RSO is my baby. Here I am 10 years later. I still use it on a regular basis. I consider it to be kind of like vitamins, you know, just something I need to take on a regular basis and keep in my system. And yeah, it does a world of good. I get reports all the time from various battles that people have, from, you know, pain to disease to PTSD. And I don't really view cannabis as a drug that heals, more as an essential oil that supports our body in doing its job, which is to heal. I kind of use the analogy of when the guys went on the ships and got scurvy back in the day. They came back to land and they started eating vitamin C. Well, vitamin C isn't what beats that disease. Their body is. Their body just needs that tool in its tool belt to win that battle. And that's how I view cannabinoids.
Right.
When humans start getting large amounts in their system, life changes rapidly. And as you mentioned earlier, we've learned the advantage to suppositories, or what I refer to as rectal delivery, because you can take large amounts, like a half a gram at a time, and it doesn't get you really high. If you took half a gram of RSO orally, it would be pretty uncomfortable.
That's very small. I'll be very helpful. Yeah.
What's that, Kelly?
Been at the forefront of taking, you know, real medicine, as RSO, through the industry and the building of the industry through OLCC, which is no small task. This is difficult, challenging stuff. And, you know, they do soil and sun. So this is well-grown medicine.
Tell them a little bit about application, because I really seriously think that's something that's misunderstood, and a lot of people could get a lot better benefit. And I know it's a topic that you, Sean, really can explain a little bit better than some. And I think that's info that they need out there, don't you?
Sure. So, I mean, there's a few different ways. It really all depends on what your battle is. If you're, you know, grade stage 4 cancer, I would want a lot in my system rapidly. So that's the people that are choosing to use suppositories. If we're just dealing with, you know, a little bit of anxiety or a little bit of pain, or, you know, a moderate battle, then small oral doses like that one you showed earlier, the size of a seed, is a good starting oral dose. And believe it or not, that little piece that he put on his finger is a lot to take orally. It's very, very strong, and it's the entire essence of the plant. So there's a lot of cannabinoids that are in there that don't survive combustion. So when we roll it into a joint, we smoke it, we destroy the miracle, but we just get stoned.
My lungs can't take it for much longer.
Yeah, I think that's just awesome. I got another demonstration that I want to jump up here and kind of show you this other thing. Thank you for everything, Sean.
Yeah, brother.
This is
Thanks
a little
for the invite.
And Kelly is going to help us demonstrate this.
Okay.
She's really good.
Well,
at this.
he was doing, he had raw papers. I have raw papers too, but I do mine a little
I
different.
think you can see that right there.
So when I buy papers, my box looks like this.
Can you see that? Do you see the size of that box? Okay. Now this is the trusty machine right here. You see it's got all these little holes. You can see through the bond. And the joint, the paper itself, you just drop it in there. So here's the tube. You just drop it in one of the holes. And I was amazed when I saw this. And you just set it down.
And I use a coffee grinder, right? Because I'm just doing my personal, but I don't want to roll, by hand days or a couple days worth of joints or a party. If I've got a party, I want to be able to do it all at once. So I put my weed in there, do all that.
Let's go ahead and do it. All right.
I take my trim, try and get all my sticks out.
You see that? I'm gonna lean it just a little bit too.
I'm gonna fill this all with my trim.
She just pours all the weed in there.
And sometimes I pour keef.
Whatever you put
a little bit of crumble or a bit of hash.
I found also when I was doing it, you could just take it and do like
this.
Yeah,
and they have little vibrator things,
And it all falls
and it
right
would make
down
it all shimmy for you. And it's called, they have knock boxes. This is a bump box, they call it. And so I'll work and fill all of that up. I should probably grind it better. Put my glasses on so I can see what I'm doing.
When you're rolling a lot of doobies, this is the trick right here.
Yeah, you can do, they come all sorts of different sizes.
And then as you tamp it down like this, I'm going to pull out one. Kind of regulates how much you put in it by doing it that way.
Some of the ones in the corner.
I know.
Yeah. So use your love grinder. Grind it all up.
Yeah. I'm going to pull out this one here just to show it, just for an example. And you see all the weed is all down in there. And at the most, all you got to do is kind of tamp it a little bit, maybe, but really you just got to twist the end and you're ready to smoke it. So it's really a handy dandy little machine. When I saw that, I was like, wow, Kelly, you got to show us this thing.
You said, here, I'll roll some doobies for the party. I'm like, well, you roll really good, but let me give you some things that I got. And he, it just blew my mind. I see.
I love it when you teach an old hippie a new trick. It's like,
and these are old tricks. I've seen these beautiful handmade Alaskan ones that the old women, that's what they used. So it's like, oh, okay.
Okay, so now that we've shown you that, we're going to go into this. Aren't you having fun today on the show? Hold your hands up. Smile with your hands if you're having fun out there with the show. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's look at the actual weed itself. Okay?
Okay.
Let's talk about this.
So
Kelly,
they asked me for plants.
Hold on. Time out. Kelly, why would you pick stuff off the plant? Tell us people, why you pull leaves off a plant.
Okay, welcome to spring. I start popping my seeds, right, on Valentine's Day. It's a love, right? It's life. You're trying to, celebrate some good things. And yeah, this is a Lesperado cross. So I had all of my seedlings. I've tried like 30 different strains to see which ones I wanted to grow this season. So I had new stock that I wanted to create, and I had them all in a tent. So it was way cram-packed, and these poor little things needed to go outside because I've got 12 and 12. And in my greenhouse, I now have a dehumidifier, and I now have some heat, so I can regulate how my plants are going to be. So I wanted my plants to really grow some side branches. So I went through and I femmed the tops. I cut the little top parts so that the hormones would go into the leaves. And then because I had them so cramped for so long, I needed to create some light. So I big leafed a lot of my plant and I spaced them out in the greenhouse. So now that they'll get more light, they'll have more side branches.
So you're keeping these two so the photosynthesis actually has a spot to actually
right,
work
but
better.
I'm not keeping all the other ones.
And you thin the rest out so these can then catch up. So it's layering the plant.
I'm trying to get it to give me a lot more to work with.
So that's an excellent technique that you can utilize at home. One of the things I've always known, and its rule of thumb, is this. Now, if you want to make the plant tall, you plant them together and as they're going up. If you want to stop that, now, if you were to let it go, it would just grow a big giant cola and kind of like a spruce tree grows. Now, if you want to get more yield, what you do is when it's about 5'10", 5'11", or smaller for indica, you want to go up there and you want to top that top completely first before you do anything else. And what that does is it causes it to bush. Then you go along and you start doing this technique within the plant all the way around it. And what it does is it causes your plant to layer. You'll get different areas. I've had some that do like 6 packs all on the top, and then the bottoms all lay down and do more 6 packs all around it. It allows your bush to get 10 foot wide and 20 foot tall.
This is a beautiful plant. This is got a purple type of stem and a great structure. So you'll get to see these different sort of candelabra branches that come off.
Genetics is key. And remember, it's also whether you're doing in soil or what type of medium you're actually growing it in. Different techniques work better than the others for each one. I have found that I do a natural outdoor, and when I put like a water reservoir in the center, it seems to make the roots want to tap down further, and it loves it. And I've also found that by putting big giant rocks, it gives the plant something to grab hold of, and they really like it. And the bigger rocks you put in there, it means the bigger buds you'll get on the top end, because the plant can only hold as much weight as it will allow. So it tells itself it can hold bigger buds because it's anchored. Correct. So just, you got to get to know your plants, love them. Again, it's that spirituality.
Yeah, get that mycelium living soil going.
And so not only are we healing the earth, a natural vibe way, we're healing the souls of people, we're healing their ailments, we're showing a whole new way of life, a way that we can actually go out there and make a difference in today's modern world, economically, positively, and unified. So I got to, and speaking on that, I want to bring out something special here and talk about that. I got a giant box of those I knocked over. Now, this is another little special message I thought I'd take the time to share with everyone here. And
you want help?
Yes, I do want help. I think you can help me here. Let's see if we can get this done right here. And you grab that. And Dank, you want to jump up here in the middle of it here? And we just want to show you this. Can you see it all? It's now, can you see the message there? It says, world peace is possible. And this is the actual World Peace is Possible flag. I got it at Woodstock. They brought it to me from Europe and handed it to me and said, Normal, share it around, and then let's bring it back to Europe at a special time. So I've taken this actual flag from one show to another all across the country, and thousands of people have touched it and felt it. And at Woodstock 50, we took it and we wrapped people up in it and gave them hugs, little Woodstock hugs with the World Peace flag. So we're going to do that with Dank here, because Dank has been a true warrior in this movement since the very beginning. And there's nobody that I know, you know, there's Paul Stanford, there's many other legendary fellows out there that I just tip my hat to. But Mr. Dank here, you know, any guy who will wear a bag over his head on the TV show and be Dank Bagman, you know he's okay. He's the most knowledgeable guy I've ever met, and has always been the forefront. And I always look to him and for any kind of knowledge and information coming out. The day we lose Dank will be a tragic day that we can't replace this powerful, this hemp marijuana warrior right here.
I couldn't throw weed without you.
You know, we want to give big tribute to him.
I appreciate the kind words. The main thing is it's a freedom issue.
Yes.
It's a freedom issue. And you can't spell healthcare without THC. Remember that.
That's exactly it. The big thing is we really want to thank you guys for letting us, the Eugene Pot Club and the Eugene Cannabis TV and Miss Kelly's Mama Operations out there. She's saving the community. We really want to thank you for letting us be a part of your broadcasts and sharing your morning. And we hope that you guys will go out there and be inspired by this, and you'll share weed with other people, commune. That's the way you go, and you meet new people and you hang out. And that's why I showed you how to twist your own joint, because that opens up the conversation. And the next thing you know is we're all hanging out together and we're getting to know each other. And it's a way cool vibe. You've just made a new friend. What did you just do? You just healed the world. You just saved the world, because one person made another connection to another person. And that's how we save the world. It's the unity. And I can tell you, thank you. Now remember, you're all part of the Universal Love family. You can find us universallovefamily.org. You can read some of my crazy rambles. And I got them from smoking pot. So thanks for being here today. We got a few more minutes, and I'm just going to turn it over to each person here and let them say their piece here. Dank, what do you want to say?
Big thing I want to say is Eugene Pot Club. Keep tabs. Get on the Facebook. Join the Facebook group. Eugene Pot Club is going to be coming back when we can start getting together. We're going to get together. Put it that way.
Yeah.
And I'm set up. I've been missing out on camping the last couple of years. So I'm looking for camping. I'm looking for hanging out. So it's going to be a great time and celebrate freedom. That's what I keep saying. It's all a freedom issue.
It's we've got some great events planned. As we're coming out of this COVID, I'm doing a national tour with the Hendricks family. It's me and Ricky Hendricks going out and doing a whole bunch of fun all over the place. So come and catch the show. And we're going to have the new bus farther with us, the new prankster bus, the George Walker's new bus. So catch those shows out. Now, Miss Kelly.
I don't know. Mama Weed's seed company is working on gearing up for this next season. So be on the lookout for, new genetics and seeds available coming soon. So
and great growing tips. This lady will tell you some tips you don't find in the books.
Oh, we haven't, had classes for a while. I miss holding classes.
Yeah, excellent.
A pot club, that might be fun.
It would be. We've got to spread the word. I've got to get the word out.
All of us can grow for. We might as well,
So,
grow great.
Thank you for hanging out with us and sharing our blueberry muffins and our blueberry muffin weed here.
That was yummy.
Which if you could smell it, they just smell.
It tastes like blueberry
They're just
mustard.
exactly alike, and that is awesome. Miss Lady Heather, she did that for us. So we got a big thanks to her and all the extra people that got up and jumped out there and special tribute. So don't forget, we are going to have Eugene Pot Club shows and a brand new fabulous blues festival here in Eugene. And I'll see some of you also down in LA at the LA Family Film Festival that we've got with the motion picture people. I'll have a bunch of people out there, but that's in October, and I'll see you guys then at that too. So Joan.
Oh my God. Oh my God. So I just have to tell you from a personal, visceral experience, I feel like I've had a chance to sit and roll a joint with you, smoke, and just get down and hear some amazing connections and uses and stories that you don't get. So today's modern corporate cannabis doesn't share this history. We have a question I want to ask you. I don't want to forget this question. So I'm looking on our YouTube channel, and the question is, today's cannabis more potent than grass from the other days, from before?
Well, I have a perspective on that, and it's not true. There was just dynamite weed back in the day. I remember I got turned on to Panama Red, Oaxaca, and I've smoked it all straight up. And I've been blessed to be able to round some of those early seeds and grow as a guerrilla farmer. And I can tell you there are certain old strains that we don't have now that were just awesome and would knock you down. Now, what we have today is we have a certain strains that were modified because it's what we were able to keep out here in the West Coast and pass around with each other. And predominantly, most of the strains you see now are from those early strains. Even though they're called different names, they really come for that. So some of your landrace weed is so much better. It's just we've lost some of it over time. So that's my little input on that.
Oh, and I think the 17%, the terpenes I have on here, this forbidden fruit, it's only 17%. But the taste and the smell is magic. It's just amazing. So when I get to a 32% weed, which I've got that here, it tastes different. I don't care for some of the terps in that dirty, gassy type of smell.
And what it is, and that's right what I'm trying to say. It's not always the amount of THC or the actual cannabinoids in it. It's the way your body relates to it.
I like
and
a
that's
blend
an individual
of CBD
thing
and
with
THC.
each person. So you have to go and try different varieties.
A Frank's gift is better medicine. Captain Jack of what they smoked on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
It was a blend of THC and CBD. And so you got both, feeling less anxiety, feeling better, homeostasis, and a little high.
And you need to eat Jack Hare. That stuff is great. It'll allow you to eat and is a wonderful Charlotte's Web. So I hope that answers your questions.
I think we had another question, which was, and this might be our final question, what happened to that one-hit weed stuff? The old days, you had one hit and you were gone?
There. I've thought of it and grown quite a bit of it. It's just people like to hold those strains and it's harder to get around. A few of us back in the day would wait our turn to get our little quarter as it would get harvested there because it was one hit. And I'd sit in the studio and I told my little brother, and I'm like, now listen, you can only take one hit of this. And I left the room. And of course I come back, they're passed out on the floor because they took 2 or 3 hits. It's that strong.
This one that tastes
wonderful. Wonderful. Do you have any more? You guys were fantastic. I hope you hop into the chat room. Everyone just really would love to talk to you. Neil, what do you have to say?
I just got to say that was straight up edutainment right there. You know, and seriously, the people on YouTube were saying the same thing. It was so fun just to watch you do what you do. And I don't know, I felt like I was watching Cannabis TV, you know, really well done.
Reality show, like a reality show, Cannabis TV. But, you know, there was a lot of good wisdom. And I don't want to pass over the RSO oil as one of the most, for me, that knowing about that changed my thought of cannabis as being purely recreational to putting it on the map, because there really isn't anything pharmaceutical that can compare to using cannabis when it works for you like this.
Yeah.
So I also want to comment on, you mentioned that he died when your friend died when he got into the hospital and didn't have the RSO oil. And so in a certain way, pharmaceuticals are not necessarily compatible with the plant healing qualities of cannabis. What do you think?
That's exactly it. They shot him up with morphine,
Right.
and his body's so weak that it couldn't operate, and he didn't get his RSO, and which led to him to shut down. That was on Wednesday. I spoke with him. By Saturday, he passed, and he told me, "Normal, there's nothing you can do. I'm not going to make it." And if that had not happened, I believe Larry Bonner would be with us today.
Yeah.
So I've shared that story to everyone all over the world, because that's the real testimony, and that's truth right there.
It is
So
true.
I heard a saying that really sums up the difference between pharmaceuticals and cannabis, and that's that pharmaceuticals cause reactions, but cannabinoids, we have receptors. So cannabis is supposed to be in our body.
Yes. If we had more time, I'd love to tell you about one of the doctors that explains the endocannabinoid system. We have a symbiotic relationship that goes way back in time, and our body is made to process this. And the more we utilize it, the better our body is able to process it. Healing.
Amen to that.
Mm-hmm. It's like we either evolved along it, which is probably more likely, or it's been in our reality for so long that our body started adapting and creating receptors in it in order to be able to respond to it,
Well, think about prehistoric times. We ate everything, and it's obvious, 100,000 years ago, our ancestors were eating this plant and interacting with it.
Infusing themselves.
Are today. We still have that natural receptors that we should be ingesting. The psychoactive elements have caused our intellectual growth and our physical growth. It's the food of the gods.
Right. Here's a question for you guys. Do you have a few more minutes, Normal?
I totally.
Okay. So, I've heard recently in the last couple of years that that breast milk has CBD in it, natural CBD, right? Have you heard this?
I have heard that.
Okay. So, and we are now figuring out that a lot of psychological traumas actually manifest from not having, being breastfed by your mother, right? And then later in life, when you consume cannabis and you have those receptors, I'm wondering if traumas or things that weren't resolved because you didn't have that experience as a youth can possibly, be healed through the consumption of cannabis, because you're kind of replacing it and you're activating a part of your system that was supposed to be activated at an early age, but never was. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do. I know exactly what you're talking about. And that's something that we actually could do a further study, that I really kind of challenge somebody to go into that type of study so we can actually get the proof. But here's what I suspect, and having a pretty good background of this reality and its effects, I can tell you, yes, there is definitely proof to therapeutic benefits, rebirthing situation within the individual going through it. That's where we're getting right back to what I tried to tell you. Jewish religion, Kanish Kabam, was RSO. This goes back in many religions, and that is reflective to the caveman society, that around the fireplace, the shaman, the healer, the medicine healer would help. And we see this in South America and Borneo and other things. They have gone and taken a combination of other exotic jungle bark, all types of things. And what do we find in there? We always find marijuana, some type of hemp within that mixture that they have ritually used throughout time. And I do suspect that part of that is because it's such a natural relaxant for the human body that it puts you in a state where it tells you, okay, I'm all right. And it allows you to be comfortable enough to accept the rest of the type of therapy that's coming through. So just based on that, I would say we need to do further proof so we can show it in statistics. But yes, for sure, therapy and CBD, you're getting nourished. The mother's milk theory, I do believe that's true. Anything else?
I'm a fan of the CBGs and the CBNs.
Yes, she's been turning me on to all kinds of new CBD variants.
There's THCV coming. This is great. There's amazing
so
things
we're on
available.
the very cusp of the edge, because for so long we've kept it suppressed, so we couldn't really find out the doctor. My one friend, the doctor down in California, he and this was in the early days, he first started talking about endocannabinoid system on the hemp stage with me, Sacramento, and he was literally assaulted, just so much against him that they tried to take his license from him. It was just an insane amount of prejudice against him, because he was willing to speak out and go, yes, it's real. And so thanks to all those pioneers out there, they've fought. We all fought. Up here it was a battle. Now we've won, but we haven't really won. The battle is tomorrow's battle. The battle is the youth tomorrow. It's setting it straight so we can all put this aside and get to really healing each other. And we have an opportunity with hemp and with marijuana as a culture, as a unified world, that we can all relate. So I challenge all these people to get out there and do these doctors type tests, find out the different genetics. There's so much more than us hippies first ever thought. The youth is the key.
It's how we create a greener, healthier community for not only natural gas and building supplies and ourselves, but I think as a greener economy and happier people, it's just going to,
It's always worked in my life. I found it, coming out of
the only choice.
That. It's what, healed me from all my stuff. When I was an airborne ranger and went through all kinds of stuff. And when I got out, I went to the woods and I grew pot, and it healed me.
I have two sets of
I'm here
children.
today
And as
playing
a mother
music
that
healthy because I smoke weed.
smoked pot while I was pregnant, the older two might be missing a few things. That was Catholic Church and no weed. And the second one's, we're together. We know what's going on. So a friend of mine, her doctor had said that, if you smoke weed when you're pregnant, those cannabinoids affect the baby. And I believe that, these kids are a little bit more connected and happier overall. At least our situation is much better.
So cannabis.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. We have a comment on YouTube. I just want to comment, and then we'll wrap up, I guess, in a couple of minutes. But I consider non-users are cannabinoid deficient. And I think there's a lot of research that's been coming out about that our body actually needs cannabis to function, just like it's another type of hormonal system. And so we're turning on, and people don't even know. Maybe all those people who are so closed against cannabis are so deficient in cannabinoids that we just have to infuse them with something that they don't get it, right?
CBGs, I think, which is a precursor, sort of like the stem cell of THC and CBD, right? Creates such homeostasis and helps with the brain and bone development. These are rudimentary things. So,
Joan, you've got a world that's been bombarded by information continually, and you've got children and all of us that have been grown up with this constant activity coming at us. What has that created? It's created an individual who can't really see outside the bubble because they're trying to defend themselves with all this coming in at them. When you take cannabis, it relaxes the mind. It enables where all that information that's been coming at you, hey, it slows down and you can actually receive the parts that are coming in. It causes us to play nice in the playground. And that's really what I want you to leave you with. We all get to play nice in the playground. Use cannabis.
So when you come to town here in LA, because Neil and I are both in Southern California, make sure we know you're coming. So, you know, who knows where we're going to take this all. And we're just so happy to have you on here. I want everyone to be able to find you, the Universal Love Family.
Yes, it's universallovefamily.org. You can just go online, find Normal Bean anywhere. You just look up Normal Bean Band or get on Facebook, Normal Bean. You'll see us hippies out there, and we'll see you in your town.
Anything but normal, thank God. That's all I can say, right? You've been wonderful. Where are you, Neil? Hi, Neil. This has been the best morning entertainment I have.
It has. Thanks, Normal. Thanks, Kelly, Dank. Thank you, Sean.
Bless you
Thank
guys.
you, guys.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Sean. Your
Love you guys.
information is outstanding.
Love you, brother. Thanks to all of you for saving everyone.
Not us, man. It's cannabis.
Turn on that cannabinoid system.
Yep.
And John, like you were saying, society as a rule is cannabinoid deficient.
Right. They are. And that's the way it is. So we know that, and we're happy to have, now that all of our audience knows, think of all those cannabinoid deficient humans out there that are going to need a little dose of this information.
Straight up.
Right?
Let's send them etheric CBD right now.
Okay, just watching everyone, I don't know about you, but it really just kind of tuning in from Michelle through Lynn and now Normal and his tribe, I really feel more present than I felt at the beginning of the conference. And I want to point out that that's one of the most wonderful things about cannabis is that it makes you feel more present. And I kind of felt like we were in his living room. I don't know. Did you smell it with him?
Oh, yeah. It was like a multi-sensory experience for sure.
Right? Oh, my God. We're so honored.
I just had a huge smile on the whole time, you know, just like, I just love like such grounded, practical, and amazing information for what's happening right now. But at the same time, through something that is so entertaining, you know, they nailed it for sure.
They really did. And, you know, it's also interesting that there's a new corporate cannabis coming out and the corporate culture, but it is really the old timers that are infused with the spirituality of cannabis, the healing benefits of cannabis. And there's such a difference. So we want old time growers.
Well, that's where the groundwork was laid. And that's why we have a world now with moving towards legalization and decriminalization because of all the people that were here before that fought for that, right?
It's an awakening of consciousness, and it's first of all, it should never have been illegal. So, you know, just knowing that they took away this plant that had such healing benefits. Someone said, no, you can no longer have that.
Yeah.
You know, that, and I think we have a few people later on discussing that whole aspect too, but that was what I call criminal, because this plant is not about just recreation. This plant's a life changer.
Exactly.
And you are at the forefront, Neil, bringing it out.
Yeah, it's exciting. So you have a presentation, right? Should we get into your presentation now?
Presentation for everyone. It was a last minute presentation. Hold on, I'm going to get my screen ready and introduce everyone. Okay, hold on 1 second. So I just make sure I have it. Slideshow. Let's see. How do you do this? It's been a while since oh gosh, hold on.
It's slideshow, start slideshow. Play from start.
Oh my God. You know what it is? It's a thing from the Zoom is on top of my bar here.
You can drag it over.
I'm going to play from start. Here we go, guys. All right. So I am Joan of Angels, and my life's work is really about channeling messages from the divine. So in 2013, I had an awakening experience where I was told to paint 33 angels in 30 days. And quite a shock, because part of me wanted to rebel and say, no way, Jose, that's a lot of work. And I was painting oils, so it was like, oh my God. But I heard that call and I listened. And when I was done, I hung up on the wall all 33 paintings, and a book fell off the shelf that said, your call for angelic assistance has been heard. So that began my life as a paintbrush for divine beings, if that makes sense, as a channeler for messages that I received. And the beings that I was channeling explained to me that the call had gone out to thousands of people. I was one of the few that had said yes. Not that there was anything special about me, but I had said yes, and that more information would be forthcoming, and I was a channel. So lo and behold, I've been here in the Desert Heart Sanctuary in Desert Heart Springs, I call it, or Desert Pot Springs, as we mentioned. But I've been here, and in 2018, a call went out in the valley, in Coachella Valley. A woman who runs the Desert Hot Springs Art Foundation put out a call to the artists and said, there is a need for cannabis art. Who's game? Well, I heard that call and my guides went into overdrive, okay? They totally went into overdrive. And I started suddenly painting cannabis. Now, I didn't deliberately start to paint cannabis, but the same experience I had was that I started to feel the spirit guides of cannabis wanting to be on a canvas so the humans would know what they looked like, what they felt like, and could hear their messages. And so it began a very incredible journey that, of course, has still gone on. Now, my guides are very smart. They don't actually tell me where they're taking me. Okay, they only tell me the next step so that I don't get overwhelmed, panic, or, run away. So we started with some of these very outrageous beings. And as you can see, there's a figure inside there. And if you stand back from the screen, she is extremely beautiful, extremely powerful, and her energies are spreading outward. So it's like, come inside with me and start to feel your own inner consciousness. Your own inner truth will start to be revealed. So I had two fascinations with what was happening to me as a channel for divine beings. I was in ecstasy. As a chiropractor, I started to also begin to open my eyes to the medical kind of healing miracles. And so suddenly here I am doing this conference. So let's see if you can see some of the spirit guides that began to infuse themselves here. I went through my collection last night and I look at this ancient wise being. I've heard it said that the Lord of the Bang, the ancient gods used to use cannabis. And in fact, I've heard some rumors that in the old Sumerian statues and the Egyptian statues, they found remnants of DMT and cannabis, cannabinoids inside or within the statues. So, and in their pottery. So we know that it has been used, even centuries is too short a time. We know that it's been used, I think, since mankind began. And it is one of the plants, I always feel that the extraterrestrials brought this plant to humanity to share their wisdom. Otherwise, we'd be trapped in this 3D world. How would we actually know, especially as primitive people, how to find our food, how to function? And so those of you who use cannabis know that you get that extra special messages. Cannabis opens that door and that bridge so that we can connect with those inner messages. And so, by the way, this is all art that I've created, just in case you're wondering. Now, the most unique set of art came shortly after that. Now, I grew my very first cannabis plant in 2 years ago. I was gifted this seed years ago. A friend of mine had 3 seeds and she had sent them to me, and they're rare to get seeds now. And I took the seed, I talked to it, and it said, oh yes, we're ready. And I plopped it May 2018 or 19, right in a pot, okay? Without anything. That plant told me it was to do it. So I put it in a pot and it began to grow. in the middle of the hot summertime. And I actually was able to keep the plant out in the hot, hot, hot sun without any protection. And you know, it's 120 here in the middle of the summer. So it grew and it was extremely strong. Okay. It had extremely strong presence. And if you can see by the middle being there, that in a way, this feels like a male essence. Now, most of the cannabis plants have a female essence, but this one there was a male contingent to it. And there's several figures, even in the center one. You can see the eyes at the top, but then almost it looks like a little sitting modern day Buddha sitting within this plant. So now, under the influence of the cannabinoids and the cannabis plants, I began to dive deeply in with my digital art. And suddenly that one became two. Oop, what just happened? Oh boy. Okay, that one became two. And then the one on the other side, do you feel how powerful they are? And so these powerful paintings, these essences came into being. And the energy of the one, especially the two standing together, I felt they're guardians. They're guardians of mysteries. They're guardians of my household. They're guardians of the plant. And they're telling me now, it's like they create an entryway for you to enter into that consciousness of cannabis. Quite remarkable. So now I'm painting cannabis. I'm having experiences. The next place they took me was to expand into patterns and patterns and patterns, grooves. And one of the things I've learned in the last few years is that sacred ceremonies create repetitive patterns, sacred teachings, sacred chants, sacred rituals create patterns in our consciousness. And I think of it like the old-fashioned 78 and 45 records that you guys, the new generation, have never seen. But in my time, we had record players. And you'd put the needle on the record. And then if you loved that record, after about 50 times playing it, 100, there'd be a crack in it. And suddenly it would skip. And then it would skip more. And then ultimately, you could never get it out of that groove that was created. So cannabis, in a sense, helps us create new grooves, new patterns of thinking that allows us to receive universal intelligence and messages. And so when Neil and I sat out here in my yard here in Desert Hot Springs, and we were allowing ourselves to brainstorm and receive this information to do this event together, all I could think of was, I can't wait to share the spirituality of cannabis with our tribe. And I was so fortunate to find several that you're going to hear from this weekend on this amazing aspect and connecting with universal intelligence here. So you can see that the patterns, and you can see, I don't know if you can feel it like I can, the heart that is within these. So I started to take my cannabis out into the world. And this was the next one that came to me, and you cannot. This was, as you can see, it has all those little nubs on it. So it was a well-endowed cannabis nugget that I was taking pictures of. And as I'm taking pictures of it, and I'm sitting outside smelling the plant, sitting beside her, I'm getting guided on how to create this digital art. Now, I'm not creating it. I would say a paintbrush, but no, on the digital, I'm a thumb. I'm following instructions, and I could never reproduce this. I have no idea how this happened. So the cannabis art you see, I actually can't tell you how it came about, except that I was receiving divine intelligence. And again, this is a very playful being, very serious. But so when you're smoking cannabis, understand that perhaps a key would be to ask to connect to the spirit guide of the plant. how do I connect to the spirit guide? So we take a deep breath, and several of our speakers, I see Bree is on today, Stephen Gray, Beautiful Existence, Sari Starr. We have so many that are going to help take you. They do ceremony with this cannabis plant. So I was totally blown away. And I began creating mandalas using the same images. In case you don't recognize them, some of them are the same exact images. And now I'm meditating and I'm chanting, and especially the one on the right, I love the best, but creating these mandalas. So what happens next? So now it's July. My plant is growing. And I travel with a dear friend up to Nevada, and we're sitting under the sky. And I'm telling my friend that I don't know why I'm painting cannabis. I'm doing some cannabis art on clothing. What in the world is going on? And we're sitting under the stars. It's a beautiful night. And we're talking about extraterrestrial star beings. And my friend is very connected. She's talking about her guide, and who's a master of the universe. And I say to her, I really should talk to your guide. Can you talk to him for me? Tell him I'm ready. And I thought, well, wait, Joan, hello. And I realized, no, I'm ready. And I hopped up, stood up, put my hands up, and I started talking to this universal God. I said, I'm ready, activate me, show me what you want me to do with this cannabis plant. And swear to God, this is the true story. We're in some kind of valley. We're in a mobile home park, and it's very quiet. It must be about 10 or 11. And a bird up 10 feet to my right up here, about 10 feet away, this bird starts cawing, lets out this huge caw across the valley. It's echoing back. I had just sat down, and suddenly a jolt of lightning comes through my right arm, boom, 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 and starts for 90 seconds. Electricity and lightning is coming out of my fingers. It didn't hurt, but it was like, when you're walking on the carpet and you have electric coming out of you. And I put my fingers on my stomach. My friend said, Joan, your stomach is all lit up. I can see inside. I see your colon. Okay, it wasn't my stomach, it was my lower intestines, right? She saw it, and the electricity is coming out. And I'm filled with this powerful energy of awe. It took a long time for my fingers to stop electrifying. And I go to bed, and the next morning I wake up, and it's like I'm given the name 420 spiritual living. That it's going to be my job to help bring out this aspect of the spirituality of cannabis, living with cannabis, life, I guess waking up your cannabinoid system, which I had never even heard that term before. But I was told that I was going to help act as a bridge for many of us with cannabis. And so what is it? Cannabis can take us into the mystical and the magical. This is the plant literally telling me, we want you to see, we want people to understand that when you use cannabis in any form, and I think this is in particularly the smoking form and even the edible form, but the magical and mystical qualities. And it is, you find it's inside of you, getting centered enough to awake and be aware and tune in to the world around you. And so you can tell I've been having a magical time. This is the Blue Dream. Now, I started in my harvesting of my beautiful plant, who I think was a sativa hybrid. But so when I would take the leaves off, I started spray painting the leaves and using, kind of images with the real cannabis. And I just got this message, turned into a Blue Dream plant. Oh, actually, now I'm thinking, no, that couldn't possibly have been. This Blue Dream was actually a picture of an original Blue Dream that was being grown at a friend's house 4 or 5 years prior. But it wasn't until I was sitting here with being surrounded that this one came out. It was like Blue Dream, huh? And you can feel the essence. Improve, and she gave me that quote, okay? Improve your self-esteem with the help of Blue Dream. I began painting cannabis divas. And as a matter of fact, this one is right behind me. And when we're done, I'll show it to you so you can see it. Cannabis divas started to come to me to dance and sing, as well as this one. This one just went to a beautiful friend who might or might not mention her. But she is the empress of the cannabis. She is smoking her heavenly bong, which will take her to the heavenly realms. And her message is really about tuning in inside of you. This is an inner journey that as you smoke and as you inhale, as you imbue your consciousness, you can be lifted off. She's got a private transportation vehicle. That's what I think, at least. All right, now some of the other beautiful beings that came through, and these are cannabis leaves. If you look, you can see the cannabis leaves that came through this beautiful empress, the oriental, the energy of the Chinese. The Chinese have been using cannabis for thousands and thousands of years. Their materia, they call it the Materia Medica, which is that health book from thousands of years ago. All the ancient remedies includes a lot of ganja and cannabis tinctures to heal your body, soul, and mind. Okay. And as you can see on the left, I had the sense of a transportation vehicle. Holy moly, right? And you see the cannabis seeds. So I truly do believe that cannabis is a gift from the gods. And what you're seeing here is this exact plant that had grown in my garden. And a gift from the gods. So 420 Spiritual Living, I'm going to be bringing out in the next few months. Let me just end this. Stop share. So I'm now in discussions with different groups and hopefully with the Psychedelic Society. I'm in discussions to bring out 420 Spiritual Sundays. And so if you're interested in that, make sure to let us know, or you can send me an email at joanofangels.com. That's my website. But I will be doing these events on Sundays to help you be that bridge, help you join with us, just like we had a great time with Normal today, feeling like we were in his household. I want to bring you into the Desert Heart Sanctuary, where we can experience this collaborative energy together of creating that portal. So thank you. I'm so happy Neil let me do this. This is the very first time I'm giving this presentation. Your feedback's appreciated, and I love you all.
That was so good, Joan. Great job.
Thank you. Oh, and all the art is available, but it's, personal. So thank you so much. When you come to the desert next year for our event, you'll see it all.
Yeah, I feel like I think someone made a comment earlier that we're having an opportunity to connect with the plant. And I was like, yes, that's exactly what's going on. Obviously that's the reason why we did this event, but I didn't really think about it until it was said in that way. And I was like, yeah, that's what's happening. We're talking about it. We normally even showed us how to roll a joint properly. And now I know how to roll a joint, better than I did before. So It's like we're connecting with it on so many levels. And now you just took us to the experience of like the spirit, side of it all.
I love that. So I feel like we're sort of this I really feel like this is the juiciest conference I've ever actually been a part of. And I don't know how our audience is, but I feel really good about that. And also don't forget that blunt box. Who could believe that you could have some kind of box that could, okay. And I didn't tell everybody about the paint and puff party, but we're going to have a paint and puff party for sure. And they passed around a joint that was this big. Okay, I didn't even know they make them this big. I watched them the day before build it, and we could say it's building something that big.
Right. And if anybody is interested in actually helping us, I'm going to throw this out there right now. If you want to reach out to us and help us in creating, the larger event, whether it's promotion, people, or whatever you think you can do, even volunteers for it. I'm gonna put my email in the chat right now, and you can contact us about that. I saw some people were asking earlier.
Oh, yes. This is really sort of chatty. It's like being in the conference with my best friends.
Yep.
And your comments are just wonderful, guys. Okay. Oh my God, they rolled it in a corn husk. Okay, just so you know about corn husks, I'll make sure it's GMO free, number one, okay, because chemicals in cannabis is a problem. And corn itself really needs to be GMO free. But I bet you guys didn't know that corn silk, the little stuff inside the corn husk, did you know that can help heal your kidneys and your bladder? So it's really actually good for your urinary tract system.
Yeah. I await the day that I could do an event and just list off all of the things that I've heard, things that I've seen, read about what has been healed through cannabis, and right. I really did. Why I say wait for the day is because I'm so careful every time I do anything on cannabis, what I say, because if you make any claims that they say is not verifiable, it comes back to you. And now that we're a full-on organization, PortalToAscension, I've had people email me and say that I can't use the word healing in any of our events anymore.
Oh my God, my cousin was telling me, my cousin's a constitutional attorney, and he actually said we need to have disclaimers. So here's our disclaimer. We're not healing anyone. Mm-hmm. We're not, and we're only telling you about things that are available and unusual and potentially new ways for anyone, but we're certainly not recommending that you don't try. Yes.
We're just discussing what's out there, and in no way are we diagnosing or anything on all of that stuff,
Right. Absolutely.
As we move forward into this reality, in this new world, you and I, wink, wink, we know what's up.
Well, I think it's kind of wink, wink, a sad state of affairs. And that which is truly healing has to be kept a secret, while that which we know has side effects and, you have to be on it for the rest of your life, wink, wink, is, acceptable. So we are. But actually, isn't PortalToAscension about all those things that are the wink, wink?
Yeah, for sure. So that's another topic, but someone emailed me because they're using the word ascension and they have a copyright on it. So I'm not allowed to use the word ascension in relation to healing anymore because they're a medical pharmaceutical company with the name Ascension in it.
Oh my goodness. So we have a new name now, or we can use it with
I just don't use the word healing with the word ascension in one word.
Well,
in one sentence.
Absolutely. So there's a new awareness on this planet of our words. Those of you who want to be more conscious and aware are going to now do the wink, wink. Raise your hand during the wink, wink. Neil, this has been really fun. I know you have some wonderful stuff for us too.
Yeah, so I'm just going to do some poetry because we have our next guest coming up in 13 minutes, right? Jen Montgomery is next.
Yes, Jen is next. And is she coming up? Yes, at 11:50.
Yeah, let me see. She's in the room. So yeah, she's on. Jen, you're on two devices, so I'm not sure which one you want to be made as a panelist, but I'll make them both. But what I'm going to do right now, just to kind of shift it up a little bit, it's all about expressing ourselves anyway, right? So even though the poetry could be on whatever topics, it's all about expression. And when it comes to cannabis, I feel that many people that I communicate with, interact with, that we enjoy cannabis or CBD or the healing properties, it really has assisted people in expressing themselves. And if you look at the trauma, right, the trauma that can get healed from cannabis, what is really happening there maybe is something that we're not able to express or talk or communicate about or aren't able to feel. And now through this is giving us the opportunity to process what we have been holding off for so long. And when it comes to cancer, for example, I really feel that's definitely a great example right there, is that there's a lesson there. Cancer is basically a call out and a cry out saying you weren't paying attention and now I'm a cancer, right? So when you take natural medicines, natural plants, in order to address those things, it gives you that opportunity to really dissect and heal what that trauma is. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a poem that's as close as I can be to the concept of cannabis, because I do like to create poetry that's curated to the event. But the only cannabis poetry I have are hip hop songs on cannabis that I wrote that maybe isn't really good to talk about right now. But so this one's called Mother Earth. I did it actually at the Spirituality of Cannabis panel that we did 3 days ago. And this is going to be for part of my new album that's going to come out by the end of the year. If you want to check me out, my conscious hip hop, spoken word, and rap, I am at Instagram, I_am_resonance, I_am_resonance. And not only do I share all the events that we do there, but also my music and poetry. So this one is my ode to Mother Earth. And since we're talking about cannabis, and as somebody had said a couple of days ago, cannabis has both the divine masculine and feminine aspects of it, right? Which transcends gender. But when we're talking about third dimensional gender, there's the male and the female plant. We talk about Mother Earth, talk about Maria, the energy of cannabis. So this one is to Mother Earth, just to stay into the theme of that whole divine feminine aspect. Mother Earth. This goes out to one of the manifestations of Source. The north sky reflects light on my porch. The entire planet is my church. Even when she is scorched, Mother Nature will nourish and replenish the soil so that mankind can reap the spoils. Abundance, creation and destruction, the Kali Ma personification, manifesting on this plane in the form of all life, married to Father Sky. Our minds remain fertile, earth on the back of a turtle, the Nephilim reversal, and generations of persecution, Nemesis brings retribution. And Ishtar's contribution are the flowers that bloom. The life that we once knew, she is the one who provides unconditional love to you as you move over her surface. I dedicate these verses. She is always of surface. Time to give back, time to bring it back. You see, the wounded feminine is where we have been at, but also the wounded man. The divine aspect ran away from a place a millennia ago. Patriarchy and damaged egos took over this world. Now is the moment to bring back the days of old. The divine feminine has been on hold, but never truly left. The energy transcends gender as we embark on this quest to remember our nest. Before we were born, she blessed you and me, you and me. But who are we? We are an illustration of beauty and art, displayed in the cosmos for all those who pass us to see and admire. She is the fire, the water, the wind, and the birds. All other creatures have heard. Her voice sings the lands into existence, providing assistance and gravitational resistance so we can continue to thrive. When we die before our souls return to the sky, we join her and become her again, the truest of friends, with us until the end and rebirth. She is Mother Earth. Thank you.
Profound.
And that's what we're really doing here, Joan, is we're not just connecting with the plant, we're connecting with the consciousness of the planet. You know, it's the gift of the gods, as you said in your presentation. I
love not just your consciousness with this poem, but everyone so far has really talked about tuning in, using this plant, tuning into your consciousness and into the plant. Your poetry is so awesome, Neil. I think you do these conferences to highlight your poetry.
Well, for years I didn't, and then all of a sudden I did. So it took me a while to get the nerve to even say it, you know.
Can you give me your Instagram handle so I can put it here?
I_am_resonance.
Okay, we have a new title for the former Portal to Ascension. And it could be, wait, where was it? The Portal to Integrity and Levity. Mm. I used some of the words I found here. Portal to Integrity and Levity as new words. We can have a contest.
All the updates for Portal to Ascension, because we're launching a new website, as you know, within the next week and a half. That's also going to be showcased on my Instagram. And my Portal to Ascension Instagram and Facebook was both canceled by Facebook. So I'm starting over, guys. So if you want to go and support us and also see what we're up to, then go ahead and sign up on the Instagram there.
Love that. I didn't even know you had an Instagram account. Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. So should we bring Jen on, or?
We're going to be on Clubhouse soon, guys. I am on Clubhouse. So if you're on Clubhouse, I'm going to be launching 420 Spiritual Living on Clubhouse. Maybe not tomorrow because I may be on here, but a week from tomorrow. So there you have it. So we can drop in, do some meditation, go into those interdimensional worlds. And I don't think that's illegal to say interdimensional worlds.
No.
Conscious living.
We could say those things.
Channeling.
Yeah.
New wisdom.
Yeah, hopefully I can be on Clubhouse within the next couple of weeks, and we can set up a Portal to Ascension group, and then we can, feature each other on our groups.
Oh my God! I did have an old cell phone. That is kind of funny. I saw it a while ago.
Yeah, I spoke to you about Clubhouse a month ago, and you were the first one who said you were going to look for a phone, I think.
Yeah, but
I think you didn't find it.
Yeah, because it's in some box of ancient technology box.
It'll come to me. I'm just lazy. I'm just gonna go out and buy one.
One. Okay. All right. So let's see how people are liking this. We have a beautiful person from Croatia. I love Croatia. I did not know they grew weed in Croatia because I went and visited my mother-in-law there. So I have no idea.
Oh, no way.
About any of that.
Oh,
No.
I want to say one thing that I really got out of today was you don't need higher percentage THC to get, because you know me, I'm at your place and I'm all like, hey, check this out. This is 39. And I feel like maybe that's like, I'm just on overdrive with it. Maybe I have some anxiety because I'm taking ones with too much percentage. So I'm actually starting to try lower percentages now, maybe 17 to 20%.
Yes, because someone commented this morning that it's actually 34% THC could send you into a panic attack. And
yeah.
In the early days for me, when I started smoking in college, I actually had panic attacks all the time with cannabis and anxiety attacks, and I couldn't even speak. And I remember being at a party once, and I wanted to say hello to the person that walked in the door. Well, I must have practiced in my head for about an hour. It took me about an hour to finally say hello to someone. I was so self-conscious. And so it really never dawned on me that cannabis could be any other way until years later after I stopped practicing.
Did you say this was your first time smoking, or what were you saying?
Well, that was when I first started smoking in college. It was the kind of weed that was very strong and probably too high, because it sent me into total paranoia, which I know a lot of people talk about. And I think this morning it came out that there's a correlation to the very high percentages of THC. And I love, some of our speakers, I think we have Ruth later, are going to talk about subtlety. It's not how high you dose it, but more what you're taking and how you learn to take it for yourself. You are different than me, and I'm different from every person here. And so what it requires is different.
Yes.
For you and for me.
Definitely. And as time progresses and the more information comes out, the more intentional we can get with it, and having situations where you're not just purchasing whatever, but being able to communicate how you feel to the bud tender and them giving you advice on what would work for you, right? That's really where we're going to.
And then sharing it, like when you see your parents or your friend, people suffering in pain and they're like addicted to pain medication. After this weekend, you're going to be able to say, listen, I know who you should talk to, or there is a way. And it's not like, the thing about medicinally, it's not like smoking a joint. Medicinally requires constant, focus on what you want to heal and how to heal it. And, it's not. So when people say, well, I had cancer and I tried cannabis and it didn't help.
Yeah.
My response is, you didn't take it therapeutically. There's a way of being educated.
Definitely.
With that in mind.
Jen's in the house, so do you want to bring her on?
I am going to bring her on. Jen is in the house, and Jen is going to be speaking another fantastic subject, unveiling of the universe, unpacking the seed, okay? Talking about what cannabis is and its role in the divine planet, what keys it holds to the proverbial kingdom, and potentials it has yet to uncover the world. So Jen has a tremendous amount of history, living and working around the world, actually, in South America and Asia. And now she's been entering the cannabis industry with a lot of information about why it should no longer be demonized. So I'm really happy to bring her on.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Oh my God, look at you. Welcome. Where are you presenting from, Jen?
I'm in Yucca Valley right now in my backyard. And how are you?
Oh my God, so happy to see you, love. And I already feel your powerful vibrations. And I'm gonna let you take it away.
Thank you so much. And the first thing I have to say is, oh, the gratitude that I have to be able to be sitting here and speaking with you folks today. It was only but a dream or a thought that maybe I was the only one out there for so long. So I just want to know that I love all of you and for the contribution that you play in not only the unveiling, the unpacking of the seed of cannabis, but it was ultimately is the unveiling of the universe. Some call it by names, the end of days, the lifting of the veil, whatever. It makes no difference. We are going into a new age of unity and of healing and of everlasting life and eternity, etc. So as is the unveiling of the universe process, so expansive and incomprehensible, is the, in essence, seed of cannabis so densely packed. And I joke, anyone who has been intimately around cannabis in any type of flower form knows that you can't so much as approach it. I say so much as even glance its direction, and it doesn't lose something in weight. It is so densely packed with so much medicine that we're just now tapping into, so much healing powers that we are just now tapping into, right? And to try to get through all of this as quickly as I can. Briefly, I started my journey of life at birth, knowing something that I didn't know I knew, with a lot of experiences of paranormal, psychic, what you ever you may call it, experiences that I just thought were normal or what have you. And one being so disturbing because I never knew what it was, to the point that the journey that I was already on, being puppeted on since birth, took the turn of my declaring at 14 years old, whatever it was, take this from me now. Do not want to have this with me anymore. Continued a journey of another 20 years of being puppeted through life through what seemingly appeared to be a really messed up, bad decision making, doing the opposite of what I would have intended, and alcoholism. Definitely a heavy disease of alcoholism. And this led me through a course of events to finally, in 8/8 of 03, have a 180 intervention meeting with my twin flame. Hence, now the real hard journey began. This journey took us around the world a little bit, took us through the awakening and the ascension and the enlightenment, to ultimately what I know to be is it's about remembering. That happened for me in 2010. The entire process, cannabis was a huge growing truth within that. The next 4 years are somewhat something I'm not going to speak about at this time. However, they took me upon a journey, us upon a journey back into what you might call the 3D, back into the rat race, back into the Jennifer starting at the bottom of the rung, packing up a truck, moving from Tennessee to Manitou Springs, getting a badge to be in the industry, getting a job, learning everything, coming out here, starting a company, boom, 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 boom. But the reality of that quickly achieved career and skill set, a rounded skill set, was more for the truth of why I'm here today, which is the truth of the spiritual, universal time we are in and time we are going into, and the role that cannabis overall plays in that. So I would suggest, as in that any and all beings, life forms, all that comes of the earth, which comes of this universe that we know of, may be healed and made whole as well from which it comes. And I do believe that I am not biblical. My journey has been one that has disallowed other opinion, other religious tenet, outside of needing to look at something to verify something and see how it all comes together as one, including all geometry, math, science, et cetera, 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 all comes to one thing. So as I ironically became a expert in all things legal retail cannabis, I'd laugh about that because ironically, I am a memory of much of the deepest to the now of the unveiling of the universe, and in essence speak to and am channeling with or have a being with the plant of cannabis, as many do on many levels. But that to which being taken inside of the plant, as my questions were things like, how ancient really is this plant? Where does it really come from? Well, that continues to change. It was once confused with a hops plant. We have a tree of life, a tree of good and evil. We have a lot of symbolic things. We have a fountain of youth. We have the proverbial this and that. Could it be that ultimately this genus plant that we are now calling all things cannabis, or hemp, and possibly more, separating it from hops, by the way, the absolute killer that we continue to go woohoo, but don't you dare take a hit off one of those left-handed cigarettes, because it could mean your freedom, your life, your livelihood, your health. How many have suffered, died, been imprisoned, lives ruined, generations ruined? I could go on and on and on and on for the sake of what became the accepted propaganda and demonization of the one healing plant out there, not getting into mushrooms and other things like that right now. Just that comparison, right? That is a part of the unveiling where folks are now going, you know what? Yeah, that really doesn't make sense. So much so that this legalization process, as it quickens and quickens, brings more of the us like-minded who are not just cannabis folks and activists and scientists and believers in and industry people, but also know what it really, really is and is capable of. Not only is it capable of and is the key to, or of one of the two keys to, the complete and whole healing of the physical mind, body, spirit, literally physical health, cellular generation, disease, no longer death, or at least a modified time limit on that is infinitum. An ability to upgrade the brain, even as such, as we know the masses of it, the 95.46% is not yet lit. The ability to take this material body we're actually in this time, no longer on a karmic cycle, yes, goes with on this further journey into this new world, in essence. It also starts with this raising of our consciousness. And those of us here have raised our consciousness to a point, through whatever means, of having a certain level of vibrational frequency match of understanding and knowing. We understand the physical and the mental and the psychological aspects. We understand the healing of the spirit and raising of the human conscious vibration and collective consciousness of the planet. We understand the healing that it will provide in the unifying of the planet. with the minds that are of the highest intent for the good of all and with purest heart, rather than the prior regime and current paradigm of big business, big money, slave planet. You all know where I'm going. This is the point in time that we unify and say what no one has ever felt or had the courage or the ability to do, which we do. Be a huge part of the absolute paradigm shift on the planet through also the spoils, the profits, the resources, and the opportunities of the cannabis industry. We can find a way, along with other like-minded, to literally shift this paradigm, remove the power from the powers that be, and put it into the right hands of a higher vibrational intention. Is everybody kind of following me here? Hello?
Oh, yes, 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 yes. Definitely. We are here with you. Totally fascinated.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm not getting up, because I truly, truly am trying to hone it down to this seed. So what I'm truly getting to is we will be, as we change these, we go through these final end of days, ending of the paradigm, which is quickened quite greatly, as we have all seen it now, very, very much in our faces and in our reality as of about a year ago, 2020, right? Things were happening before that, but the quickening is getting quicker and quicker and quicker, because cannabis, as it takes off in a domino effect, as does the rest of it. So this is the time and place where I am suggesting that for any of those of like-minded, that we start taking from the power from the 0.01% who hold it over the others into the right hands with this industry, healing the individual body, mind, spirit, healing the community, healing the economy, healing the planet, unifying it, evening it up, creating the so-called heaven on earth reality that we should be having at this time. And cannabis is a major, major role in assisting in that. I also suggest that there will be DNA markers that will take it to the point, literally, of not only identifying an indigenous DNI bloodline, but that of which was donated. As yes, we were parentally donated of that which was created at that time within this universe up to that point. We're the babies on the block, so to speak, right? And it is our time as a planet within this solar system and beings on it and life forms and energies to be in that next level, right? It's that time. Call it the second coming. Again, this is not religious, but if you look at it that way, or from Judaism or Hindu or Islam or any of the modern religions, and even spread it throughout to any of the ancient religions, myth, philosophies, science, quantum physics, I go on and on and on. It all comes down to the same thing. Right? And all that is within may be healed and may be everlasting. And this is our time frame. And in the first coming was the bringing of a Christ consciousness, a vibrational consciousness that carried over through the next approximate 2 millennia, in order to then bring in the second coming of it, which is the flip side of it, the more feminine. Many say the age of Aquarius, but the more feminine, or the Eve ending of it, the karmic ending of it, to make whole the full Christ consciousness. Religious or not religiousness, it's a consciousness of being, a level of vibrational frequency of collective thought, heart, mind, body action. So this is the time for that. I also am an expert in all things cannabis retail because of my knowledge and my remembrance and my knowing and my uncanny gifted knack, passion, call it, for the plant, the seed, its potential, the patience, the ones that you eyeball to eyeball every day in a dispensary and see their woes and hear their pain and want to help them and provide them help, and then their faces when they get it and come back in and are so grateful and you've changed their lives. It's my husband, as he put it. It's about doing something that you were not able to do before. He's creating a divinely, and that's something else I'll mention, but for any of those interested in my line of thinking, we are creating a pet project of CBD of our own, Sozo, but more based on the concepts of this, of the fact that, how does the plant know exactly what to target? What are these markers? What is the DNA going to truly reveal to us and spiritually be what's best for each and every individual type of concept, right? So kind of getting a little off track there, but I guess what I'm trying to say is I recognize now that was why I was able to juggle a lot of different aspects of the entire industry and business itself very quickly, because like a jack of all trades, just had to grab a little from here and there to be able to have this conversation with folks like yourselves who are on the same page, but who come from your own section or expertise within this final single truth, right? I'm sorry, there may be a lag. I don't feel like, is anybody there?
God, we are all here, honey. And we have 41 people online with us. Plus, we have people on YouTube who are watching. We even have some comments for you. Absolutely loving you. Right on. Perfect information. Thank you. Keep on keeping on. So we do have, yes, I'm following. That's what I'm hoping to do.
The ponders I would love to throw out there are ones that many I'm sure have had or had to a certain extent, but I would like to throw them out now. The ponderings of how much is packed into this seed, into this flower that we call a flower, that is herbaceous, that is also a tree, that is this, that is that, that has the ability to provide so much relief for so many varieties of symptoms, for so many beings, on so many levels, so many diseases, disorders of the body, of the mind, of some psychological, physiological, all these things. And how does it know what to target in whom it is being taken into? As my husband would talk to his plants, the female plants, and they showed me how they learned to be what they were, because they were not, if they were not pollinated and they were not male and seeded in order to live on, they had to live on. And they did so by rooting out any and all and everything and living off of and becoming everything within and around its entire regional, spatial, environmental location on the planet, up to and including all of the vegetation, the flowers, the fruit, the trees, the air, the animals, life forms, and including the indigenous peoples, biological needs and endocannabinoid system, including thoughts like THCV being somewhat of an appetite suppressor and commonly found in African Durban poison and things of that nature. Just a thought. How does it, those are the thoughts that I ask people to go further into with this plant and its potential. And why is it that I personally, and I know many others, can attest to and have witnessed those with a 4th stage cancer sent home to die, have tried everything possible, have done all the chemo possible, have done all the radiation, have done all any of the other alternative nutrition, yada, 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 yada. This is it. You're sent home to die. You got 3 to 4 months to live. Boom. They say, let's try this RSO. What the hell will it hurt? And are walking around today cancer free, as opposed to those whom, like my own father, it didn't do that. It relieved some things for him, but it did not cure him and it did not save his life. Or the one that may not be cancer free, but the tumor shrunk from 100% to 22. These types of stories. These are the things that we will and need to quickly find and discover through this plant, as well as other psychedelic and given herbs, mushrooms, plants, etc. It's about freedom to ascend.
Agreed.
And I do want to tell you, there's several folks here that I would like to get together with at some point after, as I am now envisioning, for example, Joan, I've known and seen your 30 and 33 for some time, and I want to talk to you about that. I also would like to talk to you about the possibility of working together on a project with your artistic ability and with my memory and lack of illustrative abilities.
Well, first of all, I love your avatar. I'm thinking you're the cutest thing possible. Like, why didn't I think of doing glasses and eyes like that and cheeks? You're adorable.
You know what's funny?
And I'm sitting here thinking I want to come up to Yucca to visit with you.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Amazing alchemist. Your energy, your philosophy is just so avant-garde. Okay. Cannabis is about freedom, personal freedom, freedom from tyranny, freedom on all levels. And I feel like you embrace that.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. And up to and including putting Jennifer through quite a difficult period of time in the experience of the career here in California, that also embedded into her the absolute that we unite and take over this industry as a first step. In other words, you don't get this one, it's not alcohol, it's not this, and it's not. Those of you that demonized it and are the murderers do not get to now give in because you can't stop it. So join it. No, now you get to own it. No, we must do that. And that was by allowing Jennifer to gain a level of success by being, let's just say, pretending to be very less than and having much humility in order to achieve and get to the point to not need to do that anymore. Does that make sense?
Well, it does. I love that you're referring to yourself in the third person. So that tells me that your guides, your spirit, the plant medicine is talking through you, to you, and to us. That's exactly how it seems to me. So I feel like your information is coming direct from source, for sure.
And I remember so many of you to a certain extent, and I know I'll remember more. And it is just, I just want to think I've known of and dreamed of and foreseen of this initial experience. But just so amazing to see how it actually is and came about and looks like it initially. And thank you, my beautiful Lynn Daniels, Cannabis,
Right.
angel of mine, who ensured that this would be something I would be joining. And what a divine sister she is. And I love her so. And she is a beautiful person and a brilliant businesswoman and a creative, fun to be around. Beautiful woman. Beautiful woman. If you haven't done her tour, do it. It's great. It's educational. It's fun. It's one of a kind. And, and it's her baby. It's her conception.
I met Lynn at a hospitality luncheon the very first time I decided to try to see what the world here was doing with cannabis. It's like, oh my God, you mean there's an industry around cannabis? People are meeting. And I went to lunch down here at Lulu's and I met Ruth there. I met Barbie there and I met Lynn there. And those three people have become part of my life. So it is the connections also.
Do you remember me? We have met and once.
Oh, dear.
Formally. Do you remember?
So you better tell me, and I have to apologize ahead of time.
It's okay because you're not supposed to, I didn't think. Do you remember meeting Nancy Carl or Nancy?
Yes. Oh my God, wait a minute. That was, yes, from the Lighthouse Dispensary.
Yep.
Cannabis also is a community. Yes, from the Lighthouse Dispensary and she wasn't the manager, but the manager and her were talking.
She was my assistant manager who I knew. This is beautiful. I knew you would remember it just that way.
Wait a minute.
I was the GM. I was the GM. I recognized you, and I do mean on a deep level immediately. Immediately what took over was what needed to is, as always, I was so busy with this particular group of folk that I quickly passed you on to Nancy, knowing you'd hit it right off. And boy, did you. Your art I looked at, I knew it immediately. I wanted it, right? Moved on to doing what I needed to do. And I knew somehow you would not recall me, but you would know Nancy from the Lighthouse.
Okay. So it is so interesting because now I actually remember where I met you. And I remember thinking, okay, she's the GM. And I sent you all sorts of emails after that. You were very busy. And I remember that. And I totally have forgot. But what I liked about it, that part was like, oh yeah, look, she's a bigwig. No. What I felt like you and I had an instant spiritual connection.
Yes.
What about, oh yeah, I peeped the spirit guides, your eyes lit up.
But not only that, when I looked into your eyes, I instinctively, intuitively, without conscious thought, knew I can't let her recognize me fully yet. The time is not now.
Aha. Well, I've gone on my own personal journey with cannabis and I hadn't, I was just beginning, and now
I never forgot you, even though I left that impression. I always had you there because I really knew who you were, and here we are via Lynn Daniels, and and of course Nancy being a big part of my life, and yeah, it's just beautiful. It's just beautiful. Barbie's on here. Barbie, honey, I love you. She knows our knowing of each other, but we're going to have a conversation too, but it's just so fun.
I think we're going to have Neil an online presentation of the women powerhouses in cannabis. We're not discriminating against the men, but there's a women's consciousness. I first heard about that when I heard Barbie at the Palm Springs Film Festival, and Barbie was talking. I just could not believe it. And she had Mary Jane University, and she was talking about women entrepreneurs in cannabis, and my mind was blown away.
Yeah.
So now to realize who you are, and that you were the one person I was sort of so sad that we didn't get to chat. You know what it is when you have a connection with someone.
Yep.
And all those words are there, like you've had the chat already, but yeah, so it's almost like, oh my God, Thank you, Neil. This is a time, it's the right time has come.
Yes. Yes.
So,
Thank you.
you know what, is there anything else you want us to share? You want to share with us? We actually have a little extra time.
You know what? I'm gonna, if it's okay, for ways to contact me. I do have a consulting site, which absolutely contact me there, whether it be about the work or my expertise in that arena, or whether it be questions or comments or concerns about anything I've suggested here. I'll send you that website as well as the website for Sozo CBD.
Well, if you spell it, I could post it right here in the chat room, Jen. So spell it for me.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. So it would be and I'll just spell it out. Next Gen, thank you, babe. I almost said something else that's coming soon. Okay. It's nextgenyourgrowth.com. So that's spelled all the same except for the G is a J. So NEXTGenyourgrowth.com. And by the way, I'm dying to change the colors and the design of that site, but nevertheless, and
don't use those words dying. Remember,
right? I'm very eager. However, what else do I want to tell you? But never mind at the point that there is not connected to the Spiritual Truth site and information and links that will be going somewhat into that. You can leave me any kind of message there. Email being jen@nextgenyourgrowth.com. Sozo CBD being just that, right? SOZOCBD.com. It is, keep in mind, the concepts behind this brand. It hasn't officially been launched, although it has been in commerce and has a website. The shared change in plans, if you will, from above regarding this particular product line has intended for it to be for only those that are of this like-minded and of a community united mindset, and who also understand the product and the concept of what we're doing and the specialty and uniqueness of it, and the overall intent of this product being for the highest good of all, right, type of thing, including ownership, etc., investors, people being a part of it. Greed goes bye-bye, right? And I have a lot of ideas I'd like to go further with. That's just one. I have other concepts of businesses and brands, but that just overall really doing what has already been initiated out there by many in many different ways for social justice, for equality, for giving, but those types of things are beautiful. But I'm talking in a big way, big way. Okay. For those people that are of the same mindset. And so I'll just give you those two. And it's, I think I already gave them to you. I can also be reached at 760-459-1333. And you may text me or call me at any time. I would suggest text first if I don't have your name in my phone.
Goodness. Okay. So when you're done, I'm going to send you off to the chat room so you can make sure I spelled everything, and people may want to communicate with you. But we have one question from the YouTube, from our YouTube watcher, Brad. Can we measure a cannabis plant's frequency? Since everything's energy, vibration, and frequency, as Tesla said, here's the last part of that, is cannabis 5D. Well, cannabis probably 50D, but yes. I thought we'd hear what you have to say on that.
Cannabis is of a dimensional how can I say this? Fully lapsed and completed in all ways, and in all ways, dimensional number. Can it be determined? Yes, it can. Do I know it off the top of my head? No. Could I provide it for you within a certain time period? I will confidently say within 90%, yes, if that makes any sense. Now, ironically, I say things like this that Jen sometimes says, what the hell are you promising you were going to tell them? But I do, right? Because I am at that point now. I know certain things that I just know. I will also declare on occasion, you know what? I got to throw this out there because it's come to me more than once. That's all I'm saying. Or I've said things like, you know what? It's come to me 3 times. I better look into it. That type of thing. Right. But, just those things, I know. So therefore, I'm going to say yes is the answer to that question.
Yes, because there's a lot to explore with that. And as I read that, I realized, yes, we're always responding to that frequency. And then I go, well, Joan, you have your pendulum. Why are you not measuring the frequency of everything? Like, I'm thinking that, okay, all of what I'm sitting around here, I should just check the frequency on a scale of 1 to 10. I do it with everything else. I call it the discernment scale. So it's like, and I'll check to see if this is right for me. But I actually was not until this question, Brad, this is why I'm really grateful, of checking the frequency of the cannabis even, or what frequency vibrational levels it could take you to as well.
Oh, my most, in the beginning, well, I had to have a life experience as I did so that nothing could be negated, or if it was for divine purpose, right? So, for example, having been born with many abilities that I didn't even realize were abilities, like prophetic dreaming, lucid prophetic dreaming, actual traveling in dreams, being somewhat psychic on a certain level, and inner knowings of things that I just didn't know, and a knowing of being different that I didn't understand, and feeling alien, all that kind of stuff, which ended up, which just got brushed off for me because I didn't understand it and thought everybody, to a point of things happening, like I said, that I asked to be removed and yada, yada, yada. Well, in removing that connection, what I was really saying is, I want the whole enchilada. Yeah, I could stop here and do some things, but Jennifer informed this person here in form now aspect said, nope, I'm going to go on through this section. It's a real bitch. And I know you're telling me it's for a real bitch. But here we go. And let me tell you, the next 20 years was a complicated, drama-filled, as my father always says, Jennifer Marie, you have 9 lives. And as my uncle always said, shit, well, at least your life is never boring, of ups, downs, tragedies, afflictions, addictions, successes, and all this type of stuff. And then it really got crazy when I'm 34 and go on this spiritual journey with my twin. So you can only imagine, right? But that's what it takes, as it is. Hey, listen, I will go biblical reference, religious here, but it's said in other ways, in other forms, and from others, especially my favorites, the most ancient and of the occult. It's
Right.
I'm not sure know how to say it, and I'm being blocked there. So inevitable, ineffable. It's simply that time. Right? It's simply that time.
I agree. I agree. What
me
do you
too.
have to add to this, Neil?
Yeah, I love it all. I do feel it is time. I feel that the cycles are coming to awaken humanity right now, and cannabis is a part of it, the awakening of humanity.
Yes.
And in the to also kind of dovetail on what you were talking about, or the question about frequency, the spiritual, like, it's not always about a higher frequency, right? Because it's not like one
Right.
frequency is above. I mean, the Schumann resonance, for example, is a low frequency and it's very harmonic, so it's more about a harmonic frequency. And I agree with what Joan just did and what Swami did on a spirituality of cannabis panel on Friday, where he said he muscle tests, right? So he
Yeah.
was muscle testing what I think in his grow, that he has a garden in the shape of a Sri Yantra with him and Nikki, that are our next speakers. And they muscle test, I don't know what to smoke, whatever, but that is basically it. So it's more like, what is your harmonic vibratory match, right? Then trying to figure out the frequency. You don't need to know a number. You just need to know what vibes with you.
You beautiful, and thank you, as you clarified my great hesitation in answering of that question. Because as you know, there isn't to that specific question yes, no, and it's much more complicated. And yes, the harmonic or vibrational, all senses given from within, all sense of even the slightest vibration and even the sound of silence, of use, of connection from the most inner to the most outer. As my husband and I were speaking about the other day, people, even I tend to, when I've tried to catch myself sometimes, want to think of everything as in layers of either horizontal layers going upward or higher, or going right, or even right to left, that like a wave, that type of thing, left to right. But first of all, it all began flip it and then turn it up, flip it and then reverse it, right? So there are so many things that we have not even seen yet that we know, including within the field of, because they're starting to get there with some of the quantum, right? They're starting to see it, but the true, through the looking glass, right? The true stepping through that gate portal, right? That is occurring, and many of us have more of ourselves on one side than the other. Many have one foot evenly in one and the other, and many are just starting to step one foot into one and coming out of the other. And it's a very much a time of quickening, very much a time of quickening, like the stuff you're seeing happen so fast since COVID and Black Lives Matter and everything that has come of that, the change in consciousness thinking, and even actions taken. You know what I mean? It's available.
Absolutely. Everything is available at this moment now for us. And including, now that plant medicine is becoming popular, and the psychedelic medicine, using plants to raise your consciousness is such a new.
Oh, and by the way, too, I wanted to mention one other thing that often gets forgotten, I suppose, is that in all is a spark, called spark, but that which is of a flame, which is of a spark, all, in order to have potential, has some elemental aspect, fractional of that spark, whatever it is. Anything it even touches or comes within a range of touching, as we know. Therefore, that plant, that seed, also has something that, as we yet to truly define the soul in man, we go with the pineal gland, and how does that become, and where does that come from, when does it come in, and blah 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 blah, blah, yada yada yada. There is a spark of potential life in all that has been created. So that's also something that gets missed in the equation of all that creates the aspects, the complete and total aspects and relations of one thing, right? Because you know what, fourth dimensional doesn't necessarily mean it's the fourth layer up.
Yep.
I got some fourth over here with this bit of frequency that then this color of, and I got a fourth, spatial. We're working in space time, folks.
Oh, we are.
Seriously.
We are. Guys, this has been an amazing presentation, Jen. Amazing on a lot of levels. Also amazing that you're still the amazing person I wanted to connect with 2.5 years ago. And your business card is in my box of Coachella Valley cannabis people.
Love you, darling. Love you. You are beautiful. And I saw you then. And I say, I know need not to apologize because I know why. But it's like, hey, I thought, and I do apologize if I seemed aloof or uninterested or passed you off.
Oh, God. Life is sort of interesting. One has to pick up and know that all is in divine flow and right timing. Even with cannabis, we learn, you can't make it happen. You can't make your spiritual experience happen. You can't change your consciousness just like that. You can.
And when you know what you know, and you do know who you are, when you truly know and remember who you are, it need not be sought out, as it will be brought to thee, as it will be made available, as it will come.
Make itself known.
Yeah. I'm not saying no action, but I'm saying it will become easy and effortlessly as the universe lines it up as much as perfect as it can or whatever it is, right? And so, yeah, it's wonderful.
And so it is.
And so it is.
So it is.
Love you.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you so much for letting me be here. And I am going to have this, I'm recording it here. I hope you can provide a recording because I want to hear every word of everything that everyone has to say. Although I do have to check out at this time for the sake of 2 beautiful granddaughters who will be showing up here very shortly.
Oh, nice.
I love you all. Thank you, Lynn. Michelle, I saw you as too, honey. Barbie, anybody else that I may not have known, I love you all for what you are and who you are. And bye-bye. Ciao.
Thank you, Jen. See ya.
She was just wonderful, Jen. And I just realized that all of my speakers from Coachella Valley are women.
Oh, nice.
I didn't even realize that, but they're all women, Neil.
Mm-hmm.
And I just feel like this is a really strong statement of where we are and the power of cannabis. And this is not a corporate enterprise, what we are doing.
No, this is grassroots at its finest right here.
Yeah, it really, absolutely.
Yep. So, Joan, before we go into the next presenters, I thought I would screen share and show something.
Okay, you have permission.
Let's see if Nikki and Swami are in the house.
Oh, I hope so.
I believe
a little while ago, I was looking for Nikki. You guys are in for a wonderful treat. She is in the house. I see her right here.
So check this out, everyone. Joan, you with me?
I'm right here.
All right. This is cancer.gov, right? What government's cancer website. And part of really the 2 major things that really made me want to go behind, like, oh my God, what else is possible with cannabis and CBD to help us align ourselves. Like, let me try to explain it with roundabout words, to help us align ourselves to our highest ability so that we are in perfect health, and the 2 things were witnessing the effect that cancer patients had, especially cancer patients in stage 4, speak to your family, get all your things in order kind of patients that completely got cured, or that got aligned, by like the fact that they took CBD and cannabis, right? And then also the other thing was what Joan mentioned earlier was epilepsy. When CBD was really going around, like in the beginning phases of it really becoming this corporate entity that it is now, with so many different places that have it. One of the first things I was finding is a lot of representatives were people that had epilepsy growing up, and they were just like, either they never even smoked cannabis before, or they just discovered CBD because it was helping them with epilepsy. The miracle that you could have gone your whole entire life with this ailment that was affecting you, and then all of a sudden you take this and it completely stops it in its tracks. And then what I saw with cancer, and then on top of that recently with Parkinson's, completely blew my mind, like so many times. Every single month, I'm telling you, at this point, it's not about what can cannabis help with, it's what can't it help with. That's what it really is in my mind right now. So a great example of why they believe, why it's actually known by our own government, U.S. government, that is, because we're all over the world here, that this is actually benefiting. And they have a lot of studies from, believe it or not, from Israel, because in Israel, they're really progressive when it comes to cannabis and research studies. I just want to show you here a couple of things on this website. And one is patterns of cannabis. This is cancer.gov again, right? This page is huge. If you look at the sidebar right here, it's so much research, and this is only page 9. So this is like many research studies on here, page 9. Each of them goes to different studies. So that's the depth of the content they have on this government website. So in this one, they, administered with 2,970 Israeli cancer patients who were given cannabis over a 6-month period, and they wanted to see what of these symptoms right here would be addressed. And here are the numbers: 91% nausea and vomiting, sleeping disorders 87.5, restlessness 87.5, anxiety and depression 84.2, whatever this is, per type, maybe Joan could tell me, she might know, 82.1, and headaches 81.4. So this isn't just a fluke. This is like 50, 60. This is clear in the high numbers of people that are being addressed with their symptoms, really being like assisted by the use of cannabis. Now, fast forward past many, many, many other research studies here that just show all other types of components all the way down to this graph. And then we see here clinical studies of cannabis. Now we have a bunch of different types of cancers, condition of cancer type, and then it gives you the results of what type of cannabis was used and all types of things. So you can see some of the different things here. Some cancers, they're saying they didn't see anything on, not too many of those, but a lot of them decrease pain, anxiety, depression, increase appetite. And then I'm just going to scroll through these because there's so many different points here. And then even in cases where they gave THC with the placebo, there was a defined difference between the placebo and the THC because it works. Enhanced smell and taste from people that had severe cancers. Pain relief, of course, right? So just to like drill it home a little bit more about how much of a reality this is, and why is cannabis still a Schedule 1 on federal level? It's just a matter of time, really. They have it on their own website now. No one can deny this. Just like when it comes to mushrooms, ayahuasca, reason why Oregon decriminalized all drugs, why Santa Cruz, Oakland, Denver all have decriminalized mushrooms, and some of them decriminalize all naturally occurring plants and fungi. The reason is because you cannot deny the therapeutic results that people are getting for this. The number one thing that is assisting to the legalization of cannabis and of psychedelics, especially psilocybin, is PTSD. And also believe this or not, veterans are actually assisting with the decriminalization and legalization a lot because they're getting such huge benefits from the usage of this. So that's just the entry point, really, is the therapy of how it's helping us psychologically. And now we know, and we have evidence here, that even the ones that are holding it from us, right, are regulating it, are even saying that, it's actually helping with all of this. So I just wanted to share that with you all as we provide pieces of information throughout the weekend that really creates a holistic perspective on what's going on here.
I thought that was brilliant. I was going to share something about an article I just saw on Leafly about cannabis as a houseplant. Just on a completely random part of that, but bringing it into your everyday life, cannabis as a houseplant. Which I thought was pretty cute. I think next time you come, I'll have new house plants. Very therapeutic. Okay, I'm seeing the face of Nikki. Swami must be with her. This is going to be the most exciting.
Guys.
I know, they're so cute. They're adorable. Okay, so I fell in love with you two a few years ago at that Palm Springs Cultural Center when Swami and you just welcomed you. You were so user friendly. I just was blown away. And then you were brilliant the other day on the spiritual panel. If you haven't heard it really later, go look at it. But I want to welcome you. People already know who you are. Some people are getting excited just to see you. But I want to read your biography a little bit. They're the founders of Swami Select brand of craft cannabis flowers. They consciously cultivate premium oh my God, your method of growing cannabis, by the way, and of infusing them with spirituality is awesome. They're using just regeneration from spirit, okay? Also, they lived in India, as if you can't tell, okay? And they infuse their cannabis with their spiritual devotion. And they make it available to us with the Swami Select brand, which I notice is available here in the Coachella Valley. Just so I know Neil and I are so excited to welcome you guys. So take it away.
Oh, thank you, Joan, and thank you, Neil, both of you. It's an honor to be here.
So actually, since it is about spirituality, we kind of wanted to start out with a little Om that we always do. The quality of Om sets the vibration and gets us all in a harmonic resonance. So we'll just do a little bit of Om here to begin with. So,
3 ohms. How's
3
that?
Om. Well, thank you for having us here to talk with you all today. And our garden is inspired by a vision that we had of the goddess of cannabis. And we call her Ganja Ma. Ganja, you probably know, is a Sanskrit word for cannabis, and it's very ancient. And the goddess is a form that appears in many, many shapes and sizes wherever she's needed. She's always comes when humanity needs her most. And now we're in an age of the realization of the feminine and the divine feminine and even the practical and working feminine. And so the cannabis is obviously part of that whole mythology and mysticism. And so we honor cannabis as the great feminine and inspiration.
Amen. And what we use, just to kind of enlighten you on who Ganja Ma is we use a statue. It started with, there's a certain deity in India called Rajaswati, which means the Queen of Queens. And she's a very, very beautiful image of the deity, Shiva lineage. And she's I have a thing about collecting statues. I'll talk about that a little later because I do believe they add a lot of Shakti and power to the land. And this is one that we've collected for years. And what's special about her is she holds a stalk in her hand that has 5 leaves on it. So we thought, well, what could be more appropriate than that to be Ganja Ma? So that's who we have created in our garden. And so she sits in our garden all season. Our seeds go on her lap. They're there right now because we will be breaking those in about a month. So we get them there starting up on her lap, just charged up. And she's very, very beautiful. So Swami, you can talk a little more about.
Well, actually, we talk about spirituality and cannabis, and I've been thinking about this for a long time, but actually quite specifically on this is how is it that those of us who get into the spirituality of cannabis, how did we get there? Because when I started smoking way back in 1960 something, 66, 67, it wasn't about spirituality. It was about getting stoned, of course. It was about getting high, which is somewhat different. And also it was about getting an inspiration for creative activities, photography and painting and drawing. And that's what I used it for primarily. But it seems to me that we've gotten to the spirituality in cannabis from cannabis. We didn't know about it beforehand. We didn't know that cannabis was a spiritual thing. We didn't know that it was sacred and all that, because all that history has been hidden from us for so many years. We haven't learned that history. We're just starting to learn it now. And so what happens is that the cannabis itself has such a strong spirituality within its essence, within the very nature of the plant itself, that it taught us about its own spirituality, that the strength of the spirituality in the plant is what caused us to get to that place. And now I know also that there are many people up in the mountains of Northern California who aren't just growing cannabis, they were making the salves and the ointments and the tinctures, all the herbal medicines, using cannabis as a base. And over experimentation, all of these people back in the hills would be adding a little comfrey and a little St. John's wort and maybe beeswax. Who knows what they were putting in there? So Nikki just put up a statue of Ganja Ma that, of course, we go in and out with this magic
Here we
stuff.
can both lean back for a second. You can get an idea.
There she is, Ganja Ma. And she's just a gorgeous, gorgeous 16-year-old beautiful woman who is just inspiring us all. So what I want to say is that cannabis itself brought spirituality to us. Many of us in the movement talk about how cannabis has taught us all these different things. Taught many people how to grow everything. Once you can grow cannabis, you can grow everything. But the key thing she's really taught us is the spirit in all plants, and particularly in this plant, and opening up now in our whole society to plant medicine as being the real source of healing properties. And it's not just cannabis, of course, there are mushrooms, there are cactus, there are all kinds of healing plants, and actually vegetables too, just in terms of your diet, can be a healing force. So cannabis has that spirituality within her, and she gave it to us. And that's what I find absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and what I'd like to add to that is about, yes, all the healing plants, everything else around the cannabis, but part of the reason we originally got our land actually up in the heart of Mendocino County in the middle of the Emerald Triangle of Northern California is that we were looking for a sanctuary, and a sanctuary because, well, let's just say my icon addiction had gotten a little out of hand in India. I started off with nice little small statues, but when it got to the 1-ton variety, I was unable to bring them into our house in San Francisco. So we decided we really needed this land. And with the guidance of our guru in India and some good luck, we found the perfect place and started bringing in some very, very wonderful, large statues of all the deities. And I'm not talking just even Hinduism. We've got Buddha and we've got Jesus and we've got Mohammedism sort of in ways that you can express it, and same with Judaism, because they don't actually have statues. Basically, we try to cover all aspects, the Egyptian statues, things like that. And it just adds this energy. And then we started growing the cannabis. And I truly believe that it adds that special something, you know, to everything we do on the land, because every time you turn a corner, there's another statue greeting you. And it just reminds you once again of the spirituality involved in all that we do and that higher level.
Can you get rid of that?
I'm going to get rid of Ganja Ma. She's really beautiful and we love her, and you now got to see her. But
I don't disappear like that just automatically. So Nikki, you have to go down here, Nikki, to get the thing.
Oh, wait, I didn't do it.
At any rate, so yeah, well, the spirituality in it, we also emphasize, as maybe was mentioned before, when we grow our cannabis, the garden is laid out in the form of sacred geometry. And many of you might know the sacred geometry of the Sri Yantra. And if you can see the symbol on the left for Neil of the portal to ascension, it's not unsimilar to that, but it is different. It's interlocking triangles and lotus petals and so on. But what that does is it focuses a certain amount of divine energy into the garden space itself, and then the plants absorb that as well as the blessing from the goddess. So this is the intention right from the very beginning, that we're having our cannabis grown, and it's grown so that it's not only a physical healing, but it's an emotional, a creative, and actually on the highest level, it's a spiritual healing. And so it's part of our gift, and it's part of the gift that's been given to us to be able to do that. So no.
Yeah, no, it is magical how that grows in the Sri Yantra. And people, we get drone shots of it now. We can have this technology, and it's really amazing. I mean, the plants are aligned into the interlocking triangles, and then around the outside on the circles. And we haven't done the lotus petals yet, but that's when we can allow us to grow more plants. Maybe we can do the lotus petals as well.
So the other thing about it, we have a whole process. As Nikki said, we take the seeds and we put them at the foot of the goddess for a moon cycle and get her blessing. But at the same time, I was downloaded and channeled a mantra for cannabis. And it's a female mantra. It's Om Aim Hreem Kleem Shreem Ganjamaye Namah. Aim Hreem Kleem Shreem Ganjamaye Namah. And Aim is a bija mantra for Saraswati, the goddess of learning and music and dance and all creativity. Om Aim Hreem. Hreem is the goddess Bhubaneswar and also Tripura Sundari. These are the main goddesses of the earth. And Hreem is one of those bija mantras, which actually is the Om for all manifested. All manifested world. The Om is for the unmanifest and the manifest. But when we deal with the manifested world, we can use Hreem. Om Aim Hreem Kleem. Kleem is for the goddess of love, Kama. Right? And Om Aim Hreem Kleem Shreem. Shreem is the goddess of wealth and well-being, which also means bountiful food and plentiful nourishment for everyone.
And that's Lakshmi.
That's Lakshmi.
Beauty.
And beauty. And her beauty is the way she just gives of her bounty all the time. So Aim Hreem, Om Aim Hreem Kleem Shreem Ganjamaye Nama. And that's what we say. Now, every time we plant, when we do the start the seeds, I say that mantra. And when we plant the seeds, I say the mantra. And every time I walk through the garden, through the Sri Yantra, I say that mantra to all the plants that are growing. And so it just puts that energy on as an intentional act. And it does seem to make a difference.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It absolutely does.
So,
go ahead.
Well, and the other thing is that now we talk about how a lot of people talk to their plants, but I really found over time that it's just as important, perhaps more so, to listen to the plants. Now, many of you have had an experience where you'll have a house plant, and of course you're going to have a cannabis house plant, as Joan just said, but if you have a house plant, you'll see that maybe one house plant doesn't seem to be happy over in this corner. Maybe it's getting too much sun or not enough sun or whatever. And all of a sudden you sort of get this feeling, that what's happening is that the plant is telling you, I'm not so happy here. I'm not so happy here. And then you say, okay, well, I'll move you over here. And then you move it to another place and boom, the plant is just, so you can listen to the plants, and the plants really can communicate with us. And when you do that, then likewise, you get into the cycle, because we're actually very, very similar to plants in the way our bodies are set up and the way our cells are made. So,
and it's such a psychic plant. You should explain the kinesiology thing again for folks who are listening.
Right. Well, people say, well, there's a big thing about when should you harvest your plants? Now, I told you how we start the seeds. At the very end of the process, I have another special way where I really listen to the plants in a specific way. Now, many of you may have heard of this technique of kinesiology, muscle testing, and most often it's like strong or weak, right? Strong is yes, and weak is no. Well, I also do a thing with my thumb, and I try and pull my thumb apart, and if I can't pull it apart from my finger, then it's strong. If I can't hold it together, it's weak. It's a little funny experiment, but it's one of those old, it's developed by the chiropractic and used also by acupuncture and so on. So the point is that if you extract your expectation, you just get rid of whatever you want, you make yourself zero, you get empty. And then what I would do is I go and I touch the plant. And each plant, I know it's close to harvest. It's sometime in October. I know it's really close. So I'll touch the plant and then I'll go like this in my hand. And I say, are you ready to come in tomorrow? And it says, yes. And I said, do you want to come in tomorrow? It says, yes again. And then I say, should I leave you for another few days? And it says, no. So that plant will come in. Now I go to the next plant and I say, are you ready to come in tomorrow? No. Do you want to come in tomorrow? No. Should I leave you for some days? Yes. Well, that's what happens when all of a sudden the plant is telling me when it's at its peak. And that peak is something the plant really knows better than I do. And so I get out of my ego, I get out of my expectation, I get to zero. And then each plant, every day I go and I'll say, okay, tomorrow I'm going to take these 10. The rest of them will stay. And that's when you really let the plant tell you. And I have a feeling that this plant is so psychic and so tuned in that somehow or other this plant, which we've been loving and taking care of and feeding and watering and looking at and discussing and so on, this plant already knows who's going to need it, who's going to use it. So it's getting its peak ripeness at the time when it's got the peak combination of all the different 500 possible compounds that are going to be perfect for whoever uses it. So the plant really knows, and if we just listen, the plant will tell us every time what to do.
Didn't you actually have one tap you on the shoulder once?
Oh, well, that's, yeah, I was in the garden and I had this feeling that one of the plants had some mold on it, on a branch or something like that. And so I'm looking at this plant over on this side, I'm looking, and I feel this little tap on my shoulder. Now, I know there's nobody else in the garden besides me, right? So I just keep looking, I don't find any mold. Again, the tap on my shoulder. I turn around, and as soon as I look right there, that branch has some mold on it. So I cut that branch off. Another time it happened when the branch actually had male plants, male pollen sacs on it. Because sometimes your plants they want to have a male so much that one branch will turn male and have call it a hermaphrodite or something. And that's what happened to me another time when the plant is telling me, oh, here's a male branch. So I cut that off. So the plant, if you listen to the plant, it really will talk to you. So
absolutely, yeah. Whether it's growing or whether you're smoking it or ingesting it or however, you know.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Because like I said before, it's the plant that taught us about the spirituality within the plant. And that's what's this so symbiotic relationship that we have. And of course, I eat hemp seeds every day. And of course, I'm half made of hemp these days.
You must be by now.
And, of course, I do smoke quite a bit. And, a lot of people talk about this microdosing with cannabis. And I'm sure that it has its effect. And I'm sure it's very important for a lot of people. But I said, I don't. There's a saying that when you start cannabis, if you're going, whether it's an edible or a drop or anything, it says, go small and go slow, right? But there's a second half to that phrase. Yes, go small and go slow. But the second half is, don't be afraid to go all the way. Now, you might remember that from your teenage years, but the fact is that there's something about megadosing, right, that I think has a place as well. And we know Neil was talking about the cancer cures, and the cancer cures are most often with megadosing. I mean, there are huge drops of RSO that people are taking, 1-2 grams that they can take a couple times a day. Now, of course, you have to build up to that. But there are definitely times when really megadosing will give you that altered state of mind and keep you there for a long period of time.
Yeah, and I have a strong belief that cannabis being such a psychic plant, that she really knows to go to exactly the place in your body or your soul that needs it at the time. So say, for example, you're a child with an epileptic issue and you're taking a child with cancer who would be taking a high THC edibles or drops, oils, whatever it is. They obviously do work it up to small and growing doses, but here you've got a kid who might not weigh more than 30 pounds, 50 pounds maybe, and they're able to take something that's up to 200 milligrams of a dose or something, some huge amount. And you think, well, how can that little body hold it? Well, the cannabis knows to go to the cancer. So it's spending 80% of its power and strength on curing and working on getting rid of those tumors, where maybe 10 or 20%, yeah, the kid has a smile. The kid's feeling good, but it's not on the floor like you or I might be if we don't have cancer and we don't have that place for it to go to be doing other work. So I really do feel it understands
well,
that.
It's similar for epilepsy as well. But the other thing about it is we also want to make sure that everybody's really aware of the full potential of the full plant. And everybody talks about THC and CBD, and we're getting a little tired of that in a way. But there's over 500 compounds. In fact, I read somewhere they've now identified about 800 compounds that can possibly occur in cannabis. There's maybe 140 different cannabinoids, some of them very minor and very trace. There's others, there's all these different terpenes and so on. And there's flavonoids and all these different parts of cannabis, which are really important to the totality of the effect. And so the best effect is when you have the whole plant medicine and everything that's in there and all of the different, the trichomes that are producing cannabinoids and terpenes and so on. And there was some people who were taking care of epileptic children back in Washington, D.C., outside in Maryland. And they had a clinic and they had 50 children or something like that. And they all were taking this cannabinoid preparation. I'm not sure how they took it, but it was all working for all the kids. And then they ran out of that supply, and all of a sudden the next supply wasn't working for the kids. And so they said, well, what's going on here? They had it tested, had the same THC, the same CBD pretty much. And they went back to the grower and they said, well, this isn't working. What happened? He said, well, I don't know. It grew the same way, but actually I changed some of my nutrients that I put on it. And they said, oh, really? Yeah, okay. Well, then they went down and they tested the terpenes, and they found that the terpene profile was different from the previous one. So that's one of those random experiments that's not really scientifically controlled in a way, but in effect, it was, because they said this worked and this didn't. What's the difference? It was the question that the terpenes were different. So we have to remember that equally important to the cannabinoids, whatever they are the terpenes, yes, but also many of the other ingredients, because there are flavonoids, there's oils and waxes and alcohols and all these kind of things in this amazing little plant. And think of it now, it starts from a tiny little seed. This tiny little seed will produce, we get plants that are like 6, 7 feet wide, 10, 12 feet high. And the biomass is unbelievable, right? But in addition to the biomass, 500 compounds, some of the most amazing medical compounds known to us. And this tiny little plant produces it. It's just this amazing factory. And it's a conscious factory. That's what it's a conscious plant. And so.
No, absolutely. I want to address, somebody mentioned in the chat room about COPD. And that's very interesting, because I've been diagnosed with COPD about a year and a half, about 2.5 years ago, maybe a year and a half. I was a very heavy cannabis smoker for over 50 years.
She kept up with me.
I really did. And then once I heard I had the COPD, I just went cold turkey and decided, okay, I obviously can't take that. And I still, some people debate this, I still feel that smoking it in a joint form is not a good thing to do, just because of the heat of the combustion affects the COPD. I don't believe the cannabis itself is bad. In fact, I agree. I think it is good for COPD. So I do have a volcano. And for example, that's what I use for judging the Emerald Cup, or when I just really want to try a different cultivar, one we grew, etc. But mostly I've been doing edibles. And so I cook my own at this point, because we live in the middle of nowhere. It's not like I can get to a store all the time. And I make my own edibles. And because I just do feel that I need to keep that THC cannabinoid content up in my system. For one thing, it's been there for over 50 years. But beyond that, it just feels that it affects me all day. I mean, I will go to sleep. I'll take it about half an hour before I go to sleep. I do a dose of about 20 milligrams probably, which might be too strong for some people. So I don't recommend everyone just starting at that. And when I wake up in the morning, I can slightly feel some effects still, but basically it just carries me through the day with a nice buzz, of a nice smile on my face, a nice feeling of being connected to the universe. And then that evening, I look forward to my little bite of cookie again. It's also the one sweet I get. So I just feel that, yes, it does help COPD. And I have heard that ingesting it, I still can't quite figure out, and I'd love to know if somebody has an idea on this, whether the THC is better for COPD than the CBD. I think it actually takes a blend of the two. So for example, the strain, my cult cookies right now are made from a cultivar that did have a little bit of CBD in it. So I think that does help. But I certainly, my COPD has not gotten worse. If anything, it's gotten better. I think part of that has to do with COVID and the fact that I have only mostly been at our ranch, which has some of the freshest air in the world. And so I do really breathe well. The fires we get in the summer are not beneficial, but I do use a filter inside the house. So I'm talking about the wildfires in California. So anyway, I just wanted to inject that about that COPD
your singing voice has gotten much better.
I'm a soprano again. I had become a complete alto over the years of smoking weed. Yeah. So yeah, my voice has come back.
So we don't know where the COPD came from. I don't know where people do know where it comes from, but Nikki swam in a pool in a hotel, which was heavily chlorinated for a long time.
For many years, yeah.
That might have had something to do with it. And so she never did smoke cigarettes, but her mother smoked like a chimney. So that might have had early effect too. But whatever it is, cannabis is still helping her. And I'm really happy she does take those edibles, because it puts her in a much better mood.
And thank you to the people that wrote in about trying THCA. I have some at home and I will try that. So thank you very much for that too. And, you know, something I wanted to talk about too, if I can go on for a sec here,
Certainly.
is cannabis and meditation. So, you know, I imagine several of you have tried this process and found that you can really get to a deeper place, you know, even if it means you're not exactly focused as well. You can pull that in eventually, but you just get to a deeper consciousness level. And it reminds me of how I met a man at an event we were at once, and he was saying how he has such a hard time meditating, but yet he smoked a lot of weed. And so I said, well, you know, think of it this way, is that when you get really high and you get to that space where you're just, you know, it looks like you're doing nothing, staring at the wall, but inside you're really finding that peace and feeling that connection to universe. That's the feeling you want to channel. And so you don't even need to, after a while, if you do that enough while employing cannabis as well, it becomes part of your DNA. You're going to know how to go to that place even when you're not on cannabis, and you can call upon it because you're so familiar with it. So I just want to put that out there for people that are meditators to kind of do it with cannabis, see how that feels, and hold that space of really being one. I just wanted to say that.
Well, see, Nikki, when you first might take cannabis to be meditating, your monkey mind, as we call it, will just keep jumping around, and even more so at first on cannabis.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is that sometimes it's also called like a bunch of horses pulling a chariot, right? Well, if you don't take hold of the reins and get them in, those horses are just going to run everywhere. The same thing with the monkey mind. You just say, okay, pick one point and then focus on that one point. And with the cannabis, you'll find that you can actually focus better and deeper. And then you get to the place where Nikki's talking about, where you get that feedback and you get that loop. So that meditation with cannabis. And the other thing is, like I was saying earlier, that the history of spirituality and cannabis has been hidden from us for a long time, because it was such an idea that this is the devil's lettuce and so on, and it's all nothing but bad and everything. But a number of people have been doing research on the spirituality of cannabis. Stephen Gray and Chris Bennett both up in Vancouver. And Chris has some books talking about all the use of cannabis in the ancient religions. And it turns out that, of course, still it's used today in Hinduism with the Babas. They still use their chillums and they're mostly smoking charas, a form of hash. And they use it to start the day with that. They wake and bake with that. But it's in the ancient Vedas, the Hindu scriptures, the most ancient ones, they talk about soma. And from all we can tell, soma was more than likely a cannabis smoothie, which they would take. They might put some other things in as well. They might, put in some opium, whatever.
It was basically yogurt and rose water and some fruit, maybe.
Well, not necessarily fruit, but some cinnamon and cardamom. Then they would also have bhang, which is this mixture of ghee, clarified butter, and cannabis, which you heat up. And by heating it up, you decarboxylate the cannabis. And then when you mix it with the smoothie, you can find recipes for that online. Be careful. It can be very, very strong.
Yeah.
Very, very strong.
Yeah.
Don't drink too much of it to begin with. But these things have been used as sacred ceremonies for thousands of years, right? And we also know that the Sufi order of Muslims has had a great deal of use of cannabis. There's considerable evidence that in the Bible, the holy anointing oil, which had an ingredient everyone used to translate as calamus, but now they're saying, well, it probably was cannabis because the Hebrew is pronounced cannabisum. So you can argue about that all you want, but it's quite likely that the holy anointing oil, both for every king of Israel and also for Jesus, had very heavy concentrate cannabis oil in it. So go think about that for
going on your head,
top of your head,
because it does come in
through the skin.
Epidermis, or so you say.
I think, the skin.
Yeah, the skin,
The skin, right. So we do have actually a long tradition of cannabis as in spiritual use. And a certain amount of evidence also that every place that has incense, and they talk about incense in the sacred scriptures, very often the incense was, the smoke also had cannabis smoke in it, along with frankincense and myrrh and whatever else, nag champa, who knows. But they don't have it now, but when they mixed together in the past. So you can imagine a whole congregation in an enclosed area with the incense going, everybody's getting that high off the incense there, and they're sharing that experience.
Well, like, what was it in China where they would make the tents, or where was that found?
Oh, well, no, this goes way
Iraq,
back.
maybe?
Well, in the backside of China, where it meets up to Tashkent and Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, there's some mountains there on the backside of the Taklamakan Desert. And those mountains separate Western China from far Eastern Russian provinces. And now they're called Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and what's the other? Oh, no. Anyway.
Istan is the
But
end.
that's probably where cannabis actually originated genetically, in these mountains, maybe 200, 250 million years ago. And these early people living up there, they found that it was their medicine, right? And so they found now evidence at the edge of the Taklamakan Desert of burial sites in caves. And there's a shaman buried there. They can tell he's a shaman because of all the paraphernalia he's got. And they found a bag of weed. And they tested it, still had a little THC in it somehow or other. And then they found these 3 sticks. And the 3 sticks were all polished, and they were kind of had designs on them. And they speculated that they made a tent of these 3 sticks covered over with some sort of skin, get a hot rock, get a hollow rock, put a bud in it, put a charcoal on the bud, and you hot box in this tent. And this was a very ancient form of getting stoned together with your buddies. And people are speculating, well, they did this as hunter-gatherers because it made them better hunter-gatherers. When you get stoned that way, actually, you hear better, you see better, you smell better, and all of those things make you a better hunter. And also, when you have that together with 5 or 6 people getting stoned together, you also get this third eye communication. So now you can communicate with each other while you're hunting, and just as a kind of a survival tactic. But it soon went over into spirituality, because cannabis just teaches us about spirituality. It has it in it. So the spiritual use of cannabis is thousands and thousands of years old, everyone. And don't be afraid to use it in that way, as long as you use it intentionally that way, and you use it with conscience, and you focus in on it. And it will actually help you in your meditations rather than distract you.
No, absolutely. I love that story. and you know, I think I want to try that.
Oh yeah, hot boxing. It's actually a story told by a famous Greek historian, Herodotus. And he went and visited these group of people called the Scythians or Scythians.
Oh, someone just wrote it about that.
Yeah. And so the Scythians, someone just, it's getting to be common knowledge. It's our history, folks. It's our ancient history, and our history goes way back, and we need to be proud of it and celebrate it and say, this is not the devil's lettuce. This is the gateway to the higher passages, the higher consciousness. Cannabis is a gateway to spirituality. That's what it really is. And so if we use it that way, it becomes that even more so. So
and yes, some people do abuse it, just like with everything. There are some people that just don't get that, and we can only pray that it does come to them in a lightning bolt someday, that they can take that to a higher level, because it really can.
So any of you who are growing out there, you can change the dynamic of your cannabis by making the intention. You don't have to lay it out in a sriyant or anything like that, but just go into your garden and say a prayer. And when you start the seeds, put some sort of little intention on it. It doesn't have to be hocus pocus or anything. Just say, this will be something that is going to heal people. It's going to inspire people. It's going to take people to a higher level. And you put that on your cannabis, and you'll see it'll come right back to you, because it's a closed loop that way. What we put into our cannabis is what we get out, and everyone else gets out. And I just want to say, that's something we've really, really discovered in our 17 years now of judging for the Emerald Cup, which is the largest competition in the world, I imagine, of
it used to be just sun grown, but now it's other categories. There's 39 categories. We just do the flowers. And it gets to a point where when you're doing literally hundreds of samples that you're judging, that you can tell this one just, it might taste like the others, but it doesn't do it for me, or it makes me feel a little uptight, or there's something, what was going on at the trimming table when they were trimming this? What was going on in the garden? Was this grown with full intention, or was this just a bunch of guys wanting to make a lot of money? That's really the key. And it does come through, I swear to God. And it's not, what happens is often we'll feel that, but other judges pick up on it too. So we know we're not crazy. And it really, truly does. Again, I just have to say it's such a psychic plant, and we're so blessed to have her in our lives, really.
I see a little note about Kundalini Yoga. That's very interesting because at the moment I've been working on really defining a chakra meditation, and that's all about raising the Kundalini. And I can pretty much tell you smoke doesn't stop the rising of the Kundalini. But what we have to understand is that each one of the chakras of the lower 5 chakras are all associated with a particular sensory awareness, a sense faculty. So for example, the first chakra, Muladhara chakra, is the earth, and that's inspired by the faculty of smell, right? And then as you go up the chakras, you actually sort of absorb each lower one with the upper one. So the earth of the Muladhara chakra is absorbed into the water of the Svadhisthana chakra. And the water of the Svadhisthana chakra is absorbed into and the water is the taste. The Muladhara chakra now is fire, and that sort of evaporates the water, and that's the one of sight. So as you go up the chakras, you turn off your sensory input is the point. So that by the time you get up to the 6th chakra, you're now in that Astanga Yoga situation of pratyahara, where you're eliminating distractions. Now, the cannabis will stimulate each one of your sensory faculties. But as you go up the chakras, you actually are kind of turning that one off and focusing into the one pointedness at the top. So Kundalini can really, it's not going to stop you from doing that. You just have to do it in moderation and do it with intention. That's the whole point. The smoke won't stop it. The smoke will help you focus in on it. And just watch that rising of the Kundalini through the chakras, and each one will turn off one of those sensory awarenesses until you finally get into the mental plane instead of the physical plane. And that's when you really get into the cannabis, and you're now in the dhyana, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi that you can get to with cannabis.
Well said. And I want to actually acknowledge the last person that wrote in saying it's, a lot of us are producing medicine. It's not about the money, and amen to that. I mean, 100%. I'm talking about the people that are doing it just for the money. And up where we live in the Emerald Triangle, there's plenty of those. So I really do honor the people that are making medicine and recognize it as that, and as a spiritual aid and all the other things. That's for real. And you know what? It's a job, and you're working hard at it, and you deserve to make an income. God knows the government makes that really hard for us to have that happen, but it's also seva. It's a work of love to get it out there because it is true medicine, and also to keep it legal so people don't go to jail for it.
Yeah. It's spiritual medicine. And I think that's
and
the point.
Physical. Yeah.
Physical, obviously, and emotional too, for anxiety and so on, but it's a spiritual medicine, which brings up, we have to talk about Namaste a little bit.
Right. We do want to talk about that. This is a group that we're involved with that is actually doing a more or less once a month. We have a meeting. It's called Namaste, like namaste, but you put the kana in front of it. And it was started by 2 wonderful friends, Mickey Norris and
Chris Conrad,
thank you. And they started it out as a way to actually help people not go to jail, and to instead create a church around
it was
cannabis,
an alternative,
but it's gotten much deeper.
It was an alternative defense argument, which is to say, if this is a spiritual sacrament in a religion, then you have to take this as your spiritual practice. And so this became sort of a defense in courts, and they wouldn't really so much get people out of the jail. They might get a very reduced sentence. And Mickey also was very concerned about the conditions of people in jail, especially people with families in jail. So she's done a lot of work with that. But at one point, Chris was trying to do this. He had this vision of a spiritual movement around cannabis. And everybody said, no, we got to work on the politics. We got to work on getting people out of jail. And he said, well, now we're at a place, and he kept getting this message. Let's get this spirituality written down, and let's make sort of a statement. We have this creed.
Yeah, we have a creed. We have a whole ceremony set up now. And it includes, we've been doing it virtually for the last year, of course. And it includes starting off with the creeds and then rolling really big. Well, when we're together
we have
in
a
person,
cone that's this big. We have a cone that's this big,
yeah,
right?
Well, that's when we're
and
in
everybody
person
brings a little bit of their favorite flower, and then we make this big, huge joint and we pass it around. That's the first thing we do, and then we recite the creed,
yeah.
And then we do a meditation. Then people talk about their experiences and how cannabis helped them, or how they realize the spirituality in cannabis. But there's one way we do this thing when we pass the big joint. We do a ritual, which is kind of like what the Babas do in India, where when you do it, you cover your heart with your left hand, and you take the joint and you pass it with the right hand, and you pass it to your right. And when you pass it, you look that person in the eye and you say, Namaste. And Namaste in Sanskrit means basically, I salute the divine in you, right? And if you can see the divine in yourself, maybe with the help of cannabis, then you can see the divine in everyone else. And the more you do that, the more love and understanding and compassion you have for that person. So we make a formal statement, Namaste, and I see the divine in you, and let's share this sacrament, which helps us to see the divine in everyone. And then it goes around the circle and so on. So it's really quite a lovely ceremony. We also, from time to time, bring in Ganjama, the goddess of cannabis. And then we also very often have a guest speaker who has something to say about the history of cannabis, or about how it's been used, and various things like that. So it's quite a nice little gathering.
We're about to incorporating some music into it now. So we have probably about 40 people that are into it at this point. And I've heard that another chapter's opened up somewhere. I mean, it's really about just spreading the truth of when cannabis is used intentionally, it's a whole different voyage than when it's not. So it's really to, be intentional and do it with that spirit in mind at all times.
Yeah.
And speaking of spirit and the Emerald Cup, Swami and I are actually right now in the middle of the final judging for the Emerald Cup. We've done 260 something flower samples over the last month at home that we've worked on, and plus a bunch of pre-rolls. And today, in fact, is the meeting when all the judges come together and we get to choose the number one, and actually 1 through 20. And then all the different categories, because now we have, it used to just be sun grown. Now there's sun grown, and there's mixed light, and there's indoor even, and all these different pre-rolls and third-party certified.
Well, see, one of the things we've done different this year also, and this is Tim Blake, who founded the Emerald Cup, is always trying to get to the cutting edge. They've been working with SC Labs down in Santa Cruz for the last 7 or 8 years, and they do all the testing for the cup. So they've been doing all this testing, and they have this mega data they've assembled, and they've been analyzing the mega data. And lo and behold, they found out they were testing terpenes. And they said, of all the samples, they must have tested almost 200,000 samples over the last 10, 12 years. And of those samples, fully 40% of them had myrcene terpene dominant. Right. And then the next one was beta caryophyllene. And then the other ones were there's limonene and terephthalene and terpinolene and ocimene. And what was the other one?
I think those are the main ones.
Yeah. So those were the main ones that are the dominant ones. But once again, we have to get back to the whole entourage, or what I like to call the ensemble of all the ingredients. In fact, with 500 ingredients, we should be calling it a symphony, right? And the fact is that if you have something that's myrcene dominant, the smell or the aroma from it will just as likely be determined by the second most prominent one, right? So, and maybe even the third. So what happens is that all the combination of all the different elements coming together, the ensemble, that's what really makes the cannabis be what it is and do what it does for you. So this year we've organized the cannabis. So all the ones of the indoor, they're all the limonene are together and all the beta caryophyllene are together. So we're learning even more as we go to say, well, what is it when myrcene's dominant? Well, myrcene's dominant, but what about the limonene? Maybe that's second, and that's what really gives it its smell. So it's been a fascinating process. And what we found over the years is that the top 30 or 40 of all the entries, say the top 20, they just float up and everybody knows, everybody agrees on those. The hard part is putting them in order, 1, 2, 3, up to 20. So that's really.
So, and in answer to this question about what strain brand do you recommend for most of what you're talking about? Well, of course, I'm going to say Swami Select. And within our brand, I would say either, I mean, they're all grown with that intention and with that love. As far as finding a meditative space, I'd say if you can find any of the Secret Samadhi or any of the Magic Melon, that's just a couple, but like I say, they all are grown with that intention. And otherwise, if you can't find Swami Select, what I would encourage you to do is to always look for sun-grown, organically grown from Northern California, because we're the ones that have been doing it for so many years. We've got this really purpose to what we're doing here. And it's,
well, see, the other thing is,
sun-grown just puts that much more energy into it. It totally does.
The thing is, up here in the Northern California, we have some of the cleanest air, water, and land anywhere on the planet, right? Because it's coming across the Pacific Ocean. There's never been major agriculture up in the mountains, and we have really clean water. So all of those are ingredients. More and more as we go along, you're going to really want to know, if you're eating organic food, you really want to know that your cannabis is organic too, and not just organic, but pure, pesticide-free, and so on. Mm-hmm. And so all the other people who grow, they owe it to the customers to make sure that it is those things. We're giving people medicine, and it has to be pure, and it has to be grown with the right intention. Mm-hmm. And so the other thing about growing outdoors in the sun, let's face it, it gets powered by the sun for 7 months, right? And it's just so much better about walking in the garden when you're out in the sun. And you're enjoying.
Actually, we call ours sun, moon, and star grown, because it really gets all of those elements that an indoor, even a mixed light, won't get all of those different elements that help it to grow.
Imagine the Milky Way over your plant in the middle of the night, sending down all this energy. It's coming from the planets, it's coming from outer space, and so on. And that's infusing the planet, along with our intention and the good vibe that we put on it. So.
And we grow directly in the soil. That makes a big difference too. Right. If you can find a cannabis brand that they grow regeneratively and directly in living soil, as opposed to in a pot where it's going to be just not the same. It's not spreading out and having its full worth, getting the mycelium out of the earth directly. So.
Nikki mentioned before regenerative agriculture, and that's kind of a movement that we've been spearheading up here with the cannabis in Oregon and Washington, up into Vancouver too. A whole lot of people, even all over the States, are starting to realize regenerative farming, which puts the energy back into the soil, doesn't deplete the soil. We're not using, one of the things I realized is that most professional or commercial agriculture, they have huge irrigation, right? And what's the irrigation? It's putting out the nutrients. But what are the nutrients? In order to be dissolved in the water, the nutrients are transformed into a form as a salt. So that all your potassium, nitrogen, phosphorus, all of those, they're delivered to the plant in commercial agriculture from salt. And an awful lot of these salts are derived from petrochemicals. So what are you putting in the plant? Well, that's what's going to come up, because the cannabis is a bioaccumulator. Whatever's in the soil, it pulls up. So in a regenerative farming operation, the attempt is to source as much as you can from your own land and otherwise hyper-locally. And you're only putting in organic matter. You're putting in mulch, you're putting in wood chips, you're putting in worm castings, and all of these things that you have on your own, that you grow on your own ranch, and you companion plant with it. And you do a minor little tilling. You don't do a deep tilling. It's a no-till situation, and you keep adding up, and you create the bioaccumulation, the bioenergy in the ground. And we take an example of the forest, right? Does anybody water the forest? Does anybody fertilize the forest? Does anybody turn it over and plow it?
Goddess?
No. Well, no, not even God, actually. So what happens in the forest is, sure, there's all these animals pooping and shitting, but the trees are dropping everything. And down in the ground, there are all these microorganisms. There's worms, and there's arthropods, and there's bacteria, mycelium, and there's also, well, mycelium is fungi. And then what else is under there? Ciliates and flagellates and parameciums and amoebas, and it's all alive under there. But when you put all that chemical fertilizer, you kill those alive things. The regenerative is making those alive parts of the soil, the bacteria and the fungi and everything else come alive and relate and make a whole soil food chain, which is going to grow your plants. So we feel that we feed the soil with local natural ingredients, and then the soil feeds the plants.
Amen.
So.
Amen. Well, we're going to have to go choose 20 along with our, I think there's 16 other judges. We'll be choosing 20 out of 264 top contenders.
No, but we've done our we've done our homework.
We've done our homework. And I did want to respond. A couple of people asked about where could they find Swami Select or seeds. We don't sell seeds. We don't breed seeds, but I would recommend Humboldt Seed Company or Homegrown Seed Company. You can find those both online.
And there's also,
and for us, you know, both to look for where we sell our product, but even more so to just check out our website. We have a lot of information in there about all of these things that we're doing and about spirit and the plant and the histories and all kinds of things. So that's just simply www.swamiselect.com. And let's close out with 3 more ohms to really feel the spirit.
Get everybody on the same wavelength.
Feel free to join in at home. Yay.
Ready. Blessings to you all. Blessings to you all. Om Aim Hrim Klim Shrim Ganjamaye Namah.
Namaste.
Namaste.
And thank you, Joan, and thank you, Neil.
Thank you.
And I know this is going to be a great weekend. You've just got such amazing things coming up. So much
I'm
love.
so grateful you two were part of this. This is just so awesome. I feel like we are in a communal setting right now all together. The whole day has had that drop-in feeling. And I honor the two of you for being at the cutting edge of and keeping the consciousness of cannabis alive for all of us. And I can't wait till I'm up on your property doing our 420 spiritual living with you and Cannabis Day, and just great.
We look forward to it.
Nikki, before you go, what are you wearing around your neck?
Oh, this is the Sri Yantra. This is what our garden is planted in. Let's see if I can. There you go.
Oh my goodness.
So that is the Sri Yantra. So imagine a plant at every one of these intersections on every triangle, and then a whole circle around the outside as well. Yes.
So beautiful. So I realize you've been smoke testing 7.7 cannabis species a day or strains a day.
Well,
something like that.
We take a few days off, so it's actually more.
Yeah. Oh, and just a heads up, this Thursday, we every Thursday at 4:20 in the afternoon, we do a session with Swami. And it was an hour, a little more than an hour with a guest, and we just hang out with a bunch of people. And this week we're going to have Eleanor Kuntz, who does Leaf Works, where she'll do genetic testing and gender testing for your cannabis plants. So we'll have a great time with Eleanor. She's a wonderful friend and a brilliant scientist.
But it's always fun because we can actually interact with the callers quite a bit. So
I love it. I love it. I want to be on your show. This is so fantastic. Guys, we're so grateful. I know you have to go tonight to your big thing. Last minute words for Neil.
Or Neil, or from Neil.
Of Neil, words of Neil.
So Nikki and Swami, thank you so much. Your energy and your authenticity really, like, you wear it, you know, like I can see how pure you are in your intentions. So I just appreciate you. And I hope to someday meet you guys.
Amen. Us too.
Mhm.
Come on over.
Come on
All
up.
right, all right.
Thanks so much.
Okay, bye-bye.
Love you all.
Blessings.
Take care.
Bye-bye. Mwah.
They're so beautiful,
I
Neil.
know, right?
I don't want them to go.
Yeah, yeah. They just, I don't know. I just had a smile on my face the whole time just because of their energy and the way they conveyed their messages, you know?
I told you that I met them at the Palm Springs International Cannabis Film Festival. Okay.
Mm.
And they just held court in the yard outside. And I could hardly believe it. They were definitely of another vibrational frequency, and I can't imagine our conference without them.
No. Perfect fit for the theme of Portal to Ascension.
You know what I think is so important, Neil, that
Mhm.
I'm realizing today? Cannabis, you know, has always been undercover, underground. It's a people's plant. But with legalization comes certain other challenges, which is that, you know, big corporation, Marlboros, you know, they all want a piece of the cannabis.
Yeah.
Not the kind that we want them to have. They're not going to extend this consciousness. So I think that our conference today is really remarkable because it's all focused on the people and the consciousness of the plant.
Yes, exactly.
I want to honor you because this idea came through you to me.
Yeah, we have to balance it out. And I must say that, you know, even though I spoke about earlier about like epilepsy and the cancer thing, which really made me, you know, want to be a part of this, it's really about connection and community as well. But what really actually inspired this was my thought of going to dispensaries and seeing how much plastic they use, right? So I was like, and going to these dispensaries and knowing that they're not even thinking about the amount of plastic they use and you can't recycle your plastic. So I was like, well, it's very interesting that the cannabis industry is going to be probably one of the largest users of plastic, right? So, and we're creating this huge movement that can help heal and align all of humanity and, you know, help us with our, like, even creating rope and not having to cut down trees and all this stuff and being sustainable. Yet we're not even aware that we're like wasting so much within the industry. So the waste that I saw just going to dispensaries as a consumer is what made me want to start creating these events where we're just informing people. And I hope to grow this. I hope business professionals will start joining us more often. Investors will. And we can add another facet to capitalism. Rather than capitalism being just about the shareholder, it can now be about the human and the earth as well, right? So, and that's what I really want to do this for.
No, I love that. And I love that it is giving back. I love that in a way, you know, the fact is that people have been imprisoned for using cannabis in their life and punished for the freedom. And now that when I think of big corporation taking it over, it's like, I'm really committed to not allowing that to happen to the best of my ability.
Same.
And it's also funny that when I started smoking marijuana back in college, years and years and years ago, no one thought about the medical uses of it. I mean, honestly, it was a recreational drug. And even the use of the word drug, you know, and takes away from the spiritual essence of it. And we were taught not only that is it evil, but even I'm listening to the spirituality. My spiritual teacher in the 70s said, if you smoke cannabis, if you smoke marijuana, you cannot be initiated into our spiritual practice. And so I immediately stopped smoking marijuana because it was more important to me to be initiated into a spiritual practice. And then there's that little guilt that somehow you're disobeying spirituality. Yes. But you know what? The truth is, even here, I'm reading this book, The Ecstasy of Shiva, The Calm of Buddha. So what they've denied us, besides the medical, is really how this plant has been working with our hearts and our spiritual teachings. Yeshua, Jesus, had his own elixir with cannabis in it. Our great spiritual teachers used this plant. Now I don't know so much about Joseph and the Mormons, you know, if he received that download through cannabis, but many of our spiritual teachers have received that true information as a direct connection to source. And we know that cannabis opens that door, that bridge
Well, it's foundational. I mean, some people speculate that manna, which is from Old Testament and the New Testament, is actually some cannabis infused drink, right? That was used by these prophets. And then others say, of course, we already know that bhang, right, which was used as a spiritual practice in India for thousands of years, has cannabis infused in there. And even in the Rig Veda, there are phrases that allude to mushroom use, because mushrooms used to grow wild in cow dung, and the Hindus have the cow as very sacred, and my theory is because it brought them the psychedelics. And there is actually writing in the Rig Veda about drinking from the mushroom sea, as they call it. So it's like almost like when they were doing this, they were opening up their third eyes, their consciousness, and able to receive downloads, direct downloads. And I want to add to that is like a lot of times when I say a statement like that, there will be those that will, within my community, spiritual conscious disclosure, ancient history community, that will say, well, that's the cheater's way out, right? But what I want to say is that it's not just one way or the other. It's not like, oh, cannabis and psychedelics is the only way to get there, or meditation and yoga is the only way to get there, or something like that. It's this and that. These are all tools that we've been gifted on this planet. We are vibratory frequency, made out of the same frequency as the planet. Solid matter is a complete illusion. We can prove it now. We are the planet. We are the plants. We are ingesting parts of ourselves that aren't even foreign to us, that we're designed to interact with, to be able to receive them, because we have been gifted with the limitations of frequencies. We've been gifted with the limitation of how we can perceive light, how we can hear sound, the 1 trillion scents that we can smell, because there's actually more than 1 trillion, but we can only smell 1 trillion scents. We've been gifted with these limitations that we can transcend through meditation, yoga, eating well, all that stuff, but also with cannabis and plant medicine, right? So it's really not a cheater's way out. It's just another tool that has been gifted to us.
I agree. So much amazing information. And people are commenting on the way you started with the plastics. And I think with the pandemic, they're saying that, the shipping of everything now is really detrimental to our planet.
Yeah.
Back on that subject for a minute. But, so guys, this is our stories. It's like our plant. And you can choose how you're going to use it, how you're going to share it with people. But I do believe more and more people need to understand the healing benefits. It really bothers me when people like my cousin, I finally told him I was hosting this cannabis conference, which he thought was a great idea. But he's an attorney, so he wouldn't have thought it was a great idea a year or two ago. But his mother died when she was 98. And in her 98th year before she died, she asked my sister and I to bring down edibles to the Jewish Community Center. All the 90-year-olds wanted to try edibles. Okay. And their kids wouldn't allow them to. And my sister and I show up, and my 98-year-old aunt, they all asked us to bring down these edibles. So down in Texas, they could try it before they died. All right. They had heard about cannabis. But I don't know why I mentioned my aunt, but really allowing this experience to be shared. And you know what? The senior population is one of the populations that is most learning about cannabis, and actually most needs cannabis in their system for arthritis, for pain, for muscle spasms, for headaches, for everything. And when you go to your doctor to talk to them about it, they don't know a lot about cannabis. They're worried you're gonna fall. And if you stop using the pain pills, then they're gonna be irrelevant. Mm-hmm. So getting information out to your folks about how cannabis can really help them is really critical. I've sat in a lot of seminars with the seniors who just are kind of still bewildered about how to use cannabis and what it could do.
Yeah. It can do so much that you can't even begin to tell someone who's not even into it in the first place. The gravity, it's almost like people are incapable to process how much it can really do for us. I was telling my dad, seriously, it's the only thing that I've seen have any effect on Parkinson's. But even with that knowledge and the awareness that nothing else is working, and the medication is actually what leads to the tremors.
Right.
Still nothing.
Can't
you
you
know?
show him those YouTube videos made a believer out of me. When
Yeah.
I saw, someone walk, and these were not faked YouTube videos, a patient walking in the middle of a tremor. And then within minutes, now we're not talking about the guy smoking cannabis. This was consciously, ingesting tinctures, certain doses, so it's this consciousness applying to it. It's, don't think you can go and smoke a joint and cure your cancer.
Yeah.
That, that's ridiculous. But anyway, my cousin, who finally I was able to say, well, I'm doing this cannabis conference, and we talked about his mom had wanted to try cannabis before she died. But he was very careful to say there's a lot of legal implications for Neil and myself, things we cannot say.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you go out and smoke cannabis later, don't blame us. Don't even blame us.
Yeah.
No, but I'm kidding. And I'm not, because they want to demonize it. Look, in states where they've legalized cannabis, the use of opiates has decreased almost 50%. Now, if I was a pharmaceutical company who runs our media, runs everything, I would certainly be ready to demonize cannabis 24/7. And that is what's happening.
Yeah. Well, a study came out. Well, I'll say this first. The Koch brothers actually, a few years ago, when medical cannabis was on the ballot in Florida, and it was actually had a chance to win, the Koch brothers, within a matter of weeks, they had backed the pharmaceutical company and had given money in order to basically discredit the decriminalization of cannabis, or the medical use of cannabis, right? And it was like 70% or something were in favor. And then they had 2 months with millions of dollars, I forget the amount, but it's a lot, 2 months to change the perception. And then it lost by like 40% or something. Like it was like at 40%. But that just goes to show they're investing so much money for a reason. It's just, you follow the paper trail. It's just so obvious at this point.
Well, and in certain cities, that are built up around the wine industry, like Santa Barbara, or, California wine industry is huge. My son was in that business. They don't want cannabis lounges right across the street.
Oh, yeah.
So until our quote society allows, cannabis and wine bars, which honestly, I think there ought to be cannabis and wine bars.
Colorado's doing it now.
People actually want to go in to a cannabis lounge and not only have their cannabis, but they wouldn't mind having a glass of wine or two.
Yeah.
So I actually think there's going to ultimately end up being a blend of the two. Neil, we have a wonderful actually question that I saw on YouTube. Some of our cannabis and medical aspects might be interested in helping to answer this, but it's a good question. I thought I'd read it.
Yeah.
What is the efficacy of cannabis on the soon to appear negative effects of the vaccine? I don't know, maybe Ruth can answer that. Can cannabis cure on a genetic level? Anya will answer that tomorrow, guys. We do have an expert on genetic interpretations. And then this is Brad, wouldn't be surprised. So the effects of, can cannabis help neutralize some of the damaging effects of the COVID vaccine? Well, we should break it down. Can cannabis neutralize some of the effects of COVID itself? And I've had some people, some of the dispensary owners, my dear friend, I don't want to mention names, but yes, there are some people who do say that cannabis can help prevent, because it builds up your immune system, COVID-19. So it's a two-part question.
Yeah, and right in the beginning of this whole world situation, there were some studies that came out on mainstream as well about how they were seeing that using CBD had an effect on basically healing from COVID, right? And that was just one article I saw. It was on a mainstream platform, and then it never came out again.
Oh, well, I saw that article too, and I've gone out, DuckDuck, if you go on DuckDuckGo, they will allow, they don't censor your searches.
That's what I use now.
And trust me, guys, people, that I had a video the other day that was censored, okay, because it had cannabis, so we're still being censored. But yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I have read that yes, but see, cannabis will build up your immunity if you take it properly. and, conscientiously with that intention of them. But again, all the other protocols, you still need to apply common sense, guys. All right. Yeah. So Ivan is talking about, yes, strains are antiviral. They are.
Yeah.
And they are protection for it. But now the vaccine itself, it's kind of interesting to comment on that. And I'm not sure we should be, but, would it neutralize some of the effects, some of the toxins that are in the vaccine? This is a very complicated, I'm not sure I'm ready to address this one.
Yeah, let's skip that. That's too much.
We're going to skip that, legal liability and all of that.
Yeah.
And it's I think controversial enough to say we think it's antiviral.
I'll say this though, that there was a study that came out 2018, 2019 that where they said it was around 90 to 96%. I forget the number because I read it back then, but basically of all illnesses and diseases come from inflammation, right? And obviously like some people can say 100%, right? I think they just were kind of like, maybe some of them don't, but they said most of these illnesses that we're experiencing in the world today all stem from some sort of inflammation. And if they can figure out a way to work on that inflammation, and I'm going to add holistically, then you can really like help eliminate many of the sicknesses. And plus in the last 150 years, sickness has become exponential due to the fact that we're not grounding anymore. We are in buildings and cars, socks, shoes. So we are disconnected from the natural frequency of the earth that is providing us with this way to be have low inflammation always, because when you're connected to the earth and the Schumann resonance, within 15 minutes, your body becomes oxygenated and inflammation slows down. So this study was saying that 96% or so come from inflammation. And now if you go and do research to figure out what is the best holistic thing in the world for inflammation, cannabis.
Okay, and CBD. And
which is why it's a cure-all for a lot of things.
I think that's phenomenal. And because cannabis is an adaptogen, and that's why the pharmaceutical companies hate it. They give you a pill for your blood pressure, that's for your blood pressure, but it never cures you, number one, and it gives you all these other diseases. But if you're smoking cannabis, okay, and your blood pressure, it will help normalize your system. Adaptogens mean that it is so smart, that plant, that it goes, oh, Joan's a little hyper over here, or she's anxious. I'm going to calm her down.
Yes.
So you won't get that from the blood pressure medication from your prescription. Mm-mm. And that is actually the miracle of our cannabis plant, because it adapts to what, and you don't even know. I mean, it's not like you're going to call the cannabis plant and say, look, guys, I'm feeling anxious today. So in addition to just making me feel good, can you lower my blood pressure? Can you make my heart beat right? You don't say any of that. It just knows.
Exactly.
That's an awesome thing.
That's the spirit right there.
Right?
Yeah.
So I don't want medical cannabis that's been medicalized, corporatized, delegitimate, like the more they legitimize that, the more I'm going to turn to Swami and to our dear friend Sari Starr with her Celestial Smokes and all the people that are making cannabis. Well, not making it, they're allowing the natural state of cannabis. We owe it to ourselves, I think, to get together a list of the highest quality producers.
There should be an app for that.
Right?
Just like the most, like having like a star grade based on the integrity of your product.
Right. Not the THC count, which is actually can get in your way of that experience. All right. Now we have a pharmacist on here. That's why I, as a pharmacist, love it. The pharmaceutical industry is run by business people and people looking for money and not actual health care. So wouldn't it be interesting if you could, one day they're going to come in, but they'll get those. If they come to your pharmacy, I'm sorry to say, they'll get those capsules with the drug. There is a difference between drug and plant.
Yeah. A great example, Joan, is a conversation I had with my sister where she was having some chronic illness issues a couple of years ago. We couldn't figure out what it was. And then I recommended CBD, right? And she goes, oh, well, there's a synthetic version of that. Why don't I just take that, right? And that's the mindset, that it's such a drug that when someone says there's a legal drug, you're like, oh, wait, why would I take the illegal one when they have this legal version?
Right. And so so then part of this is of spreading this awareness of the miracle of cannabis is actually educating people to the fact. I don't know why this is counterculture, but health comes from within. Okay. It does not come from outside. It doesn't come in a pill. Okay. You're not attacked by the world. Okay. Yeah. Health comes from building up your own body from inside. And that is so radical to our Western culture and it's ruled this whole COVID treatment as well. Yeah. So guys, this is about personal responsibility for everything.
Yeah.
Right. Listening to and the cannabis plant talks. You let go of the truth is you can't sit there with your synthetic cannabis and your natural cannabis in the same place. Mm-hmm. They're counter. They don't work together.
Definitely. Joan, so I have a little presentation. Should I get into that?
Yes, because we have.
So I'm going to do a little, wait, my camera went off. Hold on. I'm going to do a presentation here. And when my camera comes on, I'll tell you what it's about. But then also, Joan and I are going to go over some events that we have coming up in Portal to Ascension. And I'm going to show you guys, you're going to be the first people on Earth, besides my web developer, to see the new website. Besides my web developer and, of course, my wife, and to see the new website before it gets launched, which is going to be a week and a half from now. So I'm going to kind of show you that. And we're going to show you 2 events that Joan and myself are also doing together in the future. But it really, if you know Portal to Ascension, you know that I love to throw in ancient, deep, esoteric information anywhere I can into every event. And believe it or not, I can do that for cannabis as well, because it goes back into the ancient past. And first, I want to let you know that on our website, PortalToAscension.org, under articles, we do have an article that I wrote May 3rd, 2019, 700 medical uses of cannabis, which is a really good one. If you guys want to check this out, it has links to all the research studies too. However, some of these pages have been taken down. Most of them are working still. Some of them have been taken down. But ADHD, ADD studies, addiction risk, alcoholism, AIDS, ALS, Alzheimer's. Look at not just one study, many studies per case. And motivational syndrome. Lots of them. This page is very, 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 very long. So go ahead and check it out if you want to learn more there. But when it comes to the migration of cannabis, I love to just, my biggest passion really is tracking back the history of humanity and looking at our true ancient history timeline and how it goes against what we've been conventionally told. So when it comes to ancient India, I mean, I'm Indian. I was born and raised Hindu. My parents are from Punjab, India, which is this place right under the 2 over here, which is Punjab, North India. So just being raised in that culture alone, I always wanted to know my ancient past, and I wanted to know how I got to be an Indian, right? So what I actually went, and my wife and I went and did an Ancestry.com thing many years ago. And when we did the Ancestry.com, I was like, oh my God, I'm going to find out that I got part Egyptian, Mongolian, Persian, because those are all the civilizations that invaded North India, because South India is not exactly the same makeup as North India. And they're the ones that I would probably be descended from. So she got her results back, and she's, Mexican. So she's from all over. And then for me, I got back 99.99% Indian and the 0.01% other. But if you get anything under 0.1%, it could be a fluke and you could be 100%. So in other words, I got 100% Indian. And at first I was like, oh man, I wanted to really know, what made me up. And then I was like, whoa, I'm one of the few people on this planet that ancestors have been in one area for so long that I literally don't have any variations that they can test of me yet, because that area I've been in and the genetic soup I've been in was for thousands and thousands of years. So that was very interesting to me to notice that. And then I left India, and after thousands of years of having the same genetic soup from that area, I married my wife who's Mexican, and it's the first ever where that kind of timeline has drifted off in thousands of years. So that was amazing to me. So as my research continued, I also wanted to figure out how we got to India. So before I get into that part, which is directly connected to cannabis, we're going to look at a map here of the migration of cannabis. What is believed to be this is conventional wisdom. I think some of these dates are a little off. For example, I'll show you in a second. There's evidence to suggest that Egypt, as early as 1000 BC, had cannabis use. But over here, we see the migration of 700 AD. But this is what's believed. Around 12,000 BC, it was domesticated really in Central Asia. And then the next really occurrence of it is the migration of the people from Mohenjo-daro down into India from this line right here in 2000 BC, which was called the Hindu Kush Valley, that wraps all the way around the North Himalayas into China. So this is where the Hindu Kush was discovered, in the Hindu Kush Valley. So we started 12,000 BC and we followed down, and this is the area right here. And then you can see it goes off in all different types of directions into Europe and then down to Africa, across the world. There could have been different strains of cannabis elsewhere around the planet for sure at those times. This is what has been tracked by scientists, trying to figure out where it began from in the first place. So now this takes me into my presentation here that I'm going to do a few slides on. This presentation that I'm going to show you right now is actually part of a larger presentation called The Creation Stories of Ancient Civilizations, in which I went through over 150 different origin stories of ancient civilizations, and I dissected them by similarities, topics, how many of them talked about sound and frequency, vibration, how many of them had sacred geometry references in them, how many had metaphors of spiders in them, how many had metaphors of extraterrestrials in them. So as I was doing my research, I, of course, came across one of the ancient civilizations that has a connection to cannabis. And this civilization is called the Dogon. So we're going to start off here, and then we're going to go into the migration of into India, into the Hindu Kush Valley, and kind of look at the migration and the maybe one of the first occurrences that masses of people interacted with cannabis and then started spreading it elsewhere from that through those trade routes. So this right here is about the Dogon. I'm telling you their creation story right now. The only connection really here to the cannabis is the fact that they mention cannabis within their own scriptures. So the Dogon are an African tribe that live in Mali. Their creation stories are believed to go back thousands of years, and some claim that they may be descended from ancient Egyptians. They believe an egg of the world out in space, which is now known to modern astronomers as Sirius B, and their astrological maps depicting this star exist on ancient Dogon artifacts, baffling the star was only discovered in 1970. So for years, right, hundreds of years, there have been saying that this star exists, but we only discovered it in 1970. The creation myth of the Dogon begins with Amma, the god, who existed in before time and created the world. The egg of the world, or Sirius B, is sometimes referred to as the original placenta, which may refer to Amma's origins. Amma then creates the earth and marries her. However, the clitoris of earth is opposed to Amma's penis. Therefore, it is only after Amma removes the earth's clitoris that they are able to conceive 4 sets of twins, right? This is their story. The twins are known as Nomo, and the other one is referred to as Onomo, while another is Ogo. The Nomo have the shape of a fish and require a watery environment to live, but they also have arms and legs. Ogo removes himself from Amma's womb before he is finished in order to take over creation. With no partner of his own, he mates with the earth, and that act of incest brings disorder and chaos to the world. This is the beginning of duality. From the ancestral union comes the first menstrual blood and the spirits of the underworld. So these fish-like beings are the ones that supposedly came here in order to bring information and awareness to the planet, also start the process of duality, that we went from the oneness to duality. And in that process, what did they bring down? Cannabis. Cannabis translated is canna, which is, I think canna is dog, and then bis is plant. So basically, cannabis translates to the 2-dog plant. And then Sirius A and Sirius B is known as the 2-dog star system. So because cannabis has the word cannabis in it, the belief is also that that word actually came from the connection to Sirius B and the extraterrestrials that brought it down here. just for fun and entertainment, we're going to go ahead and watch a Dogon mask dance right now. So I'm going to play this, and now you'll have a little feel for their culture, and also have a feel for these individuals that have a huge connection to cannabis. Let me make sure my sound is playing. Give me 1 second. Let's play it for like a minute. So the mask is a representation of the extraterrestrial beings that visited. All right, and now I'm going to fast forward, and you can kind of glance at the gravity of this presentation as I'm moving forward, where I go over many different creation stories. Sound, Om, Hinduism, boom. Migration into India. So modern day, as I've been researching, as an Indian growing up in the world, I have been told many different things from priests, from family, from researchers, from yogis, from New Age people about the age and how old India is. I've heard things about the Rig Veda wasn't made thousands of years ago. It was made 100,000 years ago, right? Like my astrologer priest, as I was growing up at the temple I lived by in England, would say something like that. And I was like, 100,000 years ago, when I started learning about the cycles of time and how Atlantis may have existed around 13,000 years ago, I was trying to quantify what was happening in India. And did the Himalayas act as some sort of like disconnection where they were isolated for so long, for 100,000 years? Now, I believe that there were ancient tribes in India, but the Indians as we know it are not specifically those tribes. Maybe they've been merged. But what it looks like is that ancient India, especially North India, right? And I'm specifically talking about 3/4 of India for the most part, even going into Afghanistan, have descendancy from Egypt, which is known as Kemet. Egypt was the name given by the Greeks. Kemet is the original name. The land of Kush, south of Egypt, that may have actually been the ones to name the Hindu Kush Valley, by the way. The Aryans from Persia, right? And the Mongolians, because I think we're all related to Mongolians, except for some. So the migration of the Hindu Kush Valley created the Indus civilization around 2900 BC, and eventually began migrating south into India. The Vedas were thought to be written about 1,000 years later, not until 1900 BCE. And here we have the migration, and the next image is going to show it a little in more detail. But if we're looking down here and the migration into India, this part right here is the Hindu Kush Valley, in which the strain of Hindu Kush cannabis was discovered. That many actual scholars call this place the origin of cannabis where it was first discovered. But as I showed you in the map, it probably was cultivated 10,000 years earlier in Asia, but maybe didn't make its way all around the world until around 2000 BC, officially, like on a mass level, right? Where it was migrated with Italian civilizations. So here we have Egypt right up there, and we have the land of Kush right below it. And we can see here that there was a migration that happened from the Nubian area, the Nubian Empire, and the land of Kush over across the strait here through Yemen and Saudi Arabia, current area, over this area. So they took boats. They could not go through this area right here. They wouldn't go up through Egypt into across the land because there was a war that had been going on for hundreds of years. Well, just they weren't really friends for quite some time. between Egypt and the land of Kush. So they escaped over here through this area into the Hindu Kush Valley. As they came down at the Hindu Kush Valley, they came to this area right here, where hopefully you can see my cursor, which is the civilization of Mohenjo-Daro, the founding civilization of Indian culture as we know it, and the cultivation of the Vedas, which eventually became Hinduism. And now we have a better image here of the land of Kush. So Egypt at the top here, land of Kush there. Sometimes Kush was even more, extravagant and civilized, if you will, and advanced than Egypt was. And sometimes Egypt went back and forth because they existed for like 1900 years. Kush was around for a very long time. So they had a lot of differences going on. And sometimes the entire empires would encompass both Egypt and Kush, whereas Kush was actually almost technically a part of Egypt back then because of the fact that an empire, ruled the entire area. So the land of Kush in Egypt really had a lot of conflict going on later in their existence. So the individuals from Kush went across the Red Sea, across the peninsula here, similar to what Moses must have done, I guess, because they went through the desert over there, and they migrated, made their way to, boom, Hindu Kush Valley. Mohenjo-Daro, discovery of cannabis, same time, 2000 BCE, exact same time that conventional science says that it was discovered in the area. And Mohenjo-Daro was the birth of a huge civilization that really cultivated a lot of spiritual practices that have permeated many cultures worldwide, including Greeks. There was, when Mohenjo-Daro was invaded from the north by Aryans and then at a later point from Mongolians, when the descendants, or the people that live in Mohenjo-Daro had to disperse, they went both to the left and to the right. They went west and east. When they went down to the east, southeast, when they went into India, they went into India. They went all the way to India, all the way down to Sri Lanka. When they went to the west, they went to the Greek lands. And the same exact religious information that stemmed from Mohenjo-Daro became part of the Greek pantheon of gods and the Indian pantheon of gods. The Indian gods and the Greek gods are exactly the same. There is a counterpart to every god. Zeus is Indra. Athena is Saraswati. Every single one, even their backstory is the same, right? So it's because of this moment, and it happens to be the same time cannabis was discovered. Spiritual connection there? Probably. Now we have the last migration. Well, many migrations happened, but the migration of the Aryans down south that started the process of disbursement of the people from Mohenjo-Daro to the west and to the east. So my theory is that the cannabis cultivation was occurring in the Hindu Kush Valley over here for quite some time. And then when the Mohenjo-Daro civilization dispersed, and actually, to be quite honest with you, it looks like there was a nuclear weapon that was put down on Mohenjo-Daro, because if you go there right now, there's a bunch of skeletons completely into the ground, like glass. Like basically, it's like like one of those tables that are made of geodes. It's like that on the ground and on stairs. There's entire staircases with just people like skeleton remains just as glass onto the sides, which looks like very high heat happened, and there was some nuclear fallout. So maybe there was some sort of advanced technology going on at the same time as well. But by the disbursement happened when? This disbursement happened at the same time we see this cultivation and this movement into these areas right here as well. So could it have been when that happened that the civilizations there took it with them and started taking it all over the world and cultivating everywhere else? That's definitely a possibility. And here's another image of the Hindu Kush Valley. It wraps all the way over into China. And then lastly, I want to say this, that cannabis, it said 700 AD in Egypt. That's probably more cultivation rather than usage. Usage, I think it was being shared and traded for thousands of years before that. And there have been traces of cannabis that have been discovered in ancient mummies. For example, a number of studies from the 1990s discovered traces of THC the psychoactive compound in cannabis in the remains of several mummies. One mummy believed to have been buried around 950 BC had a significant deposit of THC. However, also the first mummy that was ever discovered with THC in its lungs was Ramses the Great, which was like around 1900 BC. And almost every single, because some of the studies that you find will say that every one had some traces of THC afterwards, but the majority of pharaohs after 1900 BCE had cannabis traces in their lungs. So this is a really ancient substance, ancient plant, as all of you know, and I just wanted to share a little bit about the history there to really know the gravity of what we're talking about here and what the ancients really thought about cannabis. And that's it for that.
Very fascinating, Neil. Graham Hancock, I first heard him talk about traces of DMT and cannabis in the ancient archaeological ruins. And he said something that stuck with me, which is that he hypothesized that the civilizations that flourished, that had the greatest renaissance of consciousness, art, and creativity, used some form of plant medicine, whether it was DMT, mushrooms, or cannabis. They were all grouped together as plants that are teaching us wisdom, consciousness raising plants. And he said that when cultures cracked down on the use of these plants, and they became more totalitarian, tyrannical, less organic cultures. And it's very, very interesting. I hope this means with our legalization happening around the world with all plants, that now we have the rebirth of a conscious civilization. And that means in the West. The Eastern cultures have always been conscious, but I guess we're wanting to include now the Western civilization too. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I agree. And I also have to say that the Eastern cultures have a lot of truth hidden in plain sight, right?
Right.
But a lot of them have moved towards blindly following those truths, So where the consciousness has actually left as well. And I can speak on my own culture because it's not considered racist if I do. But when he's talking about Hindus, right? When you talk about Hindus in India, there are so many people that are worshiping gods and have deities in their cars and everything. But to know this truth and the facts behind it and not following it with blind faith, but knowing that there is actual, not only science to back all of this stuff, the fact that we are these spiritual beings, I think is what's happening. And part of my mission, I believe, is to bring verifiable, grounded facts to the world in regards to spirituality and consciousness, so that the linear-minded people that can't really, that might not be able to accept it, are able to accept it because you've given them some evidence and some research that allows them to be like, okay, yeah, I can't deny this anymore.
So here's what is going through my mind. All those 10,000 hours of videos and conferences that you've done, let me see if I'm accurate on this, has been the result of your insatiable curiosity about the planet, its mysteries, and what is going on here, and including extraterrestrials, under-terrestrials, etc. You had this vision of, I need to know these answers, and then you've created these programs. Is that right?
Exactly. Every event that I've done has pretty much been something I wanted to explore, whether it's sacred geometry, sacred sexuality, ancient history, what's going on with UFOs and all that stuff. And it's given me the opportunity to learn from a lot of people, but also make some really good connections and create this business that, Portal to Ascension.
I love it, Neil. This is your imagination then, and your vision being made manifest. And that's what even this conference we're doing on cannabis was Neil sitting around going, okay, it's time for the people to know about this. This is his passion, by the way, to share this information. And I'm excited. Yes. He wanted me to be involved, frankly.
Yeah. And Joan and I mean, we've been friends since 2011, right? 2012. But our friendship has just grown, like compared to I don't know, no comparison really to our friendship, because it's had its moments where, you're doing your thing, I'm doing my thing. And then we come back and we just connect like nothing, no time even transpired. And we are always 100% present with each other. And every time we're at your house, so many different ideas stem from that experience. The creativity gets unlocked. And also if I'm having some sort of writer's block in creation, I feel so inspired every time I leave your presence. So that's why I wanted you to be a part of these events as much as possible, just to bring that energy to this as well.
All right, so guys, you have to let Neil know how much you adore me so that he keeps, I'm teasing.
Oh, that's already given.
But yeah, this is what happens when you collaborate with like-minded people. So Neil's about to show you 1,170 hours, and I'm actually in there too. I guess.
Yeah, there's actually over 2,000 hours. We haven't calculated the number yet, so that's why I've just put that number there. But everybody, you are now looking at the new Portal to Ascension website that no one has seen except for the core team right now, that is going to be launched in a week and a half. And obviously, you guys checked out the current website, so this is much different. We're going to have the ability for you just to sign up, start watching, takes you straight to the Watch Now page, which I'll show you in a second here. But we have our upcoming events, many events. When the site gets launched, there's about 60 to 65 fully produced conferences, retreats, online webinars, workshops, 40-person conferences and summits, 5-day events, all already produced, ready to go. Even courses, like my wife and myself are doing a sound healing course. And then we have our past archives, like 1,000 past events, many of them free now. Some of them you can register for at a discounted cost. And then the calendar area, news and articles area. And then I'm going to show you the online events. So the way we've split the online events up now is you can look here that you can see all of them. And right now I have 3 pages of events up, and events such as Michael Cremo, Forbidden Archaeology, where it's going to be all this archaeological evidence that completely changes the timeline that we've been told. Laura Eisenhower, Activating the Christos Matrix, which is coming up the day after that. Our sound healing course, a free sound and vibrational healing conference, a new discovery of an ancient civilization called Theophis, that this is the only person that's researched or been there to do the archaeological research. We're going to be releasing that information. We have a panel on UFO ET contact. We have a conference, a 2-day conference on unveiling your galactic heritage. This is the channeling event right here. This one is on quantum timeline jumping. And I know I'm going fast, but this one is the Pyramid Knowledge Conference, which is going to be an all-day event on people that are experts on pyramid technology, mathematics, spirituality, worldwide culture, archaeological evidence. And that's just one page. And you can even go by True World History. And then in True World History, we have subcategories: ancient history, Asian history, Earth history, Egyptian history, galactic history, history of the Americas. And don't forget, this is just the upcoming event page. We have the past event page that has 10 times as many events as what's upcoming. Evolution of consciousness, conscious science, and then of course the topic of the hour, health and wellness. And what event will be under plant medicine, of course, will be the Cannabis online conference replay. And lastly, I'm going to show you the Watch Now page that isn't really completely produced yet and finished, but I'll show you what I got. And right now there's just a trailer in here for like a Mark Wahlberg movie, because I haven't changed it out. But this is how it's going to look. All these will have their thumbnails. There's a continue watching area. There's a recently adding area. We have everything by topic. And then you can even go watch now and choose my events. If you paid for events, you'll get to look at that. If you register for this event, it'll be under my events, my list, all the things you add to your list, staff recommendations, and then the 5 major categories, and they all have subcategories. And then also a new feature, which is documentaries, since now we're working with a lot of people that are creating epic documentaries, and we're going to start showcasing them on the site. And then interviews, which will be podcasts, and people that want to basically give us the interviews to add here, and then our own interviews as well. So I'm extremely excited. This has been a huge labor of a lot of work and a lot of love, but definitely a lot of crying. I cried a lot trying to get this together, because I'm a year past my original date, and the amount of stress, really, like, even though I love to say that I did this with comfort and ease and that everything manifested perfectly, and I went into this whole process and it came out how it should be, I got to admit that there was so much stress involved with working with different people, losing entire sums of money because I was having issues with my developers. And now a year later, after that started, we're almost at the phase where it's going to be launched. And this is going to be a huge marketing campaign with 60 fully produced events. The events that are upcoming on our website, as soon as this gets launched, there's over 150 speakers represented in the next 8 months, right? Think of what topic you can think of, and we probably got something in relation to that. So last thing I want to show you here is actually one event that we're going to be doing together with Joan. Let's get to it. And then we'll go into our next guest. What are you under, Joan? What are you under? I think you're under spiritual development here.
Amazing. I'm under amazing.
Oh yeah, I know that. So we're gonna do an event together, Joan and Portal to Ascension, called Calling All Angels. And do you want to kind of maybe, while I'm bringing it up, speak on that a bit, Joan?
Yeah, so this will be a way to dive into connecting to your inner voice, your spiritual guides, into your spiritual gifts. So I do believe that those of us who feel like we have a mission or purpose on the planet have superpowers, super skills, intuitive skills that we want to develop so that we can actually do the mission, the visions that we came here to do. So it's an activation, an awakening, an empowering. And definitely by the time you leave, you will feel that you are surrounded by your guides, your angels, and that you yourself have those abilities. So how's that sound?
That sounds incredible. And my site's lagging just a little bit right now because it's still not launched. So give me a second to pull it up.
Okay. So meanwhile, though, guys, you are going to hear from me also that we'll be launching 420 Spiritual Sundays. I spelled it wrong. 420 Spiritual Sundays, which will actually be on Sundays starting 420 California time. And that's going to be a deep dive into really experiencing the consciousness that we've been talking about today. Yeah, so there it is, Calling All Angels. I look kind of heavenly. Look up to the heavens over there. But ever since I started working with the angelic realms, they want us to know we are not alone. And, you know, we're talking about all the beings that are in these other dimensions, including extraterrestrial beings. We are not alone. Cannabis is not just a human thing, you know, it is a gift from the gods.
Yes,
So
it is.
I'm happy to be sharing all of this with you guys. It's my gift. It's just so exciting to me. And my name, by the way, means gift. Oh yeah, wait, gift of the gods. The name Joan means gift from God. And didn't I entitle my presentation like gift from the gods? And I didn't
Yeah.
All right. We do. This is great, Neil.
It is. Shall we get into Kathy? Bring
Yeah,
her on?
yes. Why don't you introduce her, because she really is your friend.
Okay, well, I don't have her bio up right now, so let me pull it up.
I have it up. Okay, I'm ready with her bio.
Okay, go for it.
Big bio. Listen, Kathy's been in the cannabis field and has been an activist politically, spiritually for most of her life, I would think. She's exploring today and starting an international hemp skills bag. And I think that's a big thing, this community skills bag, hippie commune, mystery school, sharing light and love. And that is what we're going to hear about from Kathy.
Kathy, you there? I know she said she wasn't going to be on camera, so we're going to get her audio only. So let's try to bring her on.
Okay.
There we go. She's got a shrine for her camera.
Oh God, I love shrines. So look at that. You see that big crystal over there? Gorgeous. Kathy.
Okay.
Hey, Kathy.
I'm here. Hey, by the way, it's Skills Bank, not Skills Bag, just to be clear. Skills BANK. Skills Bank. Okay, so my name is Kathy Ging, Eugene, Oregon. Oregon resident for 45 years. I started my left coast career in Haight-Ashbury, San Francisco, after reading electric acid test about Ken Kesey, the Merry Pranksters, and the Magic Bus further, while in English graduate school at Chapel Hill. From Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, originally, I hitchhiked through Europe twice, studied a year at American University of Beirut, and I have a master's in English from University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. My thesis topic was the restoration of man and woman on the western side of paradise. So I studied renewable energy and public planning at the University of Oregon, Eugene, where I initiated the revised version of Oregon's renewable energy personal income tax credit for renters and homeowners. How it happened, I took a marijuana joint to an engineer pal in Corvallis, whom I knew from Southern Oregon. We co-created the legislation, and after 85% of the solar business had gone bankrupt when the federal and state tax credits had sunset, this innovative tax credit passed unanimously 22-0 in the Oregon Senate, and it was considered one of the best in the country and helped buoy up the solar and renewable energy industry for 30 years in Oregon. I directed and co-directed 25 renewable energy events in Oregon, including Oregon Energy Roundup at the State Fair. Well, state fairs would be optimal locations to stage 50 industrial hemp cannabis roundups, starting with local exhibits at county fairs. A few years ago, I took the industrial hemp class at Oregon State University, Corvallis, eCampus. Anyone in the world can take it online. Oregonians 65 or better can take it free. Well, when I dropped out of working in the San Francisco Financial District, where I had edited brokerage reports, later working as the assistant librarian at the Bank of America World Headquarters Trust Research Library, there I discovered, reading the think tank reports, that the devastation nuclear energy could cause if accidents occurred. I resolved to start a people skills bank to develop alternatives to nuclear power. And that was a major reason I moved to a 160-acre hippie commune in Southern Oregon. And in Southern Oregon, we had 5 free or almost free offices, the Skills Bank did. Well, my background as a realtor for 35 years, a company named Amethyst Realty LLC, led to the vision of transitioning to a planetary hemp world, and as I see, ecological devastation worldwide. So in its infancy, this industrial hemp skills great notion I'm trying to start asks, can you or anyone you know help with initial database setup and volunteers? You can email me at Kathy@kathyging.com. And Kathy Ging is spelled Kathyging, to volunteer or offer creative suggestions, because this is a work in progress. Just yesterday, we set up a beginning of a website called hemporganize.org, and it will have an email address so you can put your input there. Well, an evolving scene, hemp jelly beans that may grow with the help of dozens and millions. Ideas presented here, by the way, can be used by anyone. I may not have enough years to realize all these visions, so I'm inviting you to get on this love train, and I know you are already on board. It was 45,000 homes lost to Oregon last summer in the fires alone that compelled me to mount this industrial hemp skills bank bandwagon to find solutions not only for sustainable food, energy, textiles, battery storage, but also for housing. These are not just innovative ideas anymore, but they're recommended or required for survival. As a realtor, I have known that hempcrete is fire, water, termite, and rodent resistant, even proof, and can last hundreds of years. If you see Oregonians for Industrial Hemp on Facebook, which is really only a Facebook page, by the way, in the upper left-hand corner is a building that's 1,250 years old on a protected UNESCO site in Asia somewhere. Well, I learned about hempcrete first in the Emperor Wears No Clothes book. And one of Jack's daughters, and Eugene is a friend of mine and one of my past clients. Well, The Emperor Wears No Clothes is still the #1 book in English regarding this versatile plant, which he called the King Kong plant. Hempcrete is made from the leftover hemp stalks after the high-grade fibers are used for other purposes. This otherwise waste material can be used to build homes, high-rises, even you'll see Just Biofiber.com in Canada is a couple-year-old company and expanding rapidly. A lecturer said recently that their hemp block construction can reduce house building time by weeks and can reduce residential construction by up to 50%. Today, I announced the creation of hemporganize.com. The reason is that we need to fulfill the vibes and organize the vibes to fulfill Jack Hare's vision. And I consider him the primary person who's been promoting hempcrete starting in the mid-90s or so, with about the 12th edition of his book. Well, exploring networking and implementing some of the 25,000 industrial hemp uses that could be accelerated with launching of grassroots international industrial hemp skills banks. How does that work? Well, these skills treasuries could inventory, network, talents, services, tools, apprenticeships, crowdfunding abilities, and need decentralization and local control paramount. In Southern Oregon, with the Community Skills Bank, we had what was called the Invisible Tools Library. It was invisible because everybody kept their own tools, but you could say that they would be available for you to use or them to borrow. Well, we need now database planning and volunteer organizers. What organizational structure? Should it be tax exempt, a cooperative, Is it a business? Should it be a B corporation.net? And is there an organization already doing this so that the skills bank paradigm might morph into that one? By the way, there is a group set up, a cannabis group that's a LinkedIn type group specifically for the cannabis family. I don't have the name at my fingertip, but I'll try to get it to Neil. So this planet hemp transition work we're all working on is in progress. And yes, we do love ancient cannabis plant allies for spiritual and recreational adult rejuvenation, which inspired most of my left work as a divergent after I moved to the West Coast. Well, principal founder of Community Skills Bank in Southern Oregon, this nonprofit helped kickstart the local movement there toward energy, food, housing, and economic self-reliance. It included a 500 topic database of talents and skills with 8 ways to offer or access a service. You could be a learner 1, a learner 2, a teacher 1, a teacher 2, a doer 1, a doer 2, or you have or need the tools. So registration included the Oregon Energy Sampler. That was a 2-page questionnaire whose respondents helped 13 other nonprofits, cooperatives, and businesses start or grow. Like Everyone's You was the free university at Ashland College that accessed 40 of 100 initial offerings using Skills Bank volunteer names. Then there was Cooperative Forest Workers, the Ashland Community Crafts Cooperative, the Ashland Health Clinic, a new newspaper, it goes on and on. Well, another form we had people fill out was called Intentional Community, to clearly articulate our dreams. This resulted in the founding of an Applegate Valley cooperative rural community that staged hundreds of healing gatherings in the past 40 years. Now, I actively engage in world service work because of a commitment to social change and ecology. The Skills Bank idea started when I lived for 3 moons on a 160-acre rural community where people regularly picked up shopping lists, and in a few hours, items appeared in the house. Money rarely requested. This was a way of life that one may call circulation of the light. And the name of the commune was Laser Farm, the Universal Love Light Laser Institute. Well, this is the way to go, I thought. What goes around comes around. So we were into pot growing, psychedelics, the whole 9 yards. 500 people went through our farm over a few years. And Paul Stamets from fungi.com, I later discovered, lived down the road. Well, in my quest to explore the possibility of starting an international skills bank since September 2025, I attended 5 online hemp conferences, cannabis festivals like Seattle Hemp Fest, and a permaculture convergence. Industrial and other hemp issues that need attention and action. I'm going to go into a little bit of a sidestep here. Indoor growers, especially clandestine ones, need to be made aware that if using high intensity lights and air conditioning all night, power lines and transformers may be overloaded. Utility infrastructure is often old and poor condition. Commercial growers work with utilities to make sure they can use X amount of electricity, but clandestine growers may be taxing the system and triggering fires. Wireless smart meters and even phone chargers have caused fires. I'm also co-founder of familiesforsafetechnology.org in Eugene. Okay, here's some key considerations for launching the International Industrial Skills Resource Bank. Should it be nonprofit tax exempt to enable it to receive more money donations, or a cooperative or a B corporation.net? However, 80% of philanthropy comes from individuals, not from foundations, corporations, and governments. So many are making money in the cannabis adult use and med fields that maybe some of them maybe want to expand their research to help the industrial hemp's 25,000 users gain market share and compete with products made through resource extraction. Now, how do we monetize and democratize skills bank organizational functions so they cannot be sabotaged and taken down by the man? And for the money, how should we do annual or lifetime dues, or should each usage require a fee? Now, here's an idea I want to share. Anybody can pick up and copy this. It's an initial deck of hemp cannabis trivia question flashcards that could be specific and then to various levels of students, elementary to graduate school, to tavern gatherings or parlor games, so that everyone gets to know the vocabulary of the herds and shiv of hemp. And what is bast fiber? Well, bast is the high-grade fiber on the outside stalk. Herds is the leftover that can make housing for people, commercial uses, cats or dogs. And that hempcrete is made of the lime with the water and the inside product of the herds. Well, how do we crowdfund to buy a decorticator? I just found one in Latvia, and it's $12,000. And a man spent 3 years after he became enamored to the hempcrete concept, working with a metal company, a heavy equipment company in Eastern Europe. So the name of the company, I believe, is called Hemp Master, and the name of the device, it looks like a big rototiller, so it can be used by boutique builders, it can be used by do-it-yourself builders, it can be used by small farms. And if you remember from a book called Hemp Bound by Doug Fine that I bought 70 copies of, you will find out that you can, in 3 acres of hemp in 4 months, you can build enough, you can grow enough hemp to build a 1,200 square foot hempcrete house. So here's some other considerations regarding the cannabis plant family moving forward. A seminal issue is the ethics of patenting seed. Global Hemp Innovation Center, Corvallis, Oregon, started in 2019, and an article about it mentioned seed patenting. When I conversed with a co-director, he did not want to use that word per se, but rather seed protection. However, the topic of the philosophy of the ethics of patenting seed did not occur at their recent conference attended by 186 movers and shakers at academic, government, and private business levels. Vandana Shiva is the #1 woman in the world, and she lectured at the Public Interest Environmental Law Conference in Eugene, which is free to listen to their stuff. It's pielc.org. A decade ago, she reported that 100,000 farmers had committed suicide in India, no longer wanting to be seed serfs after Monsanto introduced Roundup Ready seed, and many farmers had to buy it yearly instead of using their own seed. They felt in despair and trapped. So I don't want the hemp industry to be another Monsanto, and we know about GW Pharmaceuticals in England, some of the damage they've caused. Well, should a hemp skills bank have an executive director and a board, an advisory council? Are you interested? See hemporganize.org website under construction. And I am on Facebook, Kathy Ging, spelled G-I-N-G. But everyone, please add socially responsible and ecological criteria to purchases, not only related to hemp cannabis, but also to all purchased products and services. Why do so many dispensary products have gelatin when vegetarians do not want to eat animal products? Try to buy cannabis that is hand trimmed, not pruned by room-sized tumblers and robots. Don't use black plastic that takes forever to break down and that ends up in animals and puts microplastics in water. 27 years after I moved into my house, I'm still picking up 1/2-inch pieces of black plastic every day when I walk out to my backyard from the lawyer who owned the house before I did. Buy only organically grown herb. Question authority. Subvert the predominant paradigms. Ask if seed is organically certified, which may be more possible in the near future, hopefully. Some informative books are Hemp Bound by Doug Fine, like I mentioned, and Building with Hemp from hempbuilding.com. Steve Allen from Ireland is one of the top hemp builders in the world, kind of a corollary to Jack Hare, whom he calls his mentor. And ask local libraries to carry these books. 50% of book rentals at Eugene Library are digital, by the way. Well, here's some other ideas. In order to get the hempcrete out to people, why don't we build 2-chamber walk-in compost chambers that would be rodent-proof and allow people to actually air the compost by using a pitchfork? So then you could have an optional cat or dog house and a shelf to build your, hold on, I gotta take a drink of water. Hold on for a second, folks. Thanks. Okay, so the 2-chamber walk-in compost bin made of hempcrete with the optional cat and dog house and possibly a shelf to put your gardening tools. This could be something that, as a way to get at the hempcrete concept without maybe everybody having the building codes completely in place. By the way, there are some great organizations like the United States Hemp Building Association just started in 2019, and they're mapping the hemp houses around the country. I heard about in Southern Oregon a man named Gary who is from New Zealand, and he's also Irish like me. He is actually putting together a 10 different single family accessory unit type permits, all the way from 120 square feet to 1,000 square feet. And there's also, if you know about the Northwest Eco Building Guild, which is in several cities in the Northwest, ecobuilding.org, they have helped an older woman, a senior citizen boomer, build a little tiny hempcrete house. So this is something else to consider. Well, at any rate, I'm just saying that, there's ways we can get the hempcrete idea out there without building everybody a hempcrete house. But the reason I love the hempcrete concept, and now I'm even more enamored after I've attended one of the conferences called Emerge Canna, and they put on, regular conferences too, just like you guys do. Well, there was a guy speaking from near Calgary, Canada, about a company that's also about a 2-year-old company, I think, and it's called justbiofiber.com. justbiofiber.com. And apparently, like I mentioned, the fact that these hemp blocks can be built into single family residences. They can even build up to 7 or more story apartment buildings or commercial buildings. And the fact that it's only about maybe 4 or 5 weeks less building time. And if you look at the pictures, it looks like somebody has a big rubber mallet, like they're playing a xylophone and they're walking up and down the hemp blocks, pounding these blocks in. It looks like something you and I could do. But they can bring those materials to anybody within 1,000 miles on, flatbed trucks, or they can ship them through trains and through sea travel too. So there's different ways to get that material. There's also a company in Australia that's a new one that's starting the hemp block process. So one reason I like the idea of the hemp blocks is that you can do like standardized design, or you could do a creative artistic design. You send it to the factory, they put together the design the way you want it. And anyway, I think that's a superior way to go. So anyway, those are some of the things that I've been working on. Does anybody have any ideas or input before I would continue on?
No, you can keep going. I'm listening to everything you're saying. It's great info. So please do share more.
Okay, then I'm going to quote Alice in Wonderland. I was watching an older version of the movie. I think it was from the 50s a couple years ago. And a favorite quote from it is, "Flowers have very, very special powers." And that's the way she said it. And I wouldn't be surprised back in the 50s or whenever that movie was put together that this particular sentiment was kind of, hitting the airwaves. Well, besides the idea of the walk-in hempcrete compost bin and the cat or dog house, or you could even do the cat or dog house without doing the walk-in compost bin. One reason this is so important is that rats are being rampant in cities. What with the restaurant shut down, I've been reading with it. They used to go to those, food bins there and the waste bins, and they get their food there. Now they're spreading out to the neighborhoods. And I know in my neighborhood in South Eugene, on nextdoor.com, which is a way you can share information and educate people. Nextdoor.com has mentioned that rats are just all over Eugene. And we started to allow the chickens and rabbits to be inside the city limits a few years ago. And as a result, then when they doubled the number of chickens, you could have to 7 or 8. Well, a lot of people don't know how to take care of their chicken and rabbit food, so the rats are getting well fed. And I think a pair of rats can produce something like 1,000 more rats in their lifetime, and they're very prolific in putting in several litters a year. That's why it's so important for us to put the information together that we know, and not let some of the stuff that sit around in books and ideas in school classrooms, but we got to get them out to the public. Well, another thing I'm working on that I don't even have a website up for. See, I don't know how to do web work, but it's called Spirit Greenhouses. So spiritgreenhouses.org or .com. Okay, what is a spirit greenhouse? It is a greenhouse that would be made of like a hempcrete stem wall. And what I learned back in the days of solar energy, because I actually attended 15 solar energy conferences back in the heyday of what we called appropriate technology. Well, back then I heard that the north and the west sides of a greenhouse should be insulated and opaque, and the south and the east sides are open toward the glazing. So I thought about using, like what I did in my backyard. I used to, I paid my land off in Southern Oregon, $125 a month, by getting the factory second glass tempered panels from Gurneyville, California. They brought them up on a 10-wheel flatbed, and I got them for 50 cents a square foot and sold them for $1 a square foot. Well, I still had some of those, so I used those as the sides of my greenhouse. And then on the top, I used some of the polycarbonate that lets in the good type of sunlight. Otherwise, you don't have good plant health. So then, if you do design a greenhouse, you probably know that 1/6 of the space of a greenhouse should be in operable apertures. That would include your doors and your windows. And I have like a heat motor window that can open up. And so it lets in the air, even if you don't go out and physically open up the windows. Well, another thing about greenhouses, the greenhouse should be double the length than it is in the width. Well, anyway, these are just some tips I've learned that I thought I'd share with you. But the thing about Spirit Greenhouse, I envision that when people in a rock and roll band or people in a classroom or people in that family, anybody has an argument or a conflict, somebody says, go to greenhouse. And then everybody walks out and you pass a ceremonial ball or you pass the talking stick. And I'm sure you've been to old hippie circles where they pass the talking ball or the talking stick. And I hope I'm okay to say that we copied that from Native American ceremonies where the person has the total floor when they hold the talking ball or the talking stick. So I think that's the way we can start, resolving the conflicts in our society. And one of the things I think that we're lacking in our society is the fact that there's so much attention on guns and wars and big football games. You see, people are really eager to get together and shout and sing, but we should be getting together and shouting and singing and praising the Lord and the goddesses of the cannabis plant. Now, one of my favorite things to do is, and I've hung out off and on with a rock and roll band called Normal Bean for about 12 years. I love to go to the bar. I love to drink alcohol and smoke cannabis and then raise my tambourine. And then everybody comes together in a new way. So that's what I want to do right now, is just raise the tambourine and invite you all to go to Facebook, visit me at Kathy, G-I-N-G, or go to, it's called hemporganize.org, which is a brand new website. And I so appreciate you letting me come here today, because I think I'm the only one that's really promoting the other 25,000 uses of hemp. But I think that, there's like a three-legged table. The one leg is the medical marijuana. The second leg is the adult use, otherwise known as recreational, or I like to call it spiritual leg. But the third leg is the 25,000 other uses of industrial hemp that are being suppressed and not educated in our schools enough. So we have a three-legged table, which I call like a pyramid. Well, my ex-boyfriend designed the 4,000 square foot pyramid at the Oregon coast called the ziggurat. So a tetrahedron is a four-sided pyramid with the three sides being the sides and the fourth side being the base. And that's what I see the hemp movement being, is a four-sided pyramid ready to launch into outer space. And my last word about that is, when I did stay overnight at the ziggurat pyramid, and I had been in the pyramids in Egypt, and nothing happened in Egypt like what happened at the ziggurat. When I got up in the morning, the energy came from around the bottom of my feet and turned into a spiral and went up and went right through the top of my soul's eye and my crown chakra, up through the top of the pyramid. And the only other time that happened in my life was after we had a drum out in Ashland, when my friend Howdy, who helped me work on that tax credit, we had a going away party for him the night before. And the next morning, in front of the log cabin bar in Ashland, I walked up and I saw Howdy, and that energy of that spiral movement came from around my feet up through my head again. And I've heard that that's when the Indians, Native Americans do their sweat lodges. That's what happens is the top of your head flies off when you're all drumming together and using the incense and all that stuff. So anyway, thanks a lot, Kathy Ging from Eugene, Oregon. And I say more hemp for more victory.
We loved your presentation. Very honored. I wish I could have seen you and some of the things you were talking about, but next time. And yes, I love the information, the 25,000 uses of hemp. So I think you should check out the chat room, make sure there's no more questions for you, but we are so honored you were with us. Thank you so much.
You bet. See you next time.
All right. So now, guys, we have our final speaker. I hope you guys have been enjoying this. By the way, I really have. This is my dear friend, Ruth. I have to tell you a little bit about Ruth. I met her at the very first event I went to, and it was all about hospitality in cannabis, where I met all these famous people. She is a nurse practitioner, right? A nurse who has begun to incorporate cannabis in her work with clients around California, Southern California. She's actually amazing. And the information you were about to hear, you're not going to hear anywhere else. She is a personal, professional, licensed kind of cannabis consultant. She's exactly who you need to be able to call if you have questions. So go take it from here, Ruth.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to, let's see if I can find my desktop. Or I have to do share first. Okay. And then I'm going to open my presentation. There we go. And I hope you're all awake because I'm the last person to speak. So if you want to get up and stretch and get a cup of tea while you're listening to me, that's good because I'm going to get in the weeds a little bit. So I need your keen eye and your sharp pencil. So hopefully this works. And we will start.
I love this graph. Is everything okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Perfect. I love this. This is great. I want a copy of this. Ruth?
Yes.
Quick, is this, did you record this?
Yes.
Because we can't hear it.
Oh, you can't? Why is that?
I'm looking at you. You're so happy. You're listening.
Wait.
Something that we're not hearing.
So
All right.
what you have to do is stop the screen share.
Okay.
And then when
Hold
you
on.
start, there will be a little button at the bottom that says share computer audio.
Oh, okay. Where am I?
Here, I can stop
Okay.
your share. So go back.
Okay.
So click that right at the bottom that says share computer sound. You see that there?
Where are you? Here?
So click share and then a pop-up shows up, and then at the bottom of that pop-up it says share computer sound. You select that.
Share. It says auto setting.
No, wherever you shared the share screen before, yeah, the exact same way.
Where's the button?
There's a green button at the bottom that says share screen.
Yeah, I got that.
When
It's
you click
right
that,
here.
you see click that, and then you see at the bottom of that window it says share
Oh,
computer
yes.
sound.
Oh, share
There you
sound.
go.
Oh,
Yep.
all right. Let me start it all over again.
Okay, go for it.
Okay. I need a password to share my computer audio.
No.
That's what it tells me.
Close out, close back in. There's no password to share screen.
And stop this, so get you out
Okay.
of the way.
Should work now, so try it out.
All right, I'll go.
Play
you
from
want me to
current
go
side.
back, or just from this?
Whatever we were supposed to hear that we didn't hear.
Okay, let's go back to there. Get that out of the way. Okay, play from current start. Okay.
There we go. Works. If you could turn this on up, though, make the volume louder.
Enzymes explain the difference between treating symptoms versus the disease process. Is it good? Discuss
Yeah, perfect.
an alternate paradigm in medicine for plants, and explain how I would perform a one-on-one evaluation with somebody. These are the qualifying conditions across the U.S. in every state. Generally, how a diagnosis gets on the legal list is when a legislator is contacted by a friend or influential person requesting their loved one's diagnosis gets into law. Look 2 rows from the bottom and you will see post-laminectomy syndrome and chronic radiculopathy. And another one above the green bar is nail patella syndrome. What legislator would think of this diagnosis? In all but California, legislators decide which diagnosis gets treated by cannabis. My personal opinion is this confusing mosaic is why states are now legalizing recreational cannabis, because it's so hard to obtain a medical card that the push is to allow everyone to obtain cannabis. New Jersey just approved recreational cannabis a month ago. Mary Jane Rothburn, also known as Brownie Mary, was a nurse activist responsible for pushing this legislation in 1996 in California. California allowed physicians to determine the indication for use. We have these 11 diagnoses, but Brownie knew it would be impossible to include all the ICD-10 codes that would benefit from cannabis treatment. So they added these 2 additional phrases, which mitigates the need to constantly update the law. Any other chronic or persistent medical symptom that either limits the activity of the person or may cause harm, as defined in the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990. I think you can see how simple and comprehensive California did this. This is the form the Board of California Cannabis has devised that allows a PCP to qualify a patient for medical cannabis legally in California, and dispensaries honor this. The history of cannabis research. In 1964, Raphael Mechoulam, an Israeli scientist, isolated and synthesized delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, or THC, and cannabidiol, or CBD, from the cannabis plant. While cannabis was used for 5,000 years, no one has studied the chemistry of the plant until then. In 1988, Howlett and Devane discovered the first endocannabinoid receptor in a rat. It wasn't until 30 years after this that Mechoulam in 1990 identified cannabinoid receptors and named them CB1 and CB2. Now we know the targets of the THC and the CBD. In 1992 was the biggest discovery. For the first endocannabinoid in a rat was identified and linked to memory, emotion, movement, sleep, and pain. It was called anandamide, the Sanskrit word for bliss. Research found that anandamide has the exact same molecular structure as THC, and 2-AG is the exact structure for CBD. Did you know in 2003, the US Human Health and Services declared a patent for the therapeutic use of cannabinoids as antioxidants and neuroprotectants? Although expired in 2019, it did show that cannabinoids are found to have peculiar application as neuroprotectants. For example, in limiting neurological damage following ischemic insults, such as stroke and trauma, or in the treatment of neurodegenerative diseases, such as Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, and HIV dementia. The endocannabinoid system is a signaling system. It's made up of 3 components. The first are 3 G protein coupled cannabinoid receptors, CB1, CB2, and GRP55, or CB3, and the transient receptor potential villonoid 1 receptor. That's the Capasian receptor. Second, at least 2 cannabinoids, anandamide, AEA, and 2-AG. And you can see this long chemical explanation for 2-AG. That's why we just say 2-AG. 2-AG and AEA are the physiological ligands that the body produces for the endocannabinoid receptors. The third component is proteins for the endocannabinoid biosynthesis and degradation. So in summary, the endocannabinoid system is a signaling system made up of ligands or cannabinoids, receptors and enzymes that regulates everything in our bodies. It's a pro-homeostatic and paleotropic signaling system activated during pathophysiological conditions. It modulates the release of neurotransmitters and cytokines from glia cells in the brain. It's a massive electrical system that controls all the functions in the body. This slide is an example of how the endocannabinoid signals regulate how active our brain cells are. All chemical reactions in the body are based on a lock and key system. Under normal conditions, top left, a given brain cell or neuron will get just the right amount of input from its partners, not too much, not too little. However, some of the partners can become overactive and send an excessive number of signals. The neuron that's listening will detect this and release endocannabinoids that tell the other neuron to quiet down, which is what you see in the bottom. This kind of mechanism helps maintain homeostasis because it helps prevent neurons from sending out too many signals. Endocannabinoids also regulate inflammation. Under normal conditions, cells of the immune system patrol the body on alert for any intruders, such as bacteria. During a bacterial infection, immune cells detect the presence of bacteria and then release a variety of molecules to help mount a defensive attack. These signals include pro-inflammatory molecules, which are the small circles that help recruit more immune cells to the site of infection. Endocannabinoids, or the small diamonds, also get released and likely help regulate the magnitude and extent of this inflammatory response. So the ECS controls all physiologic effects on the body. It controls bronchial dilation, decreased intracranial and intraocular pressure, glycogen release. It reduces insulin resistance, lymphocyte suppression, antimicrobial, anticonvulsant. It's antipsychotic, it's an antiemetic, and it's also anti-carcinogenic. These are where the receptors are located in our body. The receptor locations for CBR1 are in the basal ganglia, cerebellum, cerebral cortex, medulla, spinal cord, hippocampus, and hypothalamus. They're all in the brain and in the peripheral system. CB2 receptors, however, are in the cells of the lymphatic and lymph system. They're located in thymus, the tonsils, the spleen, the blood lymphocytes, and there's also non-immune cell CBR2s are found in skin keratinosis. It is believed that there are more CB2 receptors in our skin than any other receptors in our body. So what do I mean by an alternate paradigm philosophy? Well, first of all, we want to replace pharmaceuticals with phytocannabinoids and other plant pharmacy when our bodies are deficient. It's also difficult to remove ourselves from the current paradigm of how physician prescriptions are given. This is foreign to physicians and also to patients who want to say 3 milligrams of THC, BID times 30 days. Well, cannabis is not taken like that. It's not a standardized pill. Cannabis is not dosed in milligrams per kilogram, except in pets. Younger age patients need higher doses. Seniors need less. Medical cannabis users are on a journey. Not everyone knows how to self-medicate. There's also new technology for vape pens that measures the precise dose of 1 or 2 milligrams every time you inhale. This will be revolutionary for the vape industry. With all these variables to consider, cannabis is not for everyone. Sativa, indica, or hybrid are outdated descriptions of cannabis medicine. There are over 4,000 strains now. They are all hybrids with names like bubblegum, mango, May 11, Space Queen, catatonic. There's even a Florence Nightingale chemovar. Chemovar cultivar is the botanically correct term for a strain. The strains are all cultivated with varying ratios of THC and CBD. Researchers and growers use these 3 terms. Chemovar 1 is high THC dominant. Chemovar 2 is a balanced ratio of 1:1 of THC and CBD. And Chemovar 3 is a high CBD variant. These are the drugs most likely reduced when using cannabis: Norco, oxycodone, Ambien, Klonopin, Xanax, Ativan, although Xanax is off the market, I believe, Seroquel, Risperidone, Megace, and Zofran. These are drugs that are mainly reduced markedly or totally eliminated. They're all used in palliative care. What are the side effects of cannabis? Well, THC has many side effects that are beneficial or just, very bad. Yeah, the dizziness, the euphoria, the dry mouth, these are ones that we don't like. But sedation, well, we want sedation if somebody has insomnia. Excessive THC, this is hyperemesis syndrome. It's often misdiagnosed. It's very prevalent in young people because they keep taking it and taking it. They don't wait for the response. They don't realize that their body is still metabolizing it. So therefore, they take too much and then they start vomiting. CBD also has side effects: dizziness, hyperactivity, jitteriness, loose stools. But the main thing I want you to get out of this is that there is no lethal dose. Now you need to know why this is to explain to your clients. There are 0 CB1 receptors in the brain stem. Now the CB1 receptors are for the THC, right? And the THC, the CB1 receptors are for breathing in your brainstem. So there's no receptors there, so you're not going to alter your breathing. The side effects usually dissipate with time, usually over 1 to 8 hours, and they can be relieved by adding a plain old CBD to it because it dislodges the THC from the CB1 receptor. Some people believe it doesn't do that, but it essentially minimizes the effects of the THC. Black peppercorns is good because it contains beta carotene, which is similar in molecular to CBD. So what drugs are approved by the FDA? We have 3 drugs that the FDA has approved for cannabis. The synthetic ones are Casement, which is in Schedule 2, or Marinol, which is Schedule 3. And these are all THC. There's one biosynthetic cannabinoid, Epidiolex. This is the first biosynthetic cannabinoid to be classified as Schedule 5. It's known for its treatment of seizures in children, and it costs $32,000 a year. It's made by GW Pharmaceuticals, pharmaceutical company in the UK. Now, one other biosynthetic that's not approved by the FDA is Stativex. This is a 1-to-1 ratio of CBD and THC. It's also known as nabiximols. It's the first natural cannabis plant derivative to gain market approval in 20 countries for muscular sclerosis. But you can buy one ratio of CBD to THC, a 1-to-1. It's just will be a full plant product instead of a biosynthetic. Now, do not confuse synthetic pharmaceutical grade drugs like Marinol and Casement with the synthetic drugs on the street like Spice and K2 that are sold in gas stations. So what are the variables that I go over when I'm helping somebody with cannabis? Well, my evaluation requires a client to fill a form that tells me their disease process and medications. What's the purpose for treating this, for treating cannabis? Is it for pain? Is it to reduce the use of Ativan or to treat cancer? It's important to know this because the doses are different. What's the intensity of the symptoms? Is it acute, like is it post-op symptoms, or is it high because it's chronic? You use very high doses of CBD if the intensity is acute. What's the history of cannabis? How did they use it in the past, or are they using it now? And I always like to know what products they're using if it's not working. Which should I use? Should I use THC high cannabis, balance, or CBD dominant? We always start low and go slow, and these are the same principles that we use, even when we're starting a person on pharmaceuticals, if you're starting on morphine or benzodiazepine, you always start low and you go slow. Also, the dose range for CBD is 5 to 10 milligrams. We titrate to effectiveness. You can go to 25 to 50 milligrams for symptom relief, but for treating cancer, you can go as high as 300 milligrams a day. The dose range for THC is 1 to 5 milligrams. We titrate to effectiveness. Seizures, however, can go as high as 1,000 milligrams a day. And I want to point out that Myra Gordon, which you can look up on the internet, she has her own products under Aunt Zelda's. But anyway, she believes that 70% of her patients cannot be serviced with effective use if they don't have THC in the product. What's the mode of administration? Is it oral, sublingual, topical? Do I need a concentrate? What's the easiest for a patient? Do I need a patch if it's somebody with dementia so that they don't pull it off? Also, what's the genetics? A small dose of 1 milligram can be effective. Individual bioavailability is also an issue. And it's an issue for the user as well as the product. So if you inhale cannabis, naturally the bioavailability of that is very quick. However, also the product, if it's the way it's extracted, can also determine the bioavailability. The use of a journal to track response. Now, I know a lot of people don't like journals. I was resistant to it in the beginning, and a lot of older people are. So I try to encourage them to at least do it while they're changing their dose. You watch for the biphasic effect. Sometimes we need a time off to sensitize to cannabis. If you go past that sweet point and then you're still using a lot of the product, you may find that it causes nausea or causes pain or causes insomnia. This happened to me where I had to take a 48-hour break because I was using too much. And so Dr. Sulek has a regular protocol on his website for how you take a fast and then go back on it. Now, also, your use diminishes over time, and I have to remember to tell my patients this after a month, that they may use less because your body is recovering. So you don't need as much. I need way less than I needed 3 years ago. So that's really the end of my my talk. So now I'm ready for questions. How do I undo this?
Stop screen share.
Oh.
Perfect.
Okay, I want to be able to read one thing before I end. Okay, let me get that off.
All right.
Okay, this is what I want to read before I go into questions. I'm a poet, you know, so you can hear me okay, right? Can you hear me?
Yes, Ruth.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is a poem that I did. It's my ode to cannabis. Your spindly leaves grow towards me, evoking confusion and curiosity. Some label you a scourge on humanity. Lawmakers besmirch you. I savor your perfumed oil under my tongue, awaiting the unfamiliar state of receding restlessness, leaving pain an orphan. Okay, I'm ready for
Beautiful.
questions.
So
And-
beautiful, Ruth. I love that. So I'm not sure I have any questions. Oh, yeah. So on Facebook, number one, how can we find you? That's a quick question.
Oh, yes, you go on www.ruthahillrn.com.
Perfect. All right. So you put it in there. I appreciate that. So Ruth, let me see if I was suffering from symptoms and I call you, okay? What would happen?
Well, I would give you that form. I wanted to put that form in the chat. I don't know if I can do that. I wanted to share that form because I usually have you fill out a form that lets me know what your problem is, whether you've had cannabis before, and it answers a lot of questions that I showed in my last 3 slides. Is what's your problem? What's the purpose? And what's your sensitivity and what's your use for it. I look at all your medicines because I want to know the interactions of cannabis with your medicines. I also want to know if you're treating cancer, what chemo are you using, because there's an interaction there. So that's the first thing. And then I have to decide, but based on your my knowledge from previous clients and also from my experts that I network with, what I'm going to start you with. And again, you go slow and you go low. And then I usually follow the person. I call them in 3 days to see how they're doing and help them adjust their dose, because people don't always know how to adjust their dose. I have to tell you, if you already have cannabis in your house, I want to see what it is. Okay. And most people, some of my people buy all this stuff and they have no idea what it is or which one they're doing. One time I had somebody buying 11 different products that I had to go through, and she wanted to use them, and I'm going, I don't know what's in it, because she can't give me a full, people always tell you to get the analysis. You can't get that. Nobody gives that out. Okay, let's be clear. Some people who are legitimate will put it on their website. But if you were to go into a dispensary and ask them for what's in that product, they'll say, oh, I'll email it to you. And then it may take them a few days because they're not going to give you that. And then a lot of people put that little code on. Well, you can't fit everything in that code. Okay, it doesn't fit. It's very expensive to put all that in the code. So all these people who demand, I want this, I want to know what's terpenes, I want that, you're adding to the cost of the product. If you buy a tomato, are you asking for everything? No. So you wonder why your products cost a lot of money? That's why. Anyway, that's what I do. And then I follow you. I don't just drop you. I usually follow you to see how you're doing.
I find it really helpful. There was something you said that blew me away. You were giving, I've been telling people that if they're that you can't use it recreationally if you want to treat your condition. And if you have a condition, you have to be serious about, well, I didn't realize when you say 1,000 milligrams to treat seizures, say. Now that's a lot. Nobody could sit and smoke 1,000 milligrams or 300 milligrams for cancer. No one sits there and smokes that much. And I don't think I'd even have the confidence to recommend that without a professional at this point. I had no idea such, high. Right. I had a skin cancer, and my dear friend sent me 1 tube of this RSO oil, but there were no instructions. Right. I didn't actually understand. I didn't know if I was supposed to put it one way, the other way, or on me. And it was a waste because, in a way, until right now, I had no idea what I had been.
Well, that's That's why people need a coach when they're doing medicinal. I mean, many people can do it by themselves. I know more guys that treat their cancer than I do women for whatever reason. I mean, I can find guys off the street. Oh, yeah, I used it for prostate cancer. I cured myself. But I don't find many women because women are much more, they want somebody to tell them or something. I don't know. That's just my anecdotal experience. But yeah, you do need a coach.
I think this is really important out there. If you, and this is for everyone, if you have a condition, a quote condition that's pretty serious, and it's especially life or death, you would need to talk to Ruth. I wouldn't take my life in my hands and try to keep myself. Like, I wouldn't even say to you, cannabis can treat that without like a lot of conditions around that. So Ruth, I want to make sure everyone can reach you, by the way. What is your email?
It's my name backwards with one L, HILLRUTH@gmail.com. That's all.
HILLRUTH okay, you have been a wonderful addition to the conference. And I so honor you, your path. I'm grateful to have met you. Oh, I can't send this to you. Got to send it to everyone.
And I want you to go to CV Weekly online and pull up CV Weekly. That's Coachella. Now there's a CV Weekly up north in California, but this is the Coachella CV Weekly. And you can get all my articles that I've been writing for 3 years on there.
That's right. And Michelle Rizzio has also been one of the writers. And who knows, maybe even Barb. A lot of people here, not me, but others, have these great articles coming out. So Ruth, thank you so much, love. We are so honored. And I don't know if there are any other questions, but guys, reach out to Ruth if you or anyone else really does need specific help. Or non-specific help.
A copy of the slides, just email me and I'll send it to you.
Good, and we get you with it. So that's great. All right. Have a fantastic day, Ruth.
Thank you so much, Ruth. That was so incredible. Such great information. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Adore you. All right. Well, that was amazing because, I would never be able to tell someone to take, go take 1,000 milligrams
Yeah.
of CBD, THC, or a combination. Are you kidding?
Yeah.
That's extraordinary.
Well, Sol had chronic issues when we first got together, and then she started taking CBD, and for lack of a better term, she's overdosed on it, right? She took more than, I guess you're not really overdosing if you're taking a dose that helps you with what you have, right? So she took a very high dose for a long time. And then we actually got a whole box of this startup company of CBD that actually designed the CBD for animals, but then they started giving it to everyone because it was the same exact recipe, right? But they were just marketing it for dogs to start out. So we had a whole box. We had like 100 of them. And her and I were pretty much on CBD all day for a few months. And she went from 11 out of 10 pain, all types of chronic issues, to like 2 out of 3, and really hasn't reverted to it. And we basically credit definitely CBD, but rolfing. CBD and rolfing together was the cure, was the recipe for success for us.
Wow, that's very, very, very interesting. And you can take it if you don't have symptoms and pain, by the way, because
exactly.
it will balance your energy. But I'm not a cannabis salesperson, but it will balance your energy, harmonize your energy, and even the CBD without THC has a really unique. It's actually an extraordinary effect, I think. So.
Yeah. And now I'm not taking it during the day, but when I do get CBD, I will take it at nighttime, and it helps me with my sleep, having a more restful sleep.
I love it. I love it. I love it. So guys, we have a conference tomorrow too. I mean, I want to hear your feedback, how you've enjoyed today's conference. I feel like it's been very interactive on Neil and my part. I've been having a ball, but I want to hear how you guys have been enjoying it before I tell you about the phenomenal speakers for tomorrow.
Yeah, go ahead and let us know in the chat room if you want to comment and tell us, and I'll take a look at.
Yeah, give Neil and I
right now too.
Give us some TLC. Wait, THC. Give us both.
THC.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I'm so cute. I was told I should be a spiritual comedian. I thought that was funny.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, you would do well with that in that position.
I can't help it. I just have this little cute side. Okay, but so remember what Neil said? He does these conferences so he can learn more. I do that too. So the moment he said, Joan, get us some, the best speakers in cannabis, all I wanted to do was to get all those people that I wanted to learn from. All right. And so everyone that spoke today are people personally that I couldn't wait to hear. And tomorrow we had amazing people as well. And so those of you who love the spirituality of cannabis are going to love Bree Wolf. She is going to do yoga on weed tomorrow. So be prepared to go into a ceremony. She does sacred cannabis ceremonies on Zoom, around the world on Zoom. Stephen Gray is going to begin us off, and he is so chill in his ability to talk about the spirituality of cannabis. He was the first person. I bought this book when I realized that, oh my God, this is the whole subject. Okay. He's on at 9 a.m. So you don't even need to be awake to come on with us. And we're going to talk about cannabis as a sacred plant ally. And we have Anya, who's going to talk about your genetic makeup. I thought this was really fascinating. Anya's history is she had grand mal seizures cured by cannabis. And now, again, it's our personal experience that turns us into advocates. And now she talks about cannabis in the human DNA and how you can find your cannabis type. Now, I didn't even know there was a cannabis type, Neil, just so you know. Then we hear all about from Barbie, who we switched out with Michelle. Barbie is going to talk about like sacred cooking with the sacred plant, infusing your foods with these tinctures, with these herbs, but really having almost like conscious cooking. And so she is an amazing expert in cannabis and in high dining cooking, by the way. So you're going to love her. I adore her. Then, oh my God, so we're going to have Paul Stanford and Kristen Heidelbach, who are both cannabis activists, very active in legalization, dealing with the politics, helping unroll cannabis into our country, into our states. And then we have Beautiful Existence, who I hope is going to show us some of her new cards. She has a cannabis oracle deck. She connects with, she's a medium. Let's say she started off as a medium for cannabis spirit guides who have been connecting with her since she was very young, when she found herself living in a house infused with cannabis. Okay. Oh my God. So I'm just so excited. Leonard is coming on after her, and his whole thing is a patient's guide to medical cannabis. So again, healing without the high, but he goes through every single condition known to humans and animals. So validates everything that Ruth was saying and Michelle was saying. And then we have Bree, who's going to do her plant medicine facilitation, and add that to Robin, who is going to finish it up with how any of you who are interested can actually take your skills and get a job in cannabis. So everyone who's working in cannabis these days had a job somewhere else, just so you know. And they were even recruiting from the top corporate the big corporations for the top people in cannabis, because it is huge. It is a big industry, and it might need you, right?
Yep, and it might need you in regards to the industry growing, but definitely needs you in regards to keeping it conscious as it grows. And that's why we're all here.
Yeah, huge.
Mm-hmm. What a beautiful day. That's so amazing. Such great information. And tomorrow we're just going to keep building on this, so I'm excited.
I love all of our speakers. So just so you know, speaker, you're on my love list, but that's why I had to share all of them. But I'm also very grateful because they generously donated their time to be speakers for us. They're not getting, they love the plant and what they're doing so much that they literally here to come on here. Some of them had a fight to get on our program. No, next year. But they're wonderful. And so please reach out to them, let them know how much you appreciated them, share their work, ask them questions because they donate their time, to really bring their love of this.
Exactly. Yeah. And Joan, why don't you tell everybody more about you really quick? And you've said it a couple of times, but where they can find more information about you, even your artwork, if some people want to maybe get some art.
Thank you, Neil. Okay. So I'm Joan of Angels, Dr. Joan of Angels, whoever I am, Dr. Joan. I'm also chiropractor Joan Hangarter. That's why I get so passionate about the medical aspects of it. But the work I do now is really about bringing messages from the divine, from the cannabis plant, from your higher self. I teach you how to be more intuitive, how to check in with your own guides and scents. And you can reach me at joanofangels.com, which is very easy. I will be coming out, and sign up now because I'm going to be coming out with a program called that's 420 Spiritual Living. It's going to be Sundays at 420, an opportunity to dive into your own spiritual consciousness. I'm going to be bringing on master teachers, a few of them who I'm introducing this weekend, but I'll be bringing on master teachers into bridging that barrier between worlds. Dimensions. That's really my thing.
Yeah.
I do readings with people, and my readings are all about remembering who you are, why you're here, why spirit has chosen you, and you've chosen spirit for the work you're doing. And I did do my beautiful cannabis art. A lot of it is not available except by private viewing at this moment. But if any of you want to help me get it out there, I would love that. So check out my website. Lots of stuff on Facebook, by the way. And I'm coming out now. This is my year for being seen and coming out. So please engage with me too. So I have more.
Yeah, and which is why also we're doing a lot more together this year than previous years, even though we've done a lot together. But this time we're both, co-hosting, co-producing, and creating things that we've dreamt of doing, or things that we didn't even know we dreamt of doing. But then we created that spark in each other, and now we know it's our dream.
I know. So, my guys always said the right people will come along at the right time, and just dive into your own purpose until they come along. I mean, this is my year to fulfill visions that began when I was 30.
Yeah.
So that's a long time of nurturing, but when you find the right collaborators, so I love this conference, guys. I hope you love it as I did. I can't speak for Neil.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm going to repurpose this content, this information 3 or 4 different times. It's going to go on our podcast. It's going to be split up in individual presentations. It's going to go out on YouTube again individually with the topic of each speaker. It's going to go on the archive of 3,000 hours or so of footage that I just showed you a little while ago. So we're definitely going to, get this out there to more people. Plus, we have a plant medicine section on our website now under videos. This is going to be one of them there. And what I'm really doing right now is positioning PortalToAscension to be a huge key player in the decriminalization of plant medicine, from cannabis to psychedelics to non-psychedelic frog medicine to more, that really have been here for thousands of years, or maybe not thousands or hundreds of years, but has been here in order for us to heal and align ourselves without having to have these harmful side effects, but have also been just kind of gifted to us in order for us to be able to confront and deal with the challenges of being human on this 3rd-dimensional planet, right? So that's why it's here. So as we position ourselves, we're working with people like Paul Antico, who actually works. He is basically a psychedelic therapist, and he got trained in an institute in LA, which is one of the first institutes that are teaching people how to become certifying people in becoming therapists using plant medicine, specifically to begin out with cannabis and also psilocybin mushrooms. So you'll be seeing a lot from us probably in the next few years in regards to us assisting people in becoming licensed therapists, and also linking people up with that. I do see a lot happening right now, and as it's occurring, we're really keeping a finger on the pulse. And it's my biggest passion. Plant medicine completely changed my world, from cannabis to ayahuasca and everything in between. So I want to share that with everyone else, and I'm just really happy that everybody was here and a part of it and enjoyed it.
I love that. I think I have the same passion to share it too. I think cannabis has always been my plant. and other plant medicines as well, but just bringing this information out. So I'm really excited to be on the Portal to Ascension team and that all of you are here.
Yeah.
And just let us know what you want because we are ready to go. We're going to have an in-person event, by the way, 2022 here at the Miracle Springs Resort, hopefully with the hot water, the desert sky.
Yes.
And the spirit guide to cannabis all around because this is desert hot springs.
And we already scheduled a large conference for October 2022, the Portal to Ascension 3-day conference in Desert Hot Springs at the Miracle Springs Retreat Center. But our intention is, seeing how everything's going to happen in the next few months, to do the cannabis conference before that event, maybe in spring of 2022 to have the first live one, but also work with sponsors and make it a community effort where we have a lot of people that have a vested interest in making this a successful event, because it's really about the intention rather than the business. You know, the business operates and is needed in certain elements, but when it comes to what we're doing, it's all about really the intention of what we want to share with the masses.
What fun when you get to do what you love to do.
Mm-hmm.
And we get to follow Neil's mind. Of course, he's one of my best friends, I could say it. Behind me is my Canna goddess, by the way. She's a Canna diva. Can you see her in pink? I just wanted to see her.
That one's beautiful. You just took that one out recently, right?
I took her out of hiding because I knew you all want to see her.
I've never seen it.
Okay? The cannabis plants are coming back out. I'm going to work on a new cannabis deck myself, but I'm excited about all of this. So yes.
Me too. All right, so I think we're ready to close out. I'm going to close out with a poem, but do you want to leave us with any final thoughts for today?
Portal, this is the gift from the gods, everyone, and enjoy it. And we'll see you tomorrow morning around 9 a.m.
Yes. All right. You were saying something else. Go ahead. That was it? Okay. So this one is called Gaia. And if you want to follow Portal to Ascension to see what other kind of events we have going on, get updates, and also see my conscious poetry, rap, and spoken word, then you can check me out and join and follow me on Instagram. That's me right there. And I've been completely deleted from our Portal to Ascension has been deleted from Facebook and Instagram, the main one in there. So, and my personal account's been deleted from Instagram too. So, I mean, from Facebook as well. So all I have right now is Instagram. That's what I'm using in order to share all the information we're doing. But we do have a fan page that is still running on its own on Facebook. So you can check that out at facebook.com/PortalToAscension. And then also the replay for this event. Go to YouTube, go to Facebook, YouTube, facebook.com/PortalToAscension. Replay will be there. Plus, it's going to be on the website, so you can go ahead and view it. Be many areas that you can take a look at, but you can add it to your archives on the website and watch it back at any time. So this one is called Gaia. I hear Gaia crying, only dying to be reborn again. Realizing there is no separation, the Illuminati government is our own projection. So why are we tripping, protesting, and rejecting is only self-hating? We are the sons of men, goddess of Zen, sons of God, call me Zeus. Here now to choose, linearity, ends of calendar let loose. Time is fluid. From the beginning of creation, taught by the ancient druids, shamanistic, ritualistic, prolific, sickest lyricist, Atlantean crystal buried in the West, Lemurian tablets, Mount Shasta lightworker fanatics, delusional normality where we only believe what we can see. Tap into the fifth dimensional frequency. Manifesting in planetary systems to teach, a journey through the darkness taking us to the peak of duality. So we can again once see clearly, remember who we truly be, multifaceted beings, soul freeing, the pyramids would start to spin, disintegrate the word sin, wrap up my crystals with copper and tin, conduct electricity electromagnetically traveling astrally through the macabre, speed up my aura to 3/4 the speed of light, to enter simultaneous time, make the unconscious believe this, glasses on my eyes to see the transit of Venus, solar flare, sun gaze, decalcify my third eye and enter the maze. Vibrationally raised, there are many pathways to the same place. Source clears this illusionary haze. This is the end of days and the beginning of a new unconditional phase.
Beginning of a new phase.
Yep.
Very good.
And we're creating it together. Love you, Joan.
Love you. Love everyone else out there. See you all tomorrow.
Okay, see you all later. Have a good night, everybody. Okay, bye.